Got it, hey.
You're arguing against yourself or something.
Somebody
Oh,
said that.
yeah.
Well, I'm not referring to you.
No, it wasn't.
specifically.
That wasn't for the purpose. Scott questioned whether I took it or not.
I didn't question. I knew you have
I
them.
got an A in accounting. I got an A in accounting. That doesn't mean
know
I'm
I have.
freaking gonna be great at doing books.
So Scott, if I want this angle of this arrow to be the same, and I want to move it, what do I have to do to it? Do I have to make it bigger?
Which angle of the picture you just put up there? That
Angle
30
set
after?
by what are those? P1, P2, and P3. That angle.
So
I
there's
want.
no angle for P1, P2, and P3 on your picture. They each have their own angles
Yeah,
coming out of
but
the
listen,
points.
we don't need to know the exact value, but we know they subtend an angle. The light that strikes this lens subtends some visual angle, right? What's the angular size of the moon, Scott?
Yes, it'll be an angle, and the size of that
Well,
object
let me
will
ask you this,
determine
Scott.
how many pixels it hits. Yes,
If
correct.
the moon was twice as far away and twice the size, would it look the same?
It would hit the same number of pixels. Yes.
Would it look the same? Would it have the same visual angle?
Yes.
Would you have to change your focal length to take a picture of the moon?
Absolutely.
Absolutely fucking not, dude. That's horseshit.
Absolutely. Because for each of those points on the moon, those orange lines and those green lines and
They're
those
all
blue
twice as
lines,
big, Scott. They're all twice as big.
a point isn't twice as big. A point is
A point
infinitesimal. A
doesn't
point is a
exist.
point.
A point doesn't
Sure,
exist.
this is where you
Point exists.
misunderstood. Of course,
No,
every light
zero-dimensional
originates.
objects exist, Scott.
All light originates from a single point.
Scott, no, they don't.
All
Points don't
yes, it
exist.
does.
Points are abstractions. Points are zero
No,
dimensional.
no.
Yeah. It's basic
E-
math, dude.
Every bit of light exists.
Both right now? Christ, this is frustrating as fuck, dude.
That's why I muted him. Somebody else unmuted him. But I just wanted to say, Scott, Mackie, I fucking despise math. It's a language that I don't want to learn. I know more Spanish than I know math. But me, being as insufficiently educated as fucking possible, as much as possible, I know that you can't hand me a point, Scott. Can you point out a point to me and hand it to me? Scott?
Yes.
Okay,
I
point out
can.
a point to me.
But light is just the emanations. It's the
Can you point out a point to me?
It's, for all intents and purposes, it's a point. A photon is a point.
No, a photon is a
Not
photon.
a point. It has a spatial
What's
component.
the width of a photon?
Depends on the frequency.
Really? Why?
Because it's radiation.
Okay, because it has
10 to the minus
how
20
it's
meters.
made. Like how in deep do you want me to go, Scott?
Is that true, Goose? Is a photon 10 to the minus 20 meters?
That's what the almighty Google told me.
Blue is 550
okay.
nanometers. That's typically used as like
So Larry,
I don't know how you would call it.
if these photons are 10 to the minus 20, that's a 19 zeros and a 1 wide. Is that a point? Is that good enough for you?
No.
Okay, I would call that a point.
Would a Planck length be a point for you? Because that's like the smallest.
No, it'd be a
unit of
Planck length.
you can have.
It'd be a Planck length.
Okay, that's what I meant by a point. If I needed to say 10 to the minus 20,
Right.
then I should say that.
For
Okay,
all
I'll say
intents
that.
and purposes, it functions as a point.
Well, like I said, you can't see individual points because it's not resolvable. So beyond the consideration of whether something is in focus, there's the resolvability of what it is you're imaging.
But what we
So
see
we
is
can't resolve individual points, so it's meaningless to say, oh, these are points, right? It's meaningless. We can't resolve individual emanations of 550 nanometers, right? So it's all blurred together at some level based upon the angular resolution of the telescope, the Rayleigh criteria, which affects the created image. So to tell whether something is even in focus right? In the first place, you need to consider the resolution of the telescope or fucking binoculars, whatever the hell you're using.
But focus is each of those orange lines, and each of those green lines, and each of those
It means their focal points.
purple lines. May I finish? Focus is each of those orange lines, each of those green lines, each of those purple lines that emanate from the same point, spreading out, hitting the lens, and reconverging back to a single point. That is focus.
Yeah, that's ideal.
That's the definition of focus.
Okay. That's idealized. Okay. We don't see single points. They don't actually converge to a point. None of that shit's actually real. Okay.
But it is.
That's how we conceptualize it.
Nope. That's what's happening.
Well, that's okay, Scott. Tomorrow when the light's out, I'm going to take an object and I'm going to get another object that's twice as big. I'm going to use the same zoom level and I'm going to take a picture of both of them right next to each other. Actually, don't we already have some? Hold on. We already have some at the Bolivian salt flats.
But Indio, this is your very own image, right? I didn't post this. You posted this.
Where they take a single picture and the other things are closer or further away. I think they take a toy dinosaur and all of the shit's in focus.
But Indio, you posted the diagram, right?
Yeah, that's right, dude. Back away, Scott.
But now you're saying the diagram is invalid because it's not real.
No, I was trying to illustrate a different point. No, or Scott.
But do we agree? Do we agree that focus is each of those individual orange, red, green, and blue lines coming back to a single point? That is the definition of focus, right?
Scott, tell me, how was this all in focus? How's that all in focus? How's that person like smaller than that?
I really cannot understand how he doesn't understand that this is not a focus diagram. It has nothing to do with focus.
It's all that focus is.
A focus is when all the same lines which would be going from one point to the lenses and the outside.
People do these types of pictures all the time. I got more, a lot more.
Which has nothing to do with anything we're talking about.
Oh, do they have two different focuses in the image?
Yes.
Oh, no, we have three.
No, that person is not in focus.
Oh my lord.
The person is not in focus, man. You can't see that. You blind?
You can only focus on one distance at a time. That's the reason why when we're
called depth of field, I know what it is.
Right, if you hold something up in front of your eyes and you look at it, you focus on that object, but everything behind it becomes blurry. It becomes out of focus.
It's called depth of field. I know what it is.
Right. So you can only focus on one thing at a time. So
it depends on what the depth of field is. So it's the depth of field is in a particular distance. It's a range of distance. It depends on the camera.
Yeah, and if you make the aperture small enough, you can minimize the difference in focus, but you can't eliminate it, as in this picture. That guy's not in focus.
They are in focus.
Bro,
I just posted,
he is in focus, however.
He ain't even zoomed in. This is just a crop.
Just like a device acts the same way in focus, which would blur further things away, just like your eye, which does it in milliseconds, adjusting to your whatever you're focusing on in distance, does the same thing. So even if you're looking at your screen right now and would glance on your side on the window, you would not have focus at all. It would be blurry to your side.
I agree. Window's further away.
Then it is over here.
But
did Scott just agree with something? Did Scott just make an agreement?
Well, I agree when you guys get things right.
Might want to fact check that.
But
it might be wrong if Scott agreed with it.
But focus depends only on the distance and the lens. It's a function of of the refraction of the lens and the distance from the lens.
And the size of the object.
Nope.
Okay, say whatever you want, dude. Or
Because
should you know it?
Because each of those light rays are emanated from a single point and focusing back to a single point. And you have cajillions of them all focusing.
Yes, they represent an angle, right? All those cajillion ones represent an angle, right?
No, the
same angle. You're going to have the same angle projected on the other side of the lens. So it has to have the same focus because it's the same angle.
No, the photons coming from the top of the object and the photons coming from the bottom of the object have nothing to do with each other. It does not matter the angle that those two
between the photon model and the ray model and the wave model, dude. Because then we want to get super deep into it. We can start talking about the Fresnel distance and self-interference and the edge diffraction of the lens, and you want to get into stupid shit, dude.
I just want to talk about focus and resolve this.
Well, we already demonstrated by example. You don't know what you're talking about.
Your own diagram proved you wrong,
dude. My own image proved you wrong. Well, it's not my image; it's somebody else's image. Because we're talking about image creation, not abstraction.
Well, tell you what, take that diagram and move that little arrow to the left and tell me where the focus.
Why did I post this diagram, Scott? Do you remember? What was the purpose of this diagram?
I have no idea. I assumed to prove you wrong.
No, it was to show that they're equal
that's what it succeeded at doing.
It was to show that they're equal angles on both sides of the lens. Disingenuous snake.
He's just wasting your energy so that we can't make like a better
I got
argument.
Plenty of energy. He can't, like, that dude can't deplete me. Fucking nothing he can do about that. I got fucking energy.
That's not what I was talking about, but I mean, he's just a waster.
Yeah, I know. I mean, yeah, I could. You're right. It's like, deflecting a river could go to more productive, endeavors.
Yeah, I mean, I could just listen to you talk and research why you're talking about shit, and you know a lot more than I do.
I mean, this is the shit I did before I was a flat earther. Literally nothing changed. It's just the subject matter changed. Like the application of what I already knew just changed. This is just something I've always been into, is like lens optics, freaking computer graphics, image formation, projection of image, electromagnetic radiation, all that crap. Always been into it for decades.
Just remember, Scott Mackey, Trump's wall costs less than Obama's website.
Scott left. He was not wrong, even though I guess
every time somebody like him comes on, I swear, I remember my brother saying they pay people at the Pentagon to sit there and waste flat earthers' time. And I'm like, can that be true? And then Scott Mackey comes on, I'm like, man, my brother's right.
I know, he says, you weren't here.
Yeah, I said it a long time ago. I think he's on NASA's payroll.
Well, they should fire him because they're not getting their money's worth. Paraplegic. Scott, I asked him specifically, has he ever been wrong in this chat? Or ever, actually what I asked him was, has he ever conceded to being wrong in this chat? He said he has never said anything wrong in here the entire time he's been in this chat. Since the beginning of this channel started.
Dude, I've fucked up a couple times today at least.
Obviously, never, ever, ever, ever.
Not once. Because we're flat earthers, it's automatically right.
Oh my lord. I mean, I don't know. One of them guys, you just can't. It doesn't matter. Like, you can literally probably come in here with a freaking, I don't know, not let a Dodgers degree freaking really says shit, but you can come here top of your field. He'd tell you about how you're wrong. Yeah, he could be a
We already did that
surgeon.
today.
He could be a surgeon who's taking out freaking like 1,000 freaking brain tumors or some shit, and he'd be like, "No, let me tell you how you're wrong. That's not how you take out a brain tumor."
Yeah, I read in Popular Mechanics you do it this way, so you're wrong.
What do you guys think of the bridge collapse, man? You know I'm from Baltimore, right?
What do I think about it? I have it on information and belief that there was a Ukrainian let me find it. It was the Ukrainian driving that shit.
You guys have you guys ever seen the cartoon of me?
So the ship's master was a Ukrainian.
All right. Have you guys ever seen this cartoon of me? Mountain Bear did a cartoon a while back. Like this is like 3 years old. So he did me as a black guy. So that's me, right? You see it in chat?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, that's pretty cool. I thought the cartoon might have been the one you put in your profile pic, but good to see you here, buddy.
All right, so check this out. You guys, so he did this cartoon called Carl Brown. He put me in it. So he made me black, and he put me with pink pants. It was just freaking hilarious. So, so then I had my buddy do this morning. You guys got to watch. It's freaking hilarious. At least I think it is. You guys can. I thought it was fucking funny.
Get that guy an AK-47, and he'd be the Pink Panther.
Yo, that's funny as hell. Dude, that reminded me of Joe from Family Guy. That's funny.
Well, outside looking in for you guys, and I'm not trying to take away from what Bereplezic's saying here, because as he knows and you guys know, I love the guy. I think personally for me, outside looking in Australia, and the time it came out, I was in high school. One of the best things to ever come out of America is South Park. That's just my opinion, but yeah.
Man, if you were to say some of those things right now, that's just quoting South Park. There's places like Scotland and Florida where you could be arrested.
Yeah, Victoria and Australia, great example as well. Victoria is the California of Australia. So,
well, like what specifically?
Well, not really going to get into it, but if you've ever burnt coffee, right, you know, it kind of lets off a little bit of gas, and I guess you could make juice out of that if you were to say something like that, scramble those words up in a sentence. In Scotland or other places, like, you can go to jail.
Coffee juice? Burnt coffee juice? I don't know what the hell. Oh,
gas.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah. I'm not trying to say that.
Juice.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Holy crap! Yeah, I guess. Oh no, you're right. Okay, yeah. My brother goes on and on about the fly. You know about the guys in the Flyers in Florida?
No.
You know the guys that love posting flyers everywhere in Florida.
I don't know. I have no idea.
I got in a bunch of trouble.
Just going back earlier, if it's all right, because you guys were all here. Larry, you were here. Bereplecic, you're here. Indio, you're here. Everyone was here. What I find interesting is when these guys always say, you know, you can never admit when you're wrong, or you can never admit when someone else is right. And the reason that I'm saying this is that this is classic transference in psychological parlance. Projection's a bit different, but transference is basically accusing the other of doing what you're doing, and that's what they do. Like every single one of us here, we were Globers. Nearly every single one of us, we were Globers. We were raised Glober. We had to change our minds and had to change our minds fucking hardcore. And yeah, but these guys they're sticking in, they're dug in, they're entrenched, and But yeah, we're the narrow-minded ones. We're the ones that can't change our mind, and that's one dynamic I've found very interesting in the the nearly 4 months I've been on here. Anyway, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, he's one of them guys that'll never. He'll, he just can't. He's not. I don't know. Maybe if he freaking had some kind of serious life altering shit, like where he broke his neck and became quadriplegic, then he might start to get some humility or some kind of not be such a dick.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I like to post a video that has to basically is generalized not only to our topic in Flat Earth in general, but to everything that has to do with conspiracy and such. So it's up.
Hey, Rip, good to see you here, buddy. We haven't talked in a while. How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine. How are you?
Yeah, Survivor, mate. It's great to see everybody here, as always. And thanks for having me, as always. And I learn, as always. I just wanted to add that one in about transference because a lot of people don't actually realize that term. So, yeah, that's what they're doing, man.
Yeah, same. It's a pleasure.
Always a pleasure seeing Skinny Vet. Always.
Always a pleasure seeing me. I think you hold me in too high a regard, my friend. But good to see you too, Chester. Is it? Sorry, I can't remember.
Yes, sir. The one and only. Sorry, I'm in a game right now. I have to keep unmuting.
By the way, do we have actually a bot that can play for everyone?
Yeah, the Yuri Bezmenov one, man, dude. I always tell people about Yuri Bezmenov, dude. I don't know if we do. Someone else might, but yeah, Yuri Bezmenov, man. I always tell people, go back and look at this guy's lectures from the early '80s. Yeah, go back and look, and no one ever does.
I do, bro. I've seen them. Many as I could find.
What did he say? Some people are short, bald, and smart. Fucking something like that. Some people are small, musty, and handsome, and some people are short, bald, and very smart. Something like that. Yeah, no, it's brilliant. Well, he's got 5 hours of footage with his lectures, and all of it's brilliant.
Right. Yep, sounds about right. And boy, was he spot on. Man, 40 years later, looking at what's going on right now.
Yeah, even look by the end of that decade, he warned. Didn't I can't remember. I'd have to look into it. I think he ended up getting taken out, but I'll have to actually research that. I'm not entirely sure. I could be mixing him up with another.
Videos of him when he was elderly that I could find, and it seems like he wasn't the type of guy to shut up when he was told to. Seems like way. I don't know for sure.
Oh, I reckon if he was here right now, I reckon he'd probably be on this server. To be honest.
The name, I don't even know what was he? What did he do? He was just a guy that lectured about world politics and shit or something.
I got someone just as good as Yuri Bezmenov. Oh, go ahead, bro.
Sorry, Larry, I wasn't trying to cut you off. Just to answer your paraplegic, I was just going to say the only reason that I'm answering is because I got deep into this guy years and years ago. So Yuri Bezmenov was a KGB defector. He was raised in a military family in Russia. He was trained by the KGB. He was a KGB officer. He was posted to India. He was fluent in about 4 different languages, but primarily his job was to go into India and turn them to communism. That was his job. Yeah, he was a Russian, and so
I think I have watched something on him before. I just didn't recognize.
yeah, so that was his job, and then so he ended up defecting. He posed as a hippie, because there was a lot of American hippies going to India saying, you know, how fucking great the country is and all that kind of shit. So he grew his hair long, dressed like them, started smoking weed with them and all that kind of shit. Managed to get out of there. He defected. They put him in Canada, gave him a new name, and then later on he was doing.
How did they get him? He had to talk to somebody over there to
He blended in.
Talk him into. Well, but he couldn't get back to the United States.
Bro. He was a trained.
Well, that's true. I guess you'd have to get an ID. Well, I guess back then it wasn't as hard to fly from country to country.
All right, let me read this real fast. Let me just be super quick. All right.
No, it was.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Larry. Go ahead.
Sorry, man. I just wanted to read this real fast. This is Alexander Solzhenitsyn. You must understand the leading Bolsheviks who took over Russia were not Russian. They hated Russians. They hated Christians. Driven by ethnic hatred, they tortured and slaughtered millions of Russians without a shred of human remorse. It cannot be overstated. Bolshevism committed the greatest human slaughter of all time. The fact that most of the world is ignorant and uncaring about this enormous crime is proof that the global media is in the hands of their perpetrators.
That's about the same thing with
if you watch Star Wars 3, for example, where the Queen was basically put to death, before the Bolshevik arrival, the Queen of who was it? Oh my gosh! Oh no! I hope I'm not mixing things up.
You're talking about the Romanovs, yeah?
Yeah. No, not the Romanovs. What part of it? But she was not the queen at that time. She basically dressed and looked like that, almost identically like they portrayed it in Star Wars 3, for example. But it's a different alignment in terms of how she died. You know?
What does 3 mean? 3 to me means
no, how she looks like.
I'm old.
I'm talking about Padma, how she dressed and was portrayed.
I'm talking about Queen Amidala or Padme.
What does Star Wars 3 mean to you? Are you older? Because some people call Star Wars 3 Return of the Jedi, and then like new kids call like Star Wars 3.
I think he means episode 3. I think he means episode 3. Is what I think he means.
Like the first Star Wars was Star Wars with Luke freaking Skywalker.
Yeah. I mean, episode 0, the newest one. I think it's 2012 or something.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, gotcha.
Anyway, getting back on point though, quickly with this guy, right, and backing up what Larry said, like, one of the greatest democides ever on Earth. I think only Mao Zedong killed more people than Stalin of his own people. But anyway, Yuri Bezmenov, he defected to Canada. He defected to Canada. I can't remember what embassy he went to, but if he went to an embassy in India, he would have been caught and executed very, very quickly. So he got out of India. He defected to another embassy. I think it might have been the American or Canadian embassy. They moved him to Canada, gave him a new name. He became a taxi driver, and then he saw all of the infiltration from the Soviet bloc in the West. So he started speaking out about it, and he did a heap of lectures. You can still find them on YouTube, and they're brilliant. And they have outlined the last 40 years.
Did they try to take him out when he was doing that?
I dare say, but the biggest thing he pointed out, though, was that this James Bond shit is bullshit. What you see in the movies, and I could go all day about any of that, but it's not the right server for it. But what I'm going to say is, he said, look, the KGB and CIA both, 80%, 85% of their budget is subverting other countries. It's not like, creating hitmen to go and blow up bridges and take out other dignitaries. It's 85% of it is fucking subverting other countries and turning them against
Not
themselves.
them protecting frickin' U.S. citizens. Pretty bad.
Yeah.
Really what it should
Yeah, I
be.
recommend it. I recommend it, Paraplegic brother. I recommend it, but jump online, jump on YouTube, look up Yuri Bezmenov, and there's about 5 hours, 6 hours. I've been through it myself. Shit, 6, 7, 8 times at least.
Some coffee.
Sorry.
So listen to it while I rush some coffee tomorrow.
No, he's brilliant, mate. You'll love it. You'll love it. I guarantee you. I think you'll love it.
It's something you should watch probably once, twice a year, just to refresh.
Yeah, why is it always guys from freaking other places that can see it here? But
you live through it.
I mean, most of us can see, like how silly a lot of stuff is. But I'll tell you what's crazy is that I don't know. I'm like, what the hell are we doing worrying about this crap? Because I don't know how you go up against any of it. That's what kind of pisses me off. You could find out all this stuff.
Do what you do. Dude, do what you do. Do what you do, and do what a few people here have done, and what we're all working towards is, get as self-sufficient as you possibly can, get as far off grid as you possibly can. All right, find a good girl, put a ring on it, have a family, stay together, raise them with traditional values, keep them the fuck out of the system, keep them away from the internet, keep them out of school, homeschool, all that kind of stuff. Wait for this ship to crash because it's so close to crashing, it's not funny. And then guess who's going to rebuild? We're going to be alive. These idiots are going to be fucking dead. These certified idiots. And then, it's Fall of Rome 2.0.
Yeah, however, we are, I guess we are basically in a line where we cannot avoid this anymore. I mean, practically speaking, if have not a prophecy speaking in the Bible, taking the mark of the beast, so basically we are seeing that digitalization and working towards a cashless society, we are basically steering towards a mark of the beast. However, years it's taking unless everyone is forced to, and the Antichrist, is basically revealing himself. Unless this happens and it's obvious to everyone, there's no going back. Otherwise, I would agree with you. Of course, yeah, this would make really sense to put people out of the schools, educate people, your own family, yourself. Right? It's a go and no go, basically. You have to be aware.
Look, this is nothing new, honestly. Look, people talk about end times, all that kind of shit. It just came up today about the Red Bull and that and everything like that. But we got to stay away from that, obviously. Look,
what's this Red Bull?
These parasites overwhelm the house. So they're trying to artificially bring about the end time. Is what it is. Okay.
I mean, not artificially. I mean, they are basically working because of their religion and what they are guided by the evil spirits and such. They're working in tandem. And this brings forth. I mean, who is basically steering the whole shebang? It's God. He wants, of course, it's him steering everything, because otherwise he would be a liar if not his prophecy come to fruition, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Sometimes it makes me wonder if they like the people in charge love to kind of make things a freaking mess.
They're serving the other side, number one, and number two. Human hubris always ends up in destruction and collapse, and that's where we are. It's that simple.
There's a video there's a video floating around of like one of the head rabbis in Israel telling Benjamin Netanyahu back in the 90s. It's hard to find, but it's there. Telling him to bring the Messiah into like they're trying to do it. Like
Yeah. I mean, they're talking already now about who this person actually is, but he hasn't shown himself yet.
But they do that. They trying to do the bringing the three religions together. I know you've seen that the new temple, where they're going to bring the Muslim, Christian, and Jewish religion, like trying to get all those guys.
Yeah, this is why the excavations are taking place right now under the temple. In order to basically secretly collapse the temple, in order that they can rebuild the third temple again.
And by the way, just quickly, all of this is 100% connected to the heliocentric model, because guess who was fucking the Jesuits were controlling this fucking shit, and who are the fucking Jesuits? Look into who the Jesuits are, and it all makes sense.
It's a mess. It's a freaking mess. I mean, Kat and my girlfriend and I, we took the kids out and we raised them in the country, and they're all grown up. And we homeschooled them, and I wish we had money to freaking move to an area with I don't know, like good water, good everything. We thought we had that in Washington until they took us. They wanted to put everybody on public water. So Kat moved to Arizona, so now I fly out to see her in Arizona, man. But
well, I mean, look at this paraplegic, brother. Look at this paraplegic. Look, at the end of the day, and this is for you and this is for everyone else here, right? If it is fucking end times and it's fucked, then there's nothing we can do about it. However, we are in control of what we do. What we can do, teach our kids, not the heliocentric fucking bullshit. We teach them the fucking truth. Now, my daughter's learning both, so she can fucking decide in the end. My wife is a glober. She's teaching her that. I'm teaching her flat earth so she can decide for herself. She got both sides, so she will be flat earth. Don't get me fucking wrong. She will definitely be fucking with us.
Yes, and don't tell anyone that you are a fucking child abuser or something, which had we last week, remember?
Yeah. I know. But the thing is, we're in control of what we're in control of, guys, and everything else that is out of our control is not what we're worrying about.
So why can't the heliocentric model be true?
Because you don't understand.
Because of the Jesuit priests?
Because you don't understand.
Nothing to do with the Jesuit priests. It can't. Dude, water doesn't stick to balls. It doesn't. It can't. It never has. It never will. In any example, experiment, the only time you see it, it'll be in a thought experiment. That's it. You'll never see it happen. Ever.
So,
anywhere.
Are you aware of the black swan fallacy? Are you aware of the black swan fallacy?
Totally.
What is that?
Okay, right. Just so you guys know how this guy works. Dogs and gods. Give me a sec. Just so you guys know how this guy works. This is what he's doing. Okay, he's trying to turn the QE shit back on everybody else. So just so you guys know. To answer your question, dog, just really quickly. Why is the heliocentric model wrong? Why is the heliocentric model wrong? Because it is very provably fucking wrong. There's no curvature. There's no spin. There's no gas without containment. Everything that we observe, everything that we do is based off of flat. Whether you're military like me, ex-military like me, whether you're a pilot, doesn't matter what you do. Whether you're a builder, you're an engineer. It is all based off of flat. Every single part of it. That's why it's wrong.
And also why it's
how is that not just
wrong?
the question?
Because you cannot.
The Earth is flat because it's flat.
Because you cannot apply the same force in terms of contradicting the rotary movement of the Earth, which would be 1,000 miles an hour. If you would do so, you would introduce to yourself over 70 G in a second in order to bypass.
That's acceleration.
They also say it wobbles.
In order to bypass this very acceleration that would be affected by the movement of the Earth. You cannot do that. You will die in an instant.
How do you measure G?
Spins
How do you measure
wobble
G-force?
flies through the freaking solar system at 66,000 miles an hour. Prove that. Give us one
So how do you
freaking
measure G-force?
proof.
You tell me.
So how do you measure G-force?
How do you measure it?
Right. It's an apparent accelerated force. So if you're accelerating, you experience more G. That's why fighter pilots will accelerate to feel G. If you're cruising at altitude, you don't feel that acceleration. You have to accelerate in order to feel G. So when you say 1,000 miles per hour by rotational velocity will somehow give you a readout of 7 or a feeling of 70 G, that just shows that you don't quite understand how G is calculated.
I mean, well, I do. Because I said not 7G, I said 17G.
You don't think you feel
Yeah, it's
when
embarrassing.
you're moving? You don't think you feel when you're moving? I ride around in my vehicle.
I don't know. This guy doesn't understand how G-force works.
I know when I'm going 5 miles an hour in my van as opposed to 15 miles an hour. What the hell you think you wouldn't
Close
feel?
your eyes. Someone else drive. They go 5 miles. They go 15 miles. And then you tell them when they're going 5 or 15. Have them alternate like 10 times, and you get it correct every time. And then you can talk to me.
The thing is, you know
This
when
guy
you're
doesn't understand
moving.
how
You know when
G-force
you're moving. Okay, G-forces, whatever. What's that got to do with the Earth doing 1,000 miles an hour at the equator?
You said we'd be able to feel it as 17 G of G-force, which is incorrect. It shows that you don't understand how constant velocity works. It shows you only understand, or you misunderstand acceleration versus velocity.
Do you think the atmosphere spins with the freaking Earth? Do you think it spins? It's stuck with the Earth?
A little bit, yeah. It's due to friction. So because air molecules are matter, they have friction when they rub against the Earth as the Earth spins. And they probably, when they were generated, had the momentum that the Earth carried imparted on them as they were released out of the Earth cooled.
How then is low and high pressure even possible?
How fast is the Atmo going? How fast is the Atmo going?
Gentlemen, I'm sorry, just quickly. Okay, there's no mods here, so I'm going. Can we not have FE talk over each other? So we got Baraplegic, all right.
Okay,
right, mate, we got you.
Let's go.
Stop talking over each other.
Great. So when I asked when I asked what prevented the heliocentric model from being correct, I was given the answer of there are all these things we presuppose would make it incorrect, therefore it's incorrect. So you're basically saying it's incorrect because we think it's incorrect. So I'd like either something, or you can ask me questions about the model, and I'm happy to answer your questions rather than try to make the burden your burden.
Did Einstein say that you can move faster than the speed of light?
So he did say that, but there is some nuance to that.
There's nuance, huh? Did he say it, yes or no?
Of course.
Right, so if
yes,
something
he
moves
did, but there's
faster than the
nuance
speed
to
of
that,
light,
Barry.
then that would disprove his theory, right?
What moves faster than the speed of light?
You don't know? Superpositioning?
Uh-huh. So that's not something moving, that's information. So that would be two things have information move, but there's no physical object that moves faster than the speed of light. That means Einstein isn't incorrect, and his quote is still held to be true. Like, do you not understand the difference between information and the difference between like an object or matter?
No, you don't understand.
Information is non-material.
It
can be, yes.
No, it cannot be.
No. Information in the form of what? Information in the form of what?
So what happens with superpositioning is that you'll have particles that are locked in the same phase, and if you change one observation, then the
particles, you say. Particles, you say. Particles, you say. Oh, that's
someone's
interesting.
excited. You excited, T-Dubs?
Oh, right. Okay. So we can just ignore what you said about the information. You know, not is the thing traveling faster than light, because it has to be transferred somehow, right? The information has to be relayed somehow.
Yeah, that's true, but it's not through the motion of particles.
Right.
Einstein said nothing.
It's not through the motion of particles.
Hold up, T-Jobs. Hold up, T-Jobs. He said nothing, a thing is a particle, can move faster than the speed of light, so no particle can move faster than the speed of light. That's what he was saying.
Right. And the information is transferred how?
I'm not entirely sure. I don't know if physicists are sure. It seems to be a quantum mechanism. Probably there's some changing.
Here we go. Therefore, your answer falls apart.
He doesn't want to fucking say it, does he? He doesn't want to say it. He doesn't want to say it.
That doesn't mean it's a particle just because we don't know what it is. Right?
Super fast fiber optic cable.
Like, you understand that it doesn't have to be a particle if we don't know what it is. Right?
So what is quantum entanglement? Can you tell me about that?
Let's go.
Well, it's quantum entanglement where two particles are locked and any change to one particle will cause change in another particle no matter the distance.
Right, so that's spooky action.
Or is quantum entanglement about the spin? Yes, that's correct, Larry, but I've already explained to you if it doesn't involve a particle and you can't show me a particle, it doesn't violate what Einstein said.
Well, that's not what the experts are saying.
Oh, yeah, show me one then. Go ahead.
Sure, give me just a second. Pulling it up right now.
That's just piece of crap like Einstein. You know what? Einstein left his freaking wife for his cousin and then left his cousin for his other cousin. Why would you trust somebody like that?
Oh, those inbreds.
Who cares? Donald Trump paid a prostitute, a porn star to blow him out of campaign funds. Who gives a shit? People can be bad.
Nobody likes Trump. Nobody likes Trump.
It's called.
He's a Bible I don't think fucking a prostitute is the same as fucking your own family.
They're wrong with that.
Last time I checked, that's a false equivalency where I come from.
Rudy Giuliani fucked his cousin like that. Rudy Giuliani
people like that. Right, and he let 9/11 happen too. So that's a perfect example. There you go.
Who cares? People can still be right, even if they did something that you consider morally.
You can't trust them to be honest about anything.
How did Rudy Giuliani let 9/11 happen? Can you explain that to me? How did Rudy Giuliani allow 9/11 to happen? Yeah, I don't see any problem with that. It's not gospel either. He said a lot of things that his predictions proved to be correct in a lot of cases. So I take the predictions as
come on, he didn't
validating his
first combs around. And their combs around. He didn't know how to use a comb. He didn't know how to stay faithful to his wife. He was a piece of shit. You can't trust him.
Yeah, great. Don't talk about the subject. Just talk about how Einstein, you don't like him and he's a bad guy.
Well, I'm posting something right now.
I bet that'll prove your theory right, mate.
Hey, Dogs, do you go to Charles Manson for advice too?
Do you think Einstein was wrong about something? What prediction was he wrong about?
If I could just go over this real fast. Yeah, I'm going over it right now. So this Morgan Mitchell, a professor of quantum optics at the Institute of Photonic Sciences in Barcelona, Spain, this is what he said, quote, "We've shown Einstein's worldview of local realism in which things have properties whether or not you observe them, and no influence travels faster than the speed of light cannot be true. At least one of those things must be false," end quote. So Einstein's wrong.
Oh, great. So this guy didn't disagree with Einstein as well.
It says must be false. Are you hard of hearing?
That's his opinion. That's his opinion, Larry. But where does it say?
Based on experiment.
Einstein said that information can't travel in. Excuse me, Larry. Where did it say that information can't travel instantaneously in Einstein's model?
Well, there's this thing called light, the speed of light being a constant. You heard of that?
Yeah, that's a particle. It's a photon. The motion of a photon is the fastest thing in all reference frames.
Right. So
but that's not information. That's a type of information because it conveys energy. But information, where did Einstein say that information can't travel instantaneously?
well, it says this.
Don't worry, Larry, I know you can't
of
provide this.
two-minded bending scenarios. Either our observations would actually change it, or particles are communicating with each other in some manner that we can't see or influence.
Right, so he agrees with Einstein. Einstein said that no particle or no thing can travel faster than the speed of light, but that doesn't mean that there can't be an unknown way of information traveling that is faster than the speed of light, does it, Larry?
Well, apparently,
and please address me instead of just keeping.
Yeah, I'm addressing you right now. But time after time, tests have shown.
Find something.
But time after time, tests have shown that entangled particles do demonstrate correlated states that exceed threshold. That the world is indeed spooky, and Einstein was wrong. So tell me again how this guy agrees with Einstein. I'll go ahead and post it.
He may not agree with Einstein, but that quote of Einstein saying nothing can travel faster than the speed of light doesn't mean no information can travel faster than the speed of light. So what you've done here is you've taken Einstein's theories and you've gone Einstein's theory saying no physical thing can travel faster than the speed of light. Einstein didn't know that there was this quantum level of physics. That wasn't his field. He was talking about meat space realism. And in that, he accurately described the world. This guy is describing a set of physics Einstein didn't know about that doesn't violate Einstein's theories. Unless you can find an Einstein quote that says you can't have information travel faster than the speed of light. But you can't do that, Larry, can you?
Well, either there's a speed limit or there's not. So this says each of the laboratories perform different experiments using
particles,
different
but not for information.
Gus, what's the matter with you? Can you not control yourself? Are you that impulsive?
You just said something dumb that ignored the thing that I'd said 4 times. That's what's wrong with me.
Well, you're just talking. I'm quoting the experts. That's the difference. Each of the laboratories performing different experiments using different particles, single atoms, groups of atoms, photons, superconductor devices, and the results showed strong disagreement with local realism. That's what Einstein believed in, by the way, just in case you didn't know. In a variety of tests, according to the study which was published on May the 9th in the Journal of Nature.
May have been incorrect because it didn't have this extra dimension to the universe, which is the quantum fields and quantum particles and quantum information. Nowhere, Larry, and I want you to just back and forth with me here instead of trying to find the next quote. Nowhere did Einstein say that it is impossible for information to travel faster than the speed of light. He just said particles couldn't because he believed that all there was in the universe was particles.
I guess you didn't hear me because I just said that the different experiments using single atoms, groups of atoms, photons, and superconductive devices, all the results showed a strong disagreement with local realism. So are you going to repeat the same thing after I read that to you?
Of course, because they show that there's quantum entanglement and superpositioning and all these spooky actions at a distance. There's a way for information to travel instantaneously. That doesn't disagree with local realism. It just says local realism isn't all there is. I mean, this is a problem. You guys don't understand what you're talking about. You just
Can you cite your source? Well, you're not quoting anybody.
Yeah, me, because I understand what I'm talking about.
Out of your arse.
Because I understand
you're the source. You're the expert.
No, it's me because I understand logic.
Where does your authority derive from, sir?
Who made him the arbiter?
Yeah, it's called logic. So my logical argument
logic
is
says that you are not the arbiter of truth.
Excuse me, Larry. Logic says that there's this local realism So there's this idea that reality is only particles and energy transfer between particles, which is really just motion particles. That is what Einstein believed in. Now, logically, that doesn't mean that there can't be something else on top of it. And if there is something else on top of it, that doesn't have to violate the
Dude, you're lagging.
that we see in local realism. So Einstein could have been wrong about the idea that there was only matter out there in the universe, that there's this extra dimension, which is quantum
dimensions. Is it just me, or does he keep cutting in and out?
But that doesn't mean that he was wrong in all of his suppositions about what spin actually does. See, that's logic, mate. Premises, right?
So can you cite your source? Because you're saying that you are the source stating that Einstein's general and special relativity works at the quantum level. Do you have anybody else that agrees with you, or are you just like an army of one?
I'm someone with a logical argument you can't defeat. So your evidence is Einstein said no thing can move faster than the speed of light. My argument is that information isn't necessarily a thing. It isn't particles. It's information. It's a different classification of thing that Einstein didn't know existed, and that Einstein can be right about everything, and there can also be this other dimension to the universe that he didn't know about.
You're literally just making shit up.
Yeah, T-Dubs, I know you're upsetty spaghetti that I understand all this shit and you don't.
Verbal diarrhea, mental
You understand your own fucking imagination, dude. That's what you understand. Your own
What did I say that was incoherent?
Then cite your fucking sources.
My source is reading all of this and understanding all of this. I don't quote mine like you guys because that doesn't make you better at something.
That explains and summarizes what you just said.
I've read multiple articles on relativity. I've read multiple arguments on quantum field
what?
theory.
Doesn't mean you're interpreting it correctly?
Yeah, well then show me how I'm fucking wrong, mate.
That's a burden.
I already did once, but I'm not really obligated to just refute your fucking imagination. Your basic
otherwise all you have is
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
Yeah, that's all you have. I've given you a logical argument. If my argument's wrong, prove it wrong.
So far, if you had source material that you could cite, then maybe
what do you want source material on?
But it's
what do you want source material on specifically?
Imagination.
What specifically do you want me to show? Source material.
You just asserting that because you've read stuff, that information is suddenly can be transferred, not necessarily through physical particles and blah 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 blah. Like fuck, man, just give
Shannon
us
information theory
that indicates that from what you say, you've determined this from shit sources that you've read, right? Literature.
Shannon information theory.
Show us it so that we can determine a similar interpretation or realization of what the material is saying. Is it?
Shannon information theory.
Post it.
Why? I don't have a set article that I reference. I read about the theory, I understand the theory, and then I interpret that theory with all the other things that I understand. Unlike you guys, I'm not here quote mining shit to try to make these false conclusions based on the opinions of people. I actually understand that information isn't a physical thing. It is a change in properties. It's a change in states. So you can have a particle that can instantaneously
what? That's the thing being transferred.
Instantaneous change is an instantaneous change in information. That doesn't mean that anything physically moved.
It's a transfer. Something gave and something received.
So, do you know anything about the Casimir effect? The idea that particles will instantaneously.
You're just saying it happens magically, right?
Are you aware of the Casimir effect?
Magically, right?
Are you aware?
You've got nothing in anything
it's not magic.
To source or cite
it's not magic.
In reality for this to have a basis on.
Theory,
apart from the fact
Shannon information theory.
apart from the fact that information was transferred, was received by something. All
Shannon,
you have to base this assertion
theory.
on. That's it. That's all I'm getting out of it, because you can't cite or provide any source material from which you gained this knowledge.
There's your Casimir effect, right there. However, these effects are not
I understand.
observed.
Do you understand? Can you explain the Casimir effect to me, Larry?
Is an incredible.
Can you explain the Casimir effect to me?
Yeah, it's two plates sitting next to each other in a vacuum with a high electrical field charge, and it makes particles allegedly pop in and out of existence. And the Schwinger effect recently. Hold on, bro. Hold on. I'm talking.
Why? What do you say that's interesting now?
Yeah, the Schwinger effect was recently proven correct in 2022, where they got more energy out of the machine than they put in using a superlattice made of graphene, 1 atom thick. They got more electrons out than they put in. So that's the recent update on the Casimir effect. They've proven the Schwinger effect.
Larry, do you put... So that would be an instantaneous effect, isn't it? That particle?
No.
Well, which
it's an instantaneous change to a state, which is, it can't be in time, and that means it happens faster than any particle can move. Now, next, and here's another great problem for you guys. So an observer I can have a brain state change as an observer. That requires particles to move, but the information moving from one thing to me doesn't necessarily have to be a timed piece of information. It can be instantaneous. Can't it?
No.
So when an observer views a particle and changes the state of that particle, that's not an instantaneous change. Where's the transfer of energy or particles?
Well, just a very quick one, Dogs of God. Sorry, just a very quick one. One, Larry's a really, really nice guy, but he's also a mod. Stop talking over the mods, number one. And number two, you're not the one that asked questions here. We are. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, I know, but you guys so far asked me a question, I answered the question, and then you just nutted your way through it. Like, why does information have to be contained in particles? Why can't it be something other than particles? And if it is something other than particles, how does that invalidate Einstein's theories revolving around the motion of particles?
Because information is correlation with the mass that is provided by the amount of particles it provides.
So because information cannot
have more. You cannot have more information.
It must necessarily.
Stop talking over the fucking mods, dude. They're trying to answer you. I wasn't done
with my sentence, skinny vet.
Yeah, you guys got to relax a bit.
Right. Because information correlates with particles, it has to be due to particles. Is that your argument?
To who are you talking
You are
about?
claiming to have an understanding of this, right? Not something that you're presenting as a possibility. Stop fucking acting like that's what you presented it as. You came across like this is an understanding because you've read all this literature and you understand this shit and we don't.
Oh, narrative time.
He's so.
Do you want to know what actually happened, T-Dubs? What happened is Larry said. Okay.
Hold on a second. Yeah. He's so dumb, he brought up the Casimir effect, which is the basis of the vacuum catastrophe. That's why I posted that Harvard link. And when he brought up the Casimir effect, I know he didn't know about the Schwinger effect, because he would have brought that up, because that's the biggest breakthrough in the past probably 100 years, in my opinion. If there's a simple tabletop device that we can make relatively easily and get more energy out than we're putting in, and they thought that they discovered a superconductor because they were getting such high energy that it would have burnt up any other material. Like it just would have fried anything except for this graphene. So the fact that he's not even willing to talk about this huge scientific breakthrough shows me that he's not interested in anything new. He's only interested in his narrative, which he has nothing to cite. He's just got verbal diarrhea.
Yeah, he's the arbiter. Don't forget it.
Larry, when did I say I wasn't willing to talk about the Casimir effect?
I said the Schwinger effect.
When did I say that I wasn't willing to talk about it?
Dude, all you're talking about is like what your narrative is. Like,
when did I say I wasn't willing to talk about it, Larry?
Okay, well tell
when
me
did I say I wasn't willing to talk
tell
about
me
it?
about the Schwinger effect.
Can you apologize for that, please, for lying about me? Come on, big boy. Apologize like a big boy. Say you were lying, but I am willing to talk about it.
You get muted everywhere.
About it. You're willing to talk about talking about it.
Yeah.
So, just for the record, there is another interpretation of the Casimir.
Larry, so would you like to apologize for saying that I'm not willing to talk about it?
Oh, he's muted. So, Duncan Darth, dude, your fucking microphone. Mute up.
I bet.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, whoever's about to ask me a question, I'm not going to answer until Larry says that it's wrong, that I am actually willing to.
Okay.
Everybody's talking about the meta conversation.
About the thing you claim to be willing to talk about.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Okay, don't unmute him, so I want to say something real quick. Okay, I posted a link to superluminal tunneling. Okay. Roll up. Done by Gunter Nips in 1992. It's been replicated many times. Okay, so the time inside of a barrier is 0. That means it traverses the barrier in 0 time, and instantaneously the influence of the photon is felt on the other barrier. Okay, fine. Yeah, superluminal tunneling. Bam. Casimir effect is another interpretation of that. That interpretation is there are more wavelengths outside of the plates than there are inside of the plates, so it creates an asymmetry which pushes the plates together. One interpretation, that's the interpretation that I first heard when I ever heard about it, something like fucking 30 years ago. There's also something called a repulsive Casimir effect, where the exact opposite shit happens. It was done by Frederick Capizzo, who's a material scientist at Harvard University.
Well, lo and behold, it works like the same as frequency and vibration. Ho, ho, ho. So there you have it.
So what was the point of all this anyway?
Yeah.
I wasn't listening at that time. I was doing something.
He just came in and did the typical fucking trolling thing that he always does, and yeah, he's just doing what a lot of them do. They come in here, oh yeah, I know this, you don't.
Well, what I heard, you guys start talking to some newbie, and then this dude jumps in, cock block as usual. Whatever happened?
Yeah, something like that.
Fallen friends.
Yeah, I think. Is he still around?
Yeah, he's still here.
Fallen friends, would you like the mic up?
Yeah, go ahead.
So I can't remember what he asked or what he said. Oh, he asked about, do we think the Earth is flat because of the Jesuits?
Oh no, that was dogs.
No.
Yeah, that was dogs.
Okay.
So I think Dogs Are Gods is a guy known as MMA Artist, or Monsanto was his avatar, and he said that he wanted to go work.
Monsanto was his avatar? What the fuck?
Yeah, this dude right here. Yeah, this dude in 2016 used to argue for the official 9/11 story, and he used to say that he wanted to come to the U.S. and work in a think tank, and he thought that Monsanto was the greatest thing since sliced bread.
Holy.
Pretty sure that's him.
There are people in like third world countries that think that Monsanto is great because they figured a way to get 300 bushels of corn per acre or something ridiculous, which makes no sense anyway because it's all just garbage. Only thing it's good for is sending it to China for frickin' hog feed. Ugh.
Pretty sure Mexico banned all their little chemicals until they can prove that they're safe to human beings, and that's like going on like 2 decades now or something.
So
I'm pretty sure it's the same guy. I'm not 100% certain because who knows such things, but pretty sure it's the same guy.
So that last guy, that he actually just like you're asked like he was like, why do you guys think the heliocentric model's wrong? And then he just like G-forces. Like what the frick? Like how is that gonna prove frickin' curvature or anything? Earth movement or anything? Nonsense.
Anybody else remember cartoon G-Force?
I remember was there a game? You got me curious. No, there wasn't a game called Was it a cartoon? I gotta look it up.
But anyway, sorry, Larry. It might have been you telling me to back off a bit. Sorry, man. I really get the shits when they talk over mods and talk over senior people. That gives me the shits, man. I fucking hate it. It's just the utmost disrespect, and I fucking hate it.
Yeah, I know. You told me before, but you didn't do anything wrong, bro.
Yeah, I posted a couple images in the chat. Yeah, it was a cartoon. I actually didn't like it that much. My brother loved it, but it's better than other cartoons, I guess.
I don't remember that one.
Yeah, I'm kind of dating myself.
Yeah, this looks like it's in the era of Nausicaa and the Valley of the Wind. This looks like maybe mid-70s.
Like early, I mean, it might have been in the maybe the late 70s it was on TV, but it was definitely on TV in the 80s. And this was like like before anime was big, right? This is the type of crap we got.
Yeah, it looks like Speed Racer, dude. Almost a little bit.
Yeah, it was it was the same type of animation as Speed Racer. It came out like Speed Racer became popular, and then this was kind of like a version of that, right? Because they imitate shit that's popular. But you can't just do another Speed Racer. You have to make the theme different. They made their little space G-Force theme.
Yeah, that whole where things like stuff didn't really move. It would just like show a car, like speed freaking lines behind it, and then it'd be like
exactly
engine noises.
And then make it.
The only thing that would move is like the tree, the little blades that came out in front of the freaking Mark V that cut trees down. About the only thing that moved.
Yeah,
Or the wings that came out.
This came out in '72. It was neutered in the late '70s to be able to be released to a wider audience in America. They took out a lot of violent scenes and curse words, I guess, so they could play it on TV.
A couple of people were talking about it. I think it was Scott and Indio. We're talking about like what focus is, and I was like curious to know what do they mean by this, like focus of a lens or like focus in general. Or...
Well, I'm glad Scott's not. No, Scott was saying, I don't even really know what he's implying, because I specifically asked him, like, do you think they tell the distance to objects from their focal length? Because I asked him, how can we tell how far away things are? And he said, focal length. But then I asked him, so you're saying the distance to objects are determined with focal length? And then he was like, no. So if he was here, I would tell him, I would ask him, why does the Hubble have a fixed focal length, and then how can it image Mars and Jupiter? There's a different distance, and the distance is what determines whether something's in focus or not. And then I showed him examples of objects at further, closer distances, and they're both being in focus. So, whatever.
Yeah, I posted something with the sun, which is basically
so there's something called the thin lens equation, right? So that's a basic equation to teach the concept of focal length and focal points. but we don't actually use idealized thin lenses in reality. We use thick lenses or mirrors. So all that crap goes out the window.
I see.
The thing is, like, think about it like this. Now, say I have two moons, right? They're both the same size. I keep one moon in the same place, same size. The other moon, I'm going to move away, and proportionally to the distance it is, I'm going to blow it up. I'm going to scale it up in every aspect. So it appears that it's the exact same size as its original size because I'm making it bigger as it gets further away.
Yeah.
Inflating it like a balloon. Do I have to refocus the lens to see that moon?
No, why? If you see it already.
That's what Scott was saying, that I have to refocus the lens to fucking see the moon if it's further away. That it has a different focal length, so I have to change the focus.
I mean, if it, I suppose that if you're not increasing the object size while you're pushing it away, probably you would have to focus.
Yes, I agree with you. If it's going further away, it's the same size. Yes, you have to change the focal length. You have to change the focus to keep it like the same size in the image, right?
Yeah, so wherever we can't, because we cannot manipulate the sun or moon or stars.
Yeah, if we're blowing it up simultaneously with distance, you don't have to do anything. It's fucking ludicrous to even say the shit he was saying. But that's Scott. He just says ludicrous shit.
I'm gonna read about this focal length thing just to understand what it is.
I mean, if you want to watch his thing, I mean, that's fine. But I would.
No, I just found an article on Google.
So much better if you could pick things on the internet. There's so much better. MIT's got an OpenCourseware YouTube channel that's actual courses on optics cameras. Like you name it, you can literally do the entire course, because not only do they have a YouTube channel, but they have a website, and on that website actually has the syllabus and the entire homework packet. So you can actually take the entire course and do all the work.
Yes. Yeah, but I don't have the time to do the entire course, but I just read this article.
You're not going to get any credit for it either. I mean,
yeah,
I'm just saying, like for your own, like, because people go, "Oh, you watch YouTube video, you got your information from YouTube." There's literally MIT courses on YouTube, which are the ones that are taught at the university. They're basically filming the lecture, right, and giving you the homework. Like, it's identical. Like, is it different because I watched it on YouTube suddenly?
Yeah, I think that's a stupid argument if people make that argument.
Yeah, it should be like a logical fallacy, like the fallacy of the medium or something like that. Like if it's written on papyrus versus, YouTube versus a book versus, the medium of information changes its validity.
No, I agree. That's stupid. It's similar to if a physicist talks about cooking and a chef talk about cooking, it's impossible for the physicist to be more correct about the subject matter than a chef. It's a weird version of argument ad authority.
Yeah, it's like that's called like an appeal to credentials.
Yeah, something like that. Pretty sure a physicist can make a mean pasta.
Look, I know a Chinese lady, and she's like, I'm friends with her husband, and he's like, my wife is the best cook in the world, and dude, like, she cooks food, and like, you can't even. It's not like anything you've ever tasted before. It's so always just incredibly good, but it's just so different. It's like nothing you ever tasted before. It's crazy, like how skilled she is. You know what she has a degree in? Absolutely fucking nothing. She has no credentials in fucking anything.
Yeah, basically sounds like me. I have some creations I've cooked for my family, which everyone has liked, but nobody knew that I was basically a hobby cook, just doing things for myself. Yeah.
This lady, she cooks. Her daughter, you know what she does for a living?
No.
She goes to 5-star restaurants and reviews their cooking, and her standard of which she compares it against is her mother's cooking. He gets paid big fucking money, schmoozes with billionaires, millionaires, goes to like
Yes.
4-star, 4-diamond resorts, gets flown everywhere, right? As a like what do you call it? A restaurant reviewer or whatever the hell they call it, restaurant critic.
Yeah,
I was just
food critic.
watching. I was
Food critic.
just.
Is, sorry.
I was just watching that freaking G-Force Battle of the Planets, dude. It's got a Super Friends feel to it. It's it's dude, it's like and their trusty robot watching over them from Saturn Neptune 7 Zark 7. You know, like what?
Dude, you guys wonder why I'm so fucked in the head. That's the shit that they brainwashed me with.
Dude, I think that the first episode I was watching is called like Saving the Astronauts. Dude, yeah, it's just it's like the same, almost like the same voice as you know. Meanwhile, in the Legion of Doom, you know, or you know, meanwhile, Solomon Grundy and the freaking the Super.
Dude, I love Super Friends, man. Now I want to go watch it.
I just posted the link.
Dude, how many times did Gleek save everyone's ass?
Oh my gosh,
monkey, bro.
Dude, freaking the super what were the twins? Super
the
power twins. Wonder Twin powers activate. My gosh, dude. Sheesh. Yeah.
Warm up an ice dildo.
What?
Dude, the Legion of Doom. Yeah, they just make silly shit. I don't know.
They could transform themselves. One way to go
like
the other way to say shape up, and they turn into it.
Yeah, but they need each other to do it. But so, dude, I don't know. I was like, why is Batman? They're not even like super. Dude,
why did it? Like, why were the Super Twins Vulcans?
Dude, like, God, Bizarro. That was weird. The Scarecrow. What about that dude? What kind of was that? Wasn't there a Scarecrow? It looked like a Scarecrow.
Also, the thing about Super Friends is Superman was a fucking pussy, bro. That's gotta be the weakest version of Superman there is.
He needed everybody else to help. Like, freaking Superman's not supposed to do anybody. Dude, he can, like, make the planet freaking go backwards. Freaking fix everything. You don't need anybody.
Super Friends, everybody's got kryptonite in their pocket, apparently.
Yeah, it's really funny. That's a good point, because it's really funny. If you go back and look at a Batman from 1950s, 1960s, and quite I wouldn't say pussy, but a bit of a caricature, a bit funny. Then you go forward to Michael Knowles, and he's like this hard ass fucking hardcore dude. But you're right, and Superman's kind of gone backwards. You go back with Superman in the day, just the hardest motherfucker on the planet, and then you fast forward to today, and it's just like, yeah, soy boy, like.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I mean, I collected comic books and stuff, so I want them to be like they are in the comic books, so I'm like a bias that way. And Batman was a mean motherfucker in the comic books, and that's how he should be.
I never read comics. I collected a couple. Just,
Yeah, I know what you talk about. I was more talking about if you look at the Batman movies from back then. I guess I was saying instead of comics. Yeah,
those movies, I judge them against the comic book. You know what I mean in my head. All the TV shows, so like the TV show was just totally corny. It was nothing like the comic book, man. They're in fucking tights, man, crawling up walls, man. People open their window, Batman, and Batman's like, "Go inside, citizen. I'm trying to catch the Joker."
Dude, it was funny though. Like, dude, Burgess Meredith, was it Burgess Meredith, the guy that played Rocky? Mickey, hey Mickey.
Yeah.
Burgess Meredith was the freaking Penguin. Dude, he was a good Penguin though, man.
Yeah, like I'm hearing you. Like in terms of talking and nerding out, like I was massive into the Lord of the Rings books. I was massive into a few of the other ones, Stephen King books and that. And comparing the movies or whatever to the book is just always so fucking disappointing. Yeah, for example, look at what they did to fucking Legolas in the Lord of the Rings movies compared to what he is in the books. If you've read them, completely different.
He has black hair in the books. Legolas has black hair.
Not only that, he's also a bad motherfucker. Like he is just this. He's fucking just this lethal, roided out fucking elf that just his whole job.
Is he without legs? Why do they call him Legolas?
Oh my god.
So he's one of them. Not to bore anyone with nerding out here, but I'd say Legolas is one of the Mirkwood elves, and he's part of a unit in the Mirkwood elves. Now the Mirkwood elves, the Wood elves, are the most dangerous out of the 3 types of elves, and he's like he's like tip of the spear, like one of the their special forces kind of dudes. Like his whole fucking job is hunting down and killing whole groups of orcs by him fucking self. Like he is just an absolute badass. And then you go to the Lord of the Rings movies, and they got this, Orlando Bloom beta fucking bitchy little girly fucking thing. You look at Elrond as well. Like Elrond, you read Lord of the Rings, you read The Hobbit, you read all of that. Like Elrond he's a bad motherfucker, man. Like he's scarred up. He is just fucking callous as fuck. He is grizzled as fuck, like an old Viking. Look at Elrond in the Lord of the Rings movies. Just like, yeah. Same shit, really. At the end of the day, what Indio's talking about with what they do with
Pretty boy elves, you mean? Is that what he was?
I mean, the elves are described as incredibly beautiful in the book.
Look, but if you were gonna make an definitely book movie, it would cost you like $20 billion, dude. It would be so expensive you could never get it made.
Most definitely, I hear you. But yeah, the elves are described as beautiful for sure, but also incredibly dangerous, incredibly grizzled, and incredibly what would be the word, over it, and that's why they're all leaving Middle Earth. But like these guys have just got thousands of years of battle experience, and they're hard as fuck. They're ruthless as fuck. But yeah, like in the movies, it's just like they're portrayed as these kind of really limp-wristed, kind of really beta. Oh yeah, they can shoot an arrow and use a machete, but yeah, it's so different. Like anyway, that's same with Aragorn. Look, I hated the portrayal of Aragorn as well. In all honesty, like if you read the books, Aragorn is much more grizzled than that.
Well, you look, the elves are so badass. Look at the lore of Lord with the Rings. An elf is the only one to ever injure Morgoth. Because Morgoth is like,
Yep.
The way it works is there's like a main deity, and he created like sub-deities, and Morgoth was one of them. Well, Morgoth is the evil one, right? So he's god level. And I can't remember, Galadriel is the one who fucking wounded him.
Dude, I thought the freaking little dwarf dudes with the helmets with the red hair are freaking badass.
Yeah, definitely, 100%. No, just 100%. But yeah, sorry, I was trying to back up your point, not take over. I was just saying, look, I'm hearing you with your point. Like, just over time, and look what they did to Spider-Man as well. With the Tobey Maguire ones. Like, yeah.
My God. All right, dude. All right, Indio. What's the cheesiest, most like, just garbage, like hood Spider-Man out of all the Spider-Mans on all the shows, cartoons, like kid shows, whatever. Pick out the cheesiest, funniest one. I'm gonna see if you know the worst one.
Hootie Tang. Hootie Tang.
That's like a serious challenge right there, man.
So cheesy. And it was, dude, I'm 54, so I don't know how old you are.
Spider-Man. I'm 51. Spider-Man.
Yo, can I interrupt real quick?
All right.
I
gotta give you the word. I'm gonna give you the worst. Yeah, Dude, yeah, but dude, the electric company, he had a freaking a net made of rope, and he had this lame. Remember, he had this lame ass outfit, and he didn't do anything. He had this rope net, and he like threw it over you. It was so cheesy. It was the worst one out of all. Remember?
One, right?
Yeah, like a real guy. It was so horrible.
I'm gonna make a sad. Sorry, Ripcord, but just one more thing. I'm gonna make a sad confession. I only watched Zoom to see Spider-Man.
Dude, I used to wake up at like 5 o'clock in the morning just so I could watch Spider-Man before school. When I was like friggin' 6 and 8.
God, I did all that crazy shit too, man.
I'm gonna find it and post it in
You had
chat.
to work to be entertained back in the day. Not now. They just push a fucking button and they got everything.
Yeah. So, my question is actually going to Larry. He posted a quantum teleportation reaches farthest distance yet, and I want to talk about this. Is it possible that the only way this was possible because of the material components or the, let's say, perfection of the fiberglasses they used? Could it be that the elements from one point to the another point just were similar enough to resonate at the same moment in order to have the same effect?
You're bringing up a problem, Ripcord, that, like, the thing I don't like. They call quantum entanglement, when you read it in the news media, they call that teleportation. But
yeah, no.
Quantum
But
particles are actually being separated. There is no.
it's just
right?
we know you cannot teleport matter.
The spin on the other one changes. So what's being
Only information, and information is triggered by radiation, basically.
Yeah. So what's being teleported is the property. It's not really the particle. That's
Yeah,
why
yeah.
I brought up quantum tunneling, because quantum tunneling, the actual particles being teleported, it goes from one place and appears in another instantaneously.
I mean, this is also
Rosenbridge.
possible, but the
Einstein Rosenbridge. Now we're doing wormholes.
I'm joking, bro. I'm joking.
Hey, you know what? I was going to say this when he brought up the EPR paper. Einstein, Podolsky, and Rosen, 3 Africans.
Damn.
Obviously, the 3 Africans, right? Look at those names. Einstein, Podolsky, and Rosen. They gotta be Africans or Chinese. I'll give you $50 if you can figure out their ethnicity.
Damn. Fucked up. Yeah, the tunneling thing. So I can't answer the dude's question because I'm still learning about all this. I spent most of my life exploring space, not quantum mechanics. So at this point, you got just as good a questions as I got. I think.
Well, I go deep into like.
I mean, for me, it's pretty easy.
Stuff. So I know a lot about that, like on the quantum level, like different experiments, that type of crap, right? So it's not really. I mean, it has to do with cosmology, I guess, kind of, but it really, like, I mean, it's not a unified physics, right? Like the general relativity squad versus the quantum physics squad is basically where it's at right now.
I mean, if we talk about information in general, I personally like to take a spiritual approach about this, because we see sometimes people, even though they might know each other or know each other, regardless of this, sometimes they speak at the same time and do the same sentences and emotions and movements and whatever at the same time, and then they get excited because they did this at the same time, it's like. And also, I witnessed this in my own family, especially my mother. I was thinking about this, about something she didn't knew about. I never talked about this, and etc. But I went into the room, and she suddenly started talk about this, So she received information. I've never talked about her, but she approached me about this information I was thinking about. So how is this possible? So therefore, information can be transferred between two resonating individuals in spiritual ways and also
Well, yeah,
in physical
that's how
ways.
quantum tunneling works. It's
Yes.
like each side is resonating together in how a freaking transformer works. We know there's a lot of things that get coupled, and they transfer information between them instantaneously.
It's basic
So,
physics
because
and frequency and resonating
well, there's
energy,
confusion
everything.
because like Planck developed like all his theories and Einstein based upon what's called the transverse wave.
Yeah,
There's no
this is bullshit. I
restriction.
mean,
Yeah, there's no
Einstein is
restriction on longitudinal waves or sympathetic coupling or anything.
for me. Einstein is a lunatic, more or less.
Hey, Ripcord, I
like,
posted something for you.
So, Larry, you know who Sabine Hassenfelder is, right?
No.
She's like a YouTuber, but she's like she's kind of she's very critical of modern physics. The PhD, she worked at CERN, blah 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 blah. So she, the only reason I bring up, because I got it from her. She said, okay, as far as like, let's think about Schrodinger's cat, right? Cat dead or alive, blah 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 blah. Right. Now she said, if I tell you, hey Larry, I'm gonna send you. I have a pair of shoes here. I'm gonna send you a shoe. Okay. And I can send it in the mail. Okay. Hang up the phone. Send you the shoe. Now you get the package. You haven't opened the package yet. Right. So now left shoe, right shoe is in a superposition of states, right?
That's funny.
Right?
Yeah, that's right.
But when you open the box, right, now you know,
where the other shoe
is. The right shoe or the left shoe, right? Because you know automatically there's only a pair of shoes. Right? So was that instantaneous information exchange? Or information exchange from the past? Because that's when it was put in that state, right? In the past. So is it retrocausal?
Yeah, well, basically, Larry, I agree
like
with your
mind
post.
games.
Yeah.
I mean, this is micro mechanism which is happening, which can be multiplicative in certain ways. When multiple people or one person is resonating with something else, then it gets the same expression back that it resonated towards it.
Yeah,
I mean, this is
probably anti-resonance, right? Like where you're resonating at the exact opposite frequency of somebody else.
Yeah, well, then you wouldn't resonate, you would bypass and most likely argue in the end.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, when you said shoe, I was actually thinking of a brown pair of suede sort of desert boots.
It's hyper specific, but whatever.
I posted the wrong link at first. Sorry. I posted the correct link that time. So go ahead and check that out, Ripcord.
Sorry. Skinny Bat, I posted a Batman. This is actually very funny. Batgirl, Batman, Robin PSA from like the 70s about the Equal Pay Act, whatever they called it. It's real funny. Batgirl comes in, I'm not letting you guys go until I get equal pay for the equal job. And Batman goes, no times for jokes, Batgirl. Fucking hilarious.
Damn. That's hate speech these days. You offended Jordan Peterson. Oh, shit.
Yeah, exactly.
Actually, back then, before I became a Christian and everything, and I was still smoking weed and such, I was especially into telepathy. Like I wanted to prove to someone that it is basically possible. So I had 2 experiences where something superstitious and supernatural basically took place in the same moment. I was talking to one when I was smoking a joint, etc., and there was a fly. And he didn't believe me that I could basically tell the fly to jump to this point or that point. So I proved it to him by simply telepathically telling the fucking fly to fly to this point and this point. But basically, the fly did it. This was the reason. I was in a state where I just took everything that took place as a get-go. I wasn't overthinking it. I was not being in a place where I would say, this is not possible or something. I just took it, I said it, and the fly did it. And also, another day where I visited a girl I met in the train station. She was going also to the place where we were going to smoke a joint, etc.
Easy tiger.
Yeah, and we went back into the train station and went to our homes, and we were sitting towards each other. And I was thinking about a specific thing and timing when she should answer me back. By telling her when she should answer me back. And I didn't even talk about telepathy and such, but afterwards I told her that the moment she spoke to me, that moment, I basically told her that she should speak to me in that moment. And she described to me exactly that she had a different way of thought that was totally contrary to her thinking at all. But she responded to it. And she was totally capable of describing it to me. And this was basically, for me, a confirmation that telepathy is in some way or form possible, you know?
Well, I don't know if what you did was a very good study, but Rupert Sheldrake. Oh, dang, I dropped my mouse.
No, it's a study at all. It's a try and error, you know?
Right,
You
it's
think
anecdotal.
something you heard of might work, and you try and believe in it, basically, and you try if it works. And if someone is receptible to it, you make it afterwards known to them that this is what happened, you know?
But yeah, that Rupert Sheldrake guy, he does some pretty interesting, little, lowercase s science experiments, and I would recommend you check them out.
Good. Yeah, I'm actually subbed to him. He comes out with some good stuff. The last video he did was phantom limbs. I'm sure you guys heard about this phantom limb phenomenon. Lose their limbs and
No, I mean, usually people who just lost their limbs, or even years after that, or even people who are born without additional limbs, they act like they have a normal body, just like everyone else does.
He was saying that people that never had limbs in their life still feel like arms and legs. Even
it's called a ghost. It's like ghost pain. I know a quadriplegic lady that she has a worse freaking pain. She has the worst pain ever. But I mean, I technically can't feel anything from my freaking chest down, but I have freaking really bad pain in my left thigh and freaking my left rear ass. I don't know. You stuck a needle in me. I couldn't tell you.
Yeah.
But
you ever thought about using a virtual reality headset to kind of imitate limbs?
Go freaking go skating and shit.
No, just that. So you get okay. So I'll just tell you this.
Look down and I see my toes curling in the sand on the beach.
Well, just listen. There's not just whistling disky here. There was a guy. He lost his hand, but he still felt his hand, and it felt like his fist was clenched hard, with his fingernails digging into his palm.
Did you see the freaking mirror box? Did you see him do that with the mirror box?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Oh my lord, that was badass,
that's what
man.
I'm saying. If you could do like the mirror box, but with a virtual reality headset. So say you had phantom pain and a limb was gone, and you felt like you had a cramp or whatever that's been there for 2 decades. Maybe you could trick your brain into
trick your brain into getting the
pain.
cramp out.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Here's also the reason why prosthesis and such work, which even if you are not born with additional limbs and such, or have lost or have pain and whatever, then even then your brain is still capable of telling the device to act like as if it would be a normal armor, not by only contraction of muscles and etc., but by the will itself. It's a different interpretation, which is I can only say it's a spiritual kind of thing, which might correlate with physical in some way or form, by brainwave, etc. Magnetic stipulation. So
that's a good one, and actually, I do know personally a couple of veterans that went over to America. My mates that that they lost limbs or they became paraplegics. In Afghanistan and Iraq, and they went over, and a similar kind of thing was done. Ripcord. Also, what it's probably a little bit too late, but paraplegic. You probably heard of this before, Bud. But have you ever thought about maybe stem cells as well?
Yeah, that was the
I don't
big
know if
thing that I was looking into in like the 90s, right after I got shot. But like it was like a bunch of money back then. Now they can do it and all that stuff. I don't know, like if you saw a picture of T7, it's really not even that bad. It's got a tiny little BB flake of a piece of a bullet in it. The majority of the bullets like about a 1/16 of an inch adjacent to T7. 2 pieces of the main bullet are like next to T7, and then I never knew why I was freaking paralyzed for real. It's just like why does T7 look all in one piece? Like why is the bullet out here? Why am I paralyzed? And I had a buddy that was running a wellness center, and he snuck me in there one night and freaking did like 20 pictures of the vertebra, which is you do it in slices. So like Medicare won't pay; they'll pay for like 5 millimeter slices, so you can get like 3 shots of a vertebra, or maybe 4. So you can't see every little piece of it, but he did like 20 freaking shots, and like we got to like one of the middle, because you could with the software you could like pull the slice out, pick it up, and like rotate it and look at like both sides of it.
Oh,
and like
that's
once
cool.
we got to the middle of it, and we found a little BB flake piece of the bullet that freaking hit the spine, but like you'd still think they would like that would have just been like a partial thing, right? Like most people that are like full complete either like have a really bad accident where they like a skier who like completely just separates their spine in half, like one part's over here, one part's over here, or they break the living crap out of it and it just swells up so bad that they never walk.
Yeah, brother. Look, I'm hearing you. I'm hearing you loud and clear. Sorry, I wasn't trying to talk over anyone.
It's all good.
I broke my L4, L5, S1 when I was in School of Infantry. Now not anywhere near yours, but yeah, I half broke my back. I'm still somewhat functional, but if I get the payout I should from DVA this year, I'm heading over to Panama. Actually, I might duck up and see a couple of you guys. You're fucking awesome if I can. Yeah, I'm going to duck over to Panama, and I don't know if it's an old injury from 2007, so I don't know if it's going to help or not. But yeah, I was just simply asking because it has advanced, and apparently peptides and stem cells can do amazing things, even with people with old spinal injuries like with mine.
Yeah.
So I've got 2 fractured vertebrae. One of them's twisted. One of the wing bones, the extending bones that come off them, that's still floating, and my spinal cord.
What they are.
You know what
Sorry?
else? Microfiber management. When you scientists have found out that people who have been in the weeks of over 6 months, who usually do normal training, it's like bodybuilding and such, everyone did the same exercises, but one group, which was the other half, was imagining their growth during their free time, you know. And it turns out that the people who trained normally and exercised visualization of their growth of their body actually gained 50% more muscle.
That's freaking wild, ain't it?
Muscle
all like
strength.
just like visual healing, like imagining. There was
Yes.
a kid that got rid of a brain tumor. Literally, like you said, he imagined Pac-Man eating away at his brain tumor, and like his brain
Dude,
tumor went
there are
away.
also some studies where people thought about they having cancer, and suddenly they got cancer just because they're imagining it.
Yeah,
This is not uncommon.
Yeah, the power of the mind is definitely something, and I can attest to that. And again, not the same level as paraplegic or what you're talking about there, buddy. But you know, they after I broke my back, they said, look, you got to get the fuck out of infantry. You got at best 12 months left, even if you make a recovery enough to get back to work. I said, fuck you, I've got 8 years. I went 6 years more in infantry before I was medically discharged. My back and left me.
Just don't let them talk you into anything that has to do with the frickin' where they gosh, what did my girlfriend get? Where they glue two vertebrae together. What the hell is that called?
No. This is a no-go. A no-go. Don't do that.
Fusions are so bad. They're a scam in America. They literally you'll go in, they'll scare the piss out of your back. Will be killing you. They'll say, "Oh, if you don't get the fusion, you're gonna be in a wheelchair. You won't be able to you won't be able to go to the bathroom yourself. You'll lose all control of everything."
Don't talk about the medical topic, please. No medical topic, please.
All right, cool. Yeah, well, that's a big scam in America. Sorry.
Yeah, so
my bad. You know what else is a huge scam? You know what else is a huge scam? America, Australia, Western world, and the world over is this fucking spinning fucking ball tard bullshit.
People start talking about that. Sorry.
Well, actually, I was just don't be sorry. Actually, I was just showing my daughter Mars before we can see it where I live now. The first night I've been able to see it, and she's like, "Isn't it a planet?" And I said, "No, it's not." And, "Aren't we living on a planet?" I said, "No, it's not." And she was asking about it, so I told her a little bit, but I said, "Look, you know, Mummy's going to teach you the globe. I'm going to teach you flat Earth, and then, you know, you're going to know both sides then, and you'll figure out very quickly which one's right." So yeah, we can see Mars here now.
Tell me and her to do the do the spinning ball experiment. See if they can get water to stick to a spinning object. See if they can recreate it anywhere.
Oh, 100% for sure. But I always like seeing Mars. I don't obviously believe in the Roman pantheon or anything, but if there's any pagan deity that is my favorite, you know, Omax Grunt, it's that for sure. God of War, why not? So.
Nice, that makes sense.
Saw Mars, worst freaking Ice Cube movie ever.
Well, I mean, think about it. Tuesday, okay? Do you guys know what the name Tuesday comes from? I'm sure one of you do.
Which goddess is it? The goddess?
I know what Thursday is, but I don't know Tuesday.
Oh, well done. One of you know Thursday's Thursday. Tuesday is Tiwis. Tiwis was the Norse and Saxon god of war. So it's just yeah, that's instead of we moved away from Mars, like the French still keep Mars, Mardi, Mars's Day. We went Tuesday, Tiwi's Day. We just went to the Norse and Saxon one, but same shit really. What the Romans called Mars, they called Tiwis. Same thing, same star, same red fucking star that comes up, same time of year. It's the same shit, man.
You know how they like October is technically the 10th month, but it's and November's technically 9 and it's 11. You know the whole deal with that and how they messed up the calendar on purpose and all that crap. But the days of the week have never been like different, right? It's always been. I mean, I don't know. I mean, probably more weeks in the year, just more days. You know, obviously.
7-day week's been
Yeah.
around for a very, very long time since Babylon, and also the 60s. The 60s, 60 minutes, 60 seconds, shit like that. That's been around for a long time. 7 days a week, but yeah. So, for example, if you compare the French and the what we use in English, which is very Norse and Saxon. So, obviously, Sunday is Sunday, day of the sun. The French are a bit different. They call it Dimanche, which is day of the Lord. And you got Monday, Moon Day, same in French. Lundi, Lun is moon, Di is day. Then you got Lundi, Maldi, Mars's Day. We call it Tuesday, Tiwi's Day, God of War. Wednesday, Woden's Day, Odin. You know, the chief of the Norse pantheon. In French is Mercredi, which is Mercury's Day. We say Thursday, Thor's Day. They say Jeudi, Juno's Day. Friday, Freak's Day, which is the goddess of love, sex, fertility, all that kind of shit. They go Vendredi, which is Venus's Day. Same fucking shit. We go Saturday, which is the only one we kept from Latin. Saturn's Day, day of the harvest. In French, they went different. Samedi, it's Samedi, and that means Sabbath. So there's 2 Sabbath days in French. But yeah, a lot of it comes from the pagan pantheon. And yeah, that predates obviously the heliocentric fucking model. They consider these things to be stars, not planets.
Nice knowledge.
What you were talking about with the months, man, like a lot of people know, obviously, that was thanks to Octavian, who later became Augustus Caesar. So he ended up with July after Julius Caesar, and then August after Augustus Caesar. Chuck 2 months in the middle there, and it fucks the whole thing up. You got, obviously, January is after Janus, which is the god of doors and gates. You got February after February, which was a Roman festival. March is after Mars. April is after Aprilis, which is another Roman god. May, I can't remember that one. June is after Juno. Then you got July, Julius Caesar. August, Augustus Caesar. And then you've obviously got September 7th, October 8th, November 9th, December 10th. But yeah, they don't teach this shit anymore. Thing is, though, none of this really, it's transferred over, but none of these people believed in a globe. None of them. Not a single fucking one of them. So the Norse didn't believe that. The Romans didn't believe that. So there is that.
Well, there's no reason to actually believe that you live on a globe anyway, is there? Whatever time in history, there's no sign of living on a globe.
I agree, buddy.
No observation of a globe, no sign of or proof of a globe spinning and moving.
I mean, look at what the Romans saw. For the most part, the Romans saw the Mediterranean, and their whole empire was based around it. They did venture out into others, obviously. They conquered Britain, but yeah, what's the Mediterranean like most of the time? It's quite idyllic, quite flat. Yeah, storms rock up and everything like that, but it's quite, yeah, it's like a fucking lake with a tiny little bottleneck that you got to get out of between Gibraltar and yeah.
I wonder why they became so obsessed with the globe, a globe. I mean, I'm not saying anything we don't know. It's, global fucking music awards, global radio, global news. I drove past an old building yesterday. It was an old picture house. There was an old billboard of something you couldn't even make out, but underneath it there was in blue a big sign just saying global. And you go, what the fuck's all that about? Everywhere you look, it's global. So what is the globe? Why do they see this an important shape?
I mean, I reckon paraplegic, alpha. There's others here that can definitely answer that a lot better than me. I'm pretty historically versed, but when it comes to the heliocentric model, maybe not so much. But you can look up Copernicus. You can look up Magellan. You can look up people like that. It really started getting pushed really hard about 200 years ago, but that's the extent of my actual proper knowledge. I couldn't give you citations, but these other guys definitely can.
Oh no, I mean, I sort of know all about that, but I'm just saying, people say, oh, the lights in the sky appear to be globular, but they don't, do they? Really? I mean, you could say the moon possibly appears that way, if any of them. But why get obsessed about this shape? Why are they obsessed with this shape?
I reckon, honestly, just we see luminaries. Sorry, go ahead.
Aesthetics, man. It's the aesthetics.
Go on.
I think a sphere is the most perfect shape.
Okay.
That's even what they said back during Greek times. They were into aesthetic Platonists, freaking metaphysics, and all that crap. So they preferred idealized forms as opposed to like back then they couldn't make us. Say you were a Greek in 300 AD, you couldn't make a sphere. How would you actually even make that using their technology or their manufacturing process? They had these aesthetic ideas about the world, like Platonic solids. These are like idealized forms that don't exist in nature.
Mm. It's just filtered down from there, then, by the sounds of it. This era of globes and this what you're saying has filtered down, and it's just like a domino effect and a snowball effect of now we've got global news stations, global music awards, global radio, global warming. Everything's a fucking globe.
You think as people started to travel more that they might have noticed things like the way the stars move and things like that, that might have influenced their thinking about the shape of the body that they were on?
Well, how come only in the West they think that? They didn't think
Sorry,
that
very
was
faint.
real.
Is that Indy?
No, in the West, in Western civilization, so only in Western civilization did they come to this conclusion, whereas everywhere else they reach different conclusions.
So when we say conclusions, I mean there was, especially looking and talking about the
cosmology. That's what I'm talking about. How they thought
the
world was, right?
Yeah.
But if we want to keep it completely real, I mean, the West got on their boats and they went all over the world and they forced their worldview on everybody else by killing the knowledge keepers of those civilizations. I mean, let's keep it real, man. That's how they did it.
Yeah.
Right or wrong, that's still how they did it.
Well, if we go completely crazy or crow, then after the flood, basically, the 8 possible people who then survived after the flood would have had some part of information still within, and then formed the other tribes, right? So this kind of information would then have spread and circulated and centralized in some way or form differently from generation to generation.
But even then, it's just what's happening now, isn't it? You're told in something that's already been worked out for you, and that truth just spreads like wildfire. Nobody's actually looking into it, or they mustn't have been. and trying to prove things or find out the truth for themselves. Yeah.
Well, it's different between people who have been raised in normal schools and universities and then go out and find things and might rediscover what has already been known to, especially when we talk about secret societies and such, which have been stored and especially causing wars because of this in order to store and regain or destroy knowledge to other tribes and to centralize specific knowledge, which is wild, but it is like it is right now,
Crazy, innit? I mean, it'd be so much simpler if just everyone just knew the actual truth and realized that this place is a creation and it could be so magnificent. I mean, it'd all be fucking great.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, you're not born evil. You're made evil, You're going to be desensitized by whom you are being raised. Or being more sensitized by the awareness
Well,
that...
what about original sin?
Yeah, I mean, sins can be passed, but if you are made aware of this, you can conquer it. It's like you're being helped by the spirit.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the thing is, we're in a fallen state. That's the idea that, like, we're not evil per se, but, like, we're weak.
Yes.
Flesh is weak, right? And, like, we're not born evil, but, like, we're not born evil, but the world's, like, I don't know how to put it. Can't like, we don't have our full ability to resist temptation, so we will do evil things because we're flawed, not because we aren't evil per se.
They're generally, we don't fight a fight against flesh and blood, but against principalities. This generalized, basically, the struggle that everyone has to go through, regardless of information or struggles they have to go through.
Yeah, I mean, atheists don't believe in any of that shit, so I don't.
Wait, you don't? You're
No,
not a
I'm not an
Christian?
atheist, though. I mean, atheists don't believe in any of that shit. They don't believe in original sin.
Oh, okay.
They don't even believe in right and wrong, technically.
I mean, they're basically fighting their own nature, It's like they're being swayed by outer influences over and over again.
Excuse me.
I just think that they, like, how do I put it? They don't want to submit. That's really what it is. They don't want to bend the knee.
No, they don't mind bending the knee to the state. They'll bend the knee to
Yeah, I
man.
agree with you. Yeah, they bend the knee to men.
Yeah, it's easy to go with men, What did Joshua say? You rather receive a man than the goodness which has been portrayed to you, which is me, basically. Not me, myself, but Jesus speaking himself.
All right, I'm out. Good night. Peace.
Good night, Larry. Downfall of man has always been the ego. That's pretty all the fables, all the stories, all the mythos of every civilization. It's the ego of man, which is the downfall.
Ego is rebellion. What did Jesus say? Let your will be mine, but not my will. Basically, yeah. Basically, catering to his father's will, but not his own will, which already says, which already contradicts the threefold premise that the Catholic Church basically puts out there. The Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. This is totally wrong. The Father has his own spirit, the Son has his own spirit, and the Holy Spirit has his own spirit. All working together.
Yeah,
which is why he said, when I go, which was Jesus when he went, when he was, at the time, the Holy Spirit was not present at all on earth, at all. But as soon as he ascended, after his resurrection, 40 days after, then his spirit, which the Father commanded to come and help the people, came and provided tongues of speaking, which is basically not gibberish, like Huda Makara the Halala Malala Hashamala and all this bullshit. No, it's basically speaking in the language which he already divided after the fall of the Tower of Babylon.
And just going back to the ego, I mean, these satanic cults, which still exist, I mean, that's their prime thing, is the ego is still to do with the self, and that's all they're interested in is self. Yes. And if you think about it, that is so much easier. I mean, I'm not saying go for this, or I've contemplated it, but if you think about their mindset is just, am I okay today or whenever? And I don't care about anybody else around me as long as I'm okay. As long as I'm okay today, I've got clothes. You know, they haven't got any compassion for anyone else around them. Now that's, if you could get yourself into that mindset, that'd be quite easy to do.
Yeah, but here's the trickery. The trickery between this mindset is: are they ignorant? Have they been introduced to Jesus Christ and all this knowledge that has been provided through the Word of God, through the Father Himself? Or are they willingly rejecting His Word? This is a different kind. And he also speaks about this, that whoever is then rejecting me has basically no chance ever redeeming himself ever again. Because getting out of this is a different kind of information that has not been provided either by the Bible, by the Word of God Himself, or by the Spirit, basically. So there has to be some kind of intervention in order to basically redeem those people, if they are willingly rejecting Him.
So, Ripcord, this is a psychological disorder called oppositional defiant disorder. Right? So it's actually a psychological disorder. It's not just like not doing what you're told. It's like a disorder where you can't help but, like, whenever some authority tells you to do something, you immediately do the opposite thing.
No, I'm not talking about ignorance.
And well, no, it's not ignorance. This is a psych disorder, and I think like people that go into like satanic cults and Wiccanism, and people that deny the existence of God, I think it's like an intentional defiance, right?
Yes.
Right, because they were hurt in some way or injured, and they were like, "I believed in you, God, and you injured me, so fuck you. Whatever I think is righteous to you, I'm gonna do the opposite to hurt you or whatever." Right.
Well, which could be, even then, could be categorized in as ignorance or misunderstanding. So therefore, they could still be redeemed, but it's a different kind of. If you have to come to knowledge, actually know and have believed in beforehand, and then reject him at all. This is a no-go.
You don't think there's people that are willingly evil?
Yes, of course.
Okay, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. People that are evil intentionally. They're not like accidentally evil or ignorant or like, they got put in a situation where they did an evil act. People that are willfully evil. They've decided I'm gonna do evil fucking things and go do them.
I mean, this is very, very difficult.
I've met these
people. We as observers only should judge them by their fruits. If their fruits have been wicked and disgusting and everything, then of course we cannot.
No, evil people can have good fruits and they can have all the good things that they can have really. That is that's like a utilitarian pragmatist viewpoint, right? So if we have good results, then that's all that counts. That's the kind of argument that Scott Mackey was making. Right?
Yeah, but
it's
the same for every family, if you could take care of your own family, then it doesn't matter because it would be the same fruit just like ours.
Well, if you pantomime being good and moral for all the wrong reasons, right? So I do all the moral acts that Jesus commands, right? But I don't do it because Jesus commands it. I do it because I want people to think that I'm a moral person, and it's really just a social manipulation. So people look at me a certain way, right? Like
then you're not sincere because you're not at your heart.
So it's not just the fruits of the act, right?
Yes.
It has to be more than that.
You're circumcised by your heart and not only by your outdoings. This is why he criticized the Pharisees at all, because they did the same thing. Outside, they portrayed everything and almost in perfection, everything. But he condemned them because they said, "Oh, you serpents! How are you the follower of your father, you devil?" And they dismayed him. They they were opposed to him because, oh no, you're this and that, and they actually committed the act of accusing him of being of the devil by the spirit actually giving him power to actually heal people, cure people, prophesying and everything, But they still were not believing and accused him that this was the power of the devil, which is inexcusable. And those people who were in that generation are doomed. We will not see these people ever again in heaven. Never, ever.
I personally think the most evil act or most sacrilegious act would be to know God exists and convince other people that he doesn't. So say I know God exists. Like the devil, right? The devil knows God exists.
Yeah.
But he's running around trying to convince everybody that he don't exist. Because if they deny his existence, there's no salvation for them, right? That's the most evil act.
Yeah, man. But the people do not.
Is to keep people from everlasting life, right? Through deception and lies and deceit, through the globe.
But if you're not,
the connection that I've made with the globe is that they call Satan the great deceiver, right? And that's his thing, is just to deceive humanity. And to deceive humanity to do what? Just for the point of deception? No, so that they deny the existence of God. Nothing has sprouted atheism more than the globe. Nothing. The globe idea didn't exist, man. There'd probably be 90% less atheists in the world.
Yeah, well, I mean, you basically have to see what is going on in the next few years, I mean, especially this year when the Aleph is completed.
Swinging back to our side, quite honestly.
Say again.
I think the pendulum is swinging back to our side. You know, the pendulum.
Yeah, but
it
has
swung to the atheist side, and then it's swinging back. But the thing is, are the atheists going to go quietly? That's the problem. I don't think they're going to go quietly.
For us, it has a different outcome.
Well, if you have an atheistic viewpoint, there's no moral restraint on your behavior. So
yeah, but for us, it means
wake up one day and say, "Let's kill all the Christians," and they have no problem with that, right? Moralistically, there's no problem with that.
Yeah,
it's more of a pragmatic thing because they're not going to feel guilty. There's no reason to feel guilty. There's no God. There's no point in all this. If all the atheists just decide, it's these religious zealots that are holding back humanity, right? Like these flat earthers are holding back human progress, right? How many times have you heard
we
that
are the bad
Ripcord?
boys.
Yeah.
Just like as we're talking about this right now.
Yeah, like listen, Ripcord, how many times have you heard a Glover say, "You flat earthers, you're holding back human progress"? What does that even mean? What is human progress? Progressing to what? Where are we progressing to? What's the target? What's the goal? Where are we going? They have no goal, right? Our goal should be to become more virtuous and more moral in our everyday lives, like throughout humanity. What's their goal?
Even though we may know very little in terms of information we can provide or acknowledge, etc., but we are still promoting the same truth that is spoken of in the Bible anyways.
Yeah.
Or by Enoch, they speak from the same things that on information has been revealed to them. So even for us, uncovering these things by ourselves by means of visualization, imagination, or even going into the facts by looking at the science in general, making use of our logical consensus, etc. at Pippi. This is a constant, ongoing topic which we cannot be resolved unless someone tries and is willing to see. This is a difference.
I just had an epiphany, man. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, India. I wasn't trying to interrupt between you and Ripcord. Just in line with what both of you were saying, and to back up what you guys are saying. Look, man, what's happening now is nothing new. Okay, and atheism is nothing new. It has been around for millennia and millennia and millennia. It is, and it always happens. Right before the collapse and everything. What you notice after the collapse and the rebuilding stage, atheism drops off, and in line with what we're talking about, obviously what we're about with the nature of the earth, that shit is going to drop off real fucking quick. I'm not an optimistic person at all, but all I'm saying is in line with what both of you guys are saying. Yep, our society has gotten more and more atheistic, and you wonder what the goal is, and you wonder where it's going, and it's horrible. And people that know God exists, but then, like you were saying, Indio, people that know that God exists, but then they teach different, is so fucking horrible. But again, all of this is going to come crashing down.
Here's how it will go. I mean, it has been prophesied in the Bible already that the forefathers, which would be basically us, if it comes to be that the Antichrist is being shown and announces himself, he will speak of purposes and blasphemous words which speak of a God which has never been in existence at all by anyone in any kind of society or any kind of people who have ever lived and heard of God in a certain way or different gods. He will speak in different way that will unite in the end everyone, because it is so different. And this is as a Christian, we have to be so sincere and how shall I say it, aware about that is a possibility that even we or even I could eventually be deceived by the words this guy is saying. So how precious should we then convey to our belief and seek guidance than anything else?
It's very simple, buddy. It's really, really simple with that one. Sorry, I wasn't trying to cut in. I was just going to say it's very, very simple. Start at Romans 1:1, or start at the beginning of Acts, but really it's the second half of Acts, and go forward to Philemon, and that will tell you everything you need to know. But
I know. I'm just saying. I heard, dude. I'm studying the Bible 12 years. I've been in multiple Bible studies about this overall. I know everything.
You know that.
Sorry, I was not giving you shit. I was not giving you shit at all.
Yeah, no,
at all.
You're fine. You're fine.
You know that the most religious people, Christians, Islam, whatever, people who are really like in religion, going to church, having all these man-made rituals and whatnot, they will be the first one to follow this false messiah that will bring peace and unite all religions and sit on the throne. And also the Jews, will follow him, because they're still waiting for their messiah, right? Many Jews who follow the what is it called, the Tanakh, I think, is it that?
Yeah, Tanakh is basically the satanistic Bible they are using right now.
Yeah.
The Talmud.
Or the Talmud, yeah. And the thing is, many Christians don't even know that the Messiah doesn't come back to bring peace upon the earth. He comes back with a sword. And generally he says, and he didn't came to bring peace, but a sword. So that even within your own family there will be division. That a brother will go against his own brother and call him out, so that you might be...
And how better can you divide your people by your own word?
Yeah, because the truth cuts deep, like the truth which the Messiah himself represents. He says he is the truth, he is the way, he is the life, right? Which means he's not compatible with the current state of the world we live in, because the world we live in is bathing itself in lies. People love lies. They like comfortable speak honey around their ears. They love the serpent talk. They love it if it's peaceful, relaxing. As long as it's
he looks
not
like a
truth.
lamb, but he speaks like a dragon.
Well, yeah, kind of like that, right?
Prefer the comforting lie to the harsh reality.
Exactly, and that's what many people will be. That's why many people will perish, because they refuse to love the truth and have followed a lie. Which is kind of sad. They have refused the cornerstone. They've refused the Christ, the Messiah, and for just this temporary life. What?
Hi.
Hi.
I just joined. I'm interested to know, just for the sake of just knowing, who here believes in a flat Earth and who here believes in round Earth, and one more. Is there anybody that believes in potato Earth?
No one believes.
There's no distinction between round Earth and potato Earth. They're actually the same thing. Go on Google, type in potato Earth, and you'll get images from NASA. Yeah, dude.
Well, yeah, isn't that this famous CGI
we troll
image?
because you're actually trolling yourself, which is fucked up.
I don't understand. From what I can see, there is a lot of evidence for potato Earth.
You're an idiot.
Yeah, geode. Bumpy gravity potato Earth.
I mean, it's not a perfect sphere.
Wake up to this, right?
It's not a perfect sphere, right? I mean, otherwise, how do we have valleys and mountains? I'd say it's perhaps more elliptical, potato-shaped, maybe.
Wait, Indigo, before you continue. Is your purpose sincere, or are you really trolling? Because
his purpose is
usually we are not
insincere.
up
I've been
to.
trying to tell you for the last 5 minutes, but you don't listen. Guy comes in every so often and starts talking about potato worth to see how long he can last before somebody kicks him out. Do you want me to get rid of him now, or do you want to entertain him? It's up to you.
Okay, I mean, I'll let him speak.
It's when you're stuck in a. It is
All right then.
How about we
Right.
just let him suffer?
He's probably
Yeah, let's
stuck in some kind of development phase from his youth.
I'm gonna just keep him muted, let him suffer.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, don't kick him out, just let him suffer.
Yeah, I mean, his name speaks for himself. His argument speaks for itself. Just, my gosh, bro,
When he
why
said
are you doing this?
potato-
No. To be honest, I'm really sick of this shit. Why are you guys? If someone even is a troll and didn't even talk about this at all or mention himself at all, why are you guys doing this? Is it not frustrating to yourself to not actually seeking the truth? If then, what does truth mean to yourself? When you speak to someone else, speaking of something that is of value to yourself, information that you consider valuable, would you then not seek that this information that has been shared to you is not the truth and only the truth, and then is it a lie?
Well,
Are you
it
not
is-
sick? Are you not sick of this shit yourself? Why are you doing this? Why are you running? Why are you running?
Why are you gay?
Exactly. I think
All right, continue.
Are there
when
any
it comes to
other
the
trollers in
truth,
here with a half-ass, half-baked idea or something? Gotta be better than Potato Earther.
I think when it comes to the truth, there must be a reason why you need the truth in your life. There must be a reason why you need someone to save you. If you think, you die and you kind of have the control over that, then that's your deceptive mind. But as long as you're in a state of mind that you can control everything and you need no help and you're not you're not what is it called? You're not what is that word called?
Abused?
Auf Deutsch, maybe you can help me. Fragile, then you don't need anyone to help you or save you from drowning. But the thing is, many people don't recognize that they're drowning, so they have no longing for the truth, for a Messiah, a Savior. So they're just gonna drown until they're dead. They perish, unfortunately. Because most people actually come to the truth
which is
when
not an issue by your mind, but an issue by your heart.
Yes.
So let's go into a situation when someone gets emotional. That is an issue of your heart because your body reacts to your emotion and cannot act but to react to your emotions, which come from your soul, your heart, and therefore you should align your soul and your emotions to these very thoughts that you sometimes have and actually think about this. What is truth? Because even though sometimes you do not know how to express your sadness at all, there's something in your mind that speaks of truth, which only you and your creator knows what is actually talking about. So this is something that should basically bring you to think about what is actually truth.
Can we circle back to the flat Earth?
One second. Yeah, I just want to underline and we can go back. That's no problem. what I always find amazing and true is that the Bible says that the heart is more deceitful than anything else. Or the heart is more deceitful above all things or something. Yeah, it says the heart is deceitful above all things and desperately wicked. Who can know it? So the word always says, how many love songs out there, or how many songs are out there that say, listen to your heart, you know, or how many like false spiritual, you know,
Yeah. Mhm.
people out there telling you, listen to your heart, you know.
Okay,
It's
back to Flat
literally.
Earth, man. Make it brief. Come on. Who said so?
All right.
I don't know.
Okay, let's continue. Yes.
We've been on this for like 40 minutes, so not that it's not important. It's other places. Alice in the room.
Yeah, we can moderate a little bit. Let's circle back to Flat Earth.
So what up, you a Glober?
Cortico? Cortico's a Glober, yeah.
Why?
You can call it like the modern education system. I've just been taught.
Ew.
I've just been taught. I've just
Common
been taught.
Core?
Common Core. No, I think I came before Common Core. I've just been taught Glober stuff. I'm not here to put up like a robust defense. Like I'm just here to hear the arguments and step in if I feel like I have like an appropriate.
Yeah, just a quick one, Cortico. Sorry, mate, not trying to cut you off. Look,
always says
from
that
what
when
I've felt, last couple of times you've been more respectful. So please be respectful. As again, last couple of times you've been more respectful. So yeah, please continue that.
Familiar with this one?
Right on.
Do you have a history with this guy?
Yes.
We do.
Oh. So
it's a friendly history. It's a friendly history.
Bigoted
All right,
biased
Jetty,
against you and
go
just
ahead.
start yelling
Go
at
ahead.
you immediately?
Oh no, this isn't my party. You guys crack on.
No, I was actually giving Cortico. I was giving Cortico a compliment. And that he has, the last couple of times I've been on here, he has behaved a lot better in terms of mods and senior people. So I was just saying, Cortico, man, keep that up. Well done. You're welcome to stay as long as you're not being a dick. And last couple of times I've been on here, when you've been on here, you haven't been a dick. So keep that up, man.
Right on,
Yeah,
Vet.
please behave.
I will try my best. Vet, you're a good guy. I will try my best.
So I don't know what you heard, but we're not going to try and convince you. At least I'm not, that the Earth is flat. That's fucking impossible.
Yeah.
Literally, like I can't like if I just sit here and say, "Yeah, dude, the Earth is flat." Believe me, don't believe them. That ain't never gonna work. First of all, they have way better propaganda than I got. Like I don't even have like any graphics or diagrams or little spaceball things to show you. You know what I mean?
You know what?
Like,
Even a dummy
that's not the
ass.
way to do it, right? So all I can do is give you information about what the gold model actually is versus what people think it is. So I'll give you an example of something that people think they use the gold model for. They think there's a gold model that predicts when the sun rises and when the sun sets, and where the sun is in the sky. That's actually not how it's done. Something called the equation of time, and they use this to predict where the sun is relative to the ecliptic, which is like a dividing line in the sky. There's no globe. There's no globe in the equation. There's nothing like that. And so that's what I mean when I say what people think it is versus what it actually is. So it's a little bit different. And then we also try to test people's like logical consistency, like by giving hypotheticals and saying, "Hey, is this an actually logical statement that you're saying? Is this an inference? Is this deductive? Meaning, is this proof? Is this not proof? Is this just evidence? Like, analyzing the information. Is this information secondhand? Is it Is it just a story? Is there any data or anything to support this claim? Like I can give you another specific example. Planets orbit the sun. The moon orbits the Earth. This, that, the other thing orbits something else. You look and actually are honest about it. No one has actually ever observed an orbit ever in human history. People have inferred orbits from the transit of the moons of Jupiter, but no one's actually ever seen a full orbit of anything ever. Not from space, not from satellites, not from anything. But it's a foregone conclusion that orbits exist, even though one's never been observed by anybody. So that's what I mean. Someone say, "Well, the Earth orbits the sun." What's your evidence for that? And no one can ever present any evidence for that. It's an inference from other observations. Yeah, if we make a mathematical model which assumes that the Earth orbits the sun, we can construct a geometry in which the Earth orbits the sun. We can also construct other ones that are equally valid. So this is what I would call a logical test. Is the conclusion that because you made a model the Earth orbits the sun mean that the Earth orbits the sun? Well, if you can make other models which are equally valid and have the same predictive power, obviously that is not necessarily true. Because how do you pick one model from the other to say which one's physically real? So that's kind of like,
I apologize. Sorry.
Yeah, I was just saying that's at least my purpose. I'm not going to try and brainwash you the Earth this way.
No, there are orbits that we can see and we can track. So Mercury and Venus are orbits that we can see and track. So they have lesser orbital periods than the Earth. Like I don't know what those are.
We
like,
actually see Mars or Venus orbit the sun.
Well, I didn't say Mars. I said Mercury and Venus. Like so Mercury is the closest planet to the sun, and so we can
It's
track
also the
it.
closest planet to Earth. Did you know that?
It is sometimes the closest planet to Earth. It is not
No,
always.
on average, they said on average, Mercury is the closest planet to the sun.
Yeah,
Sorry.
That can be true. That can be true. I do not refute that. But it is the closest planet to the sun. We can see its transit. It behaves as though it transitions across the surface of the sun. We cannot see Mercury in certain times of day where the sun is on the opposite side of the Earth because it is an inferior planet. Like it doesn't wobble about. When
so when we see Mercury on the other side of the sun.
Yeah, so it behaves as if it were an inferior
I didn't
planet.
ask you what it behaved like, right? So what I said was an absolutely true statement. No human being has ever observed a fucking orbit. Ever.
Well, no, that's not true.
Okay, what have we seen a full orbit of something?
No. You've changed the
Well,
question.
that's what I mean. A transit's not an orbit, right? That would be like you see a transit and you're like, well, it must be going all the way around because that's how I'm inferring that, right? But it's just an inference. It's not an actual observation.
Well, I mean, we're talking about.
We always have to differentiate with Gold Earthers. Sorry to lump you into that category, but we always have to differentiate this. What we observe versus how we interpret some observation and then construct a mental model of that observation in our mind. So we see a transit, right, and it quote unquote behaves like an orbit. But we don't actually observe the orbit. We construct the rest, like the part where we don't see it. We go, well, that must be behind the sun, right? So, but we don't see it behind the sun.
I mean, we see events like okay, so we have seen
Why can't you just see the point, dude? Like, why?
All right, I guess I can see the point.
Yeah, we just never seen. No one's ever seen an orbit. Maybe someday someone will, but as of right now, no one's ever done it.
So,
You could say we've seen a half orbit. That would even be like logical.
so the first orbits that I would say that modern science has seen were the 4 Jovian moons moving about Jupiter, and the way that we saw those orbits were that they moved behind Jupiter. So they would move in a particular path. They watched them every single night, and they moved as they expected them to. And they would move behind Jupiter. They would move kind of around, and then Jupiter would eclipse them, and they would move around them while they were watching these orbits. And they would come about on the other side at predicted velocities. Yeah, that was
You're inserting a lot of mental construct into the observation.
I don't know what that means. Could you expand?
Said we observed the velocity. We don't observe a velocity. You can't even see a velocity. We have no idea. You have to know how far away it is and how big the orbit is and all that shit. So that particular part is the mental construct. And no, we didn't see the orbit. We see the transit of the moons. And then the same moon, it comes from the same side, and we see it again. Right? That's what we see. Transit, 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 transit. We don't see circle, 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 circle. You understand what I'm saying? So we just see a regular transit of moons. I'm just calling them moons. I'm not saying they're spheres. I'm not saying they're anything. We call them moons. We say, hey, those dots up there, those lights, they're moons. That's what we call them. We see them transit repeatedly at regular intervals over and over again.
Well, we don't see the sun all the time either.
Yeah, no shit. We call that night, dude. Thanks
Yeah,
for
so
the newsflash.
we don't know what the sun.
I never figured out that fucking night you can't.
Okay.
I think you told me.
All right.
Anyway, the point is, the point is, can we construct another model, right, other than orbits, that has the exact same predictions? Yes, we can. It was already done. It was done by Ptolemy, right, using epicycles. It's also done by some other Tycho Brahe, who had a completely. He had orbits, but the planets orbited the sun and moon orbited the Earth, but the planets orbited the sun. Kind of weird, but it works. But that doesn't really matter. The point is, if we have mathematical models that make predictions that work, how do we choose which model is physically real? And we're talking about the same observation. So if I use a geometric model of epicycles and look at, the moons of Jupiter, they do the exact same thing in the epicyclic model as they do in the, Keplerian 3 laws of planetary motion model. They do the identical thing. They make the identical predictions. Actually, the epicycle is a little bit better because you got issues with, 3-body problem and all that shit. But I'm not going to get into that.
No, the 3-body problem is a real problem. Are you saying that there is a flat Earth model that explains the Jovian moon system better than the Keplerian or the Newtonian model?
Okay, models aren't explanations; they're descriptions. They don't
Right.
explain anything.
Right. The question still stands.
Okay. I'm not saying flat Earth has a better one or a worse one. I'm just saying is that if you're going to say this is the physical reality, right? Saying we can predict it using a conception of orbits isn't actually evidence of that, because there's other alternative hypotheses that are equally predictive, right? That have a different geometry, So how do we pick which one is? See, remember I said we're going to test for logical consistency. How do we pick which one is real? Stay logically consistent. The answer is you can't.
I'm ready to
You're
test
taking a
those now.
philosophical choice. Well, you're taking a philosophical choice, right? Philosophical choice. I choose this model over that model.
No, I'm ready to test those now. Please give an example.
What do you mean? An example of what?
You said there were other models that could explain.
No, they don't explain anything. You keep saying that.
Hold on,
A
I'm getting
mathematical model explains an observation or describes an observation.
I'm getting someone from the chat. Let's see.
So let me give you an example. Fucking so I dropped something. We have a little G equation, right? It doesn't describe anything. It doesn't explain anything. It just describes the rate of fall of the falling object on the surface. All it does, just describes it. It doesn't tell you anything about the cause or anything. So this was the problem back in the day with epicycles, right? They didn't have a causal mechanism for epicycles. And technically, neither did Kepler. Kepler just came up with a different model. He baked his data, but let's not go into that. That's another fucking big thing. That elliptical orbit model wasn't derived from empirical data, because Kepler faked his data, and that's not my opinion. The opinion of academia, right? So after the fact, after Kepler came up with his elliptical orbits, then Newton came up with the causal mechanism, the universal theory of gravitation. It's not a physical law, it's a law, it's a geometrical law that says that the foci of an ellipse, you have two foci of ellipses, right? So if the force points at one of the foci, that force falls off inversely proportional to the square of the distance along that ellipse. He noticed this, and then he came up with this universal law of gravitation. So
why don't we go on to another
the point
topic.
is how all this was derived is not how people think it was derived. It was actually derived completely ass backwards. People think that Newton thought of the universal law of gravitation, and Kepler came up with fucking orbits, right? I thought of the cause, and then we freaking modeled the cause, and then holy shit, it's right. No, it was actually backwards. They came up with the excuse after the fact.
Well, for the audience sake, why don't we go on to the next topic? This is a little bit stale. You might be right. But I'll concede.
You can fact check. You can fact check all the shit.
I'll concede it. I'll concede it.
I mean, I could post this up too. I bring receipts, bro. I don't make shit up. I'm not.
No. I'll concede it.
I'm just telling you, I don't make shit up.
I'll concede it.
One thing I don't do. Okay, so what is the other topic? I was only trying to get to a point, right, that like certain things that people believe are observed or there's data for, there's actually not data for. That was my only point.
Why don't we talk about like sunset?
What about sunsets?
Sunsets are fun. Like angular distance. They're always fun. Like what is the flat Earth model on why the sun can set and its angular distance always is the same? It sets over the horizon.
Not always the
same. Well, it's observably the same. I mean, you might get like some
it's actually not the same.
By like micrometers.
No, by the largest one I saw, but the solar filter that a Goldberg sent me was a 15% pixel difference.
What's the expected pixel difference?
There is no expected pixel difference.
Well, there should be.
Why?
Because there should be a model. I think flat Earth has been around a long.
How do you model apparent positions?
Hold on. The flat Earth position is an established position. It has been around long enough. It should have a radius. It should have certain parameters that it can defend against.
Yeah,
You
okay.
should be
You
able.
gonna fund it?
Funding is
Oh,
of course.
yeah. Are you gonna fund us so we can figure out all this shit? You gonna fund it?
Are all the there's no money in the flat Earth community? Like
And there's not billions of dollars. I know that.
it doesn't take billions of dollars. It takes thousands of dollars.
Okay, so whatever. Let's just go back. It's not thousands of dollars.
All
You
right,
think it's gonna cost
we
you
reverse.
thousands of dollars to get the radius of the flat Earth as a
We
bad
can
radius?
we can reverse.
Fucking do inflation, man. Thousands of dollars. That's my goddamn rent.
By the way, you're a good dude. Like, I think you're a good dude. Like, in my limited experience, I think you're a good dude.
Thanks, bro. Appreciate you saying that.
Yeah.
Anyway, so you said flat Earth. Where's the sun? I already told you. The globe and the flat Earth and anybody else, right? We figure out the position of the sun, sunset and sunrise times based upon the equation of time. Has no geometry in it as far as the Earth. It's relative to the ecliptic, which is in the sky. It's all in the celestial sphere. Has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. Would work the same on a pretzel, can of tuna fish. Fucking, you make up the object, all be the same.
Okay.
So saying, what's the flat Earth model for the sun? Yeah, dude, it already exists. It's called the equation of time.
Okay. If I'm understanding you,
and on top of that, one more point. The Gleason's map. You know what the Gleason's map is?
Yeah.
Okay. You know that it's patented?
I've seen it. Like,
Okay.
it's a flat Earth map that like seems to do
It's
a very
actually
good job.
It's a solar time calculator. That's what
But
the
it's
patent's for.
it is
Solar
a flat Earth map, right?
Yeah, no, kind of not really. I mean,
But
it's a map, but it's not for navigation.
No, but it seems to have like predictive elements. Like it does do a little bit of work in
Well, I mean,
working out some.
There are formulas to do a lot of stuff. Like you can calculate the distances between 2 points using some formulas.
It does some work.
As long
it
as
does some work.
it does work. You have to measure from the center. So that's what I'm trying to tell you. You measure from the distances from the center and apply a formula. You'll get the correct distance between any 2 points. See, that's the problem with Globers. They don't read the instructions on the map on how to measure distance.
Well, I mean that's the problem with flat earthers is everything comes with an instruction booklet like that is.
Well, how would you measure distances on a physical globe?
You would learn about physics and geometry in the.
No, if you had a physical globe, right? Like I have the Gleason's map, a physical piece of paper, right? And I'm going to measure distances on it, and I just told you how to measure distances. If you had a physical globe, how would you do that? Because it seems like you're complaining like the flat Earth map is too difficult.
I think the flat Earth map requires extra shit added onto it, like that.
Yeah, and we're probing whether that's true by asking you, how would I do it on a globe?
I'm not an astronomer.
Okay, so even if I just use latitude and longitude, you'd have to use Vincente's formula to figure out the distances between 2 points on a globe, which is way more complicated than the formulas on the
hold on. You just introduced something that I don't know, and most scientists would know. You said Vincente's formula.
Vincente.
Like,
Vincenty, Vincente's formula.
So I'm very familiar with traditional cosmology and physics, and I don't know what Vincente's formula is, and I would expect that most PhDs would not know what you were talking about.
Well, if you go on like say you want a calculator between two distances, like the great circle distance between 2 points on the globe, that software will use Vincente's formula to figure out the distance.
I mean, does he create a law?
No, it's not a law. It's just a geometric relation
No,
based on a radius of 3,959 miles.
when I say a law, I mean a formula. That would become a law.
What?
Like
Laws are for physical laws and like phenomenon, not like some shape.
No, but it would be a shape. When you say Vincente's formula, like it would be so profound that there would be an equation.
Yeah, it
Like,
is an equation, and it's way more
what?
complicated than the equations you have to do on the Gleason's map.
But what is an equation? Like
Do you want me to post it in the chat, dude? There is like it's going to post 2,000 characters.
you invoked something called Vincente's formula. I've never heard of it. I am familiar.
The Wikipedia article, is that good enough just so you know it exists?
I mean, yeah, that'll do.
Hooray.
You know, I'm not a flat earther, just making shit up and.
No.
Matrix
It's
posted it.
It's just I haven't heard it.
I know it's pretty obscure. Like, who wants to calculate the distance between 2 points on Earth? Like, who's doing that every day?
I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm just saying, like, I am ignorant of this thing.
Yeah. Listen, I know, and I'm saying yes. That's understandable. That's all I'm saying. Very understandable that you're ignorant of it.
Yeah. Okay.
Most people would just go to a fucking online calculator and punch in the latitude or like latitude, longitude, come up with a distance. Or actually, most people would just like how far is this flight? What's Expedia.com say? I mean, for practical purposes, the freaking if you were flying to Dubai, right? You probably even wouldn't look at the distance. You look at the flight time. You're like, how the fuck long am I gonna be on this airplane, right?
All
You
right,
wouldn't
so
be like, man, it's 8,000 miles. That's gonna suck. You'd be like, shit, it's 22 hours. That's gonna suck. Anyway, the point, let's get back to the sun because this is like minutia, right? So,
well, I mean, why don't we get to this formula? Like, everything about it seems to presuppose the geodesity of the Earth. Like, do you refute this formula?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it works because it's based upon the celestial sphere, right?
But you refute it.
No, it works because it's based upon a celestial sphere. It's independent of a globe. That's what you guys understand. But don't you understand?
I'm just listening.
Okay. There's a celestial sphere, right? We've modeled the sky as a celestial sphere. Coordinates like latitude and longitude, they're not on Earth. They're in the sky. So we do celestial and astronomical navigation, right? Those are based upon shit in the sky. We, as convention, we said, yes, Polaris, it's 45 degrees above the horizon. We're going to call this 45 latitude. And everybody agreed on Earth that we're going to call anywhere on Earth where you see Polaris 45 degrees above the horizon, 45 latitude. Right? But the actual coordinate system itself that marks where you are is the position of things in the sky relative to you, not actual things on Earth. Understand? We didn't measure from the South Pole or from the North Pole down to 45 latitude and go, listen, here's 45 latitude. We just measured it. It's not done that way.
So when we observe Polaris through our telescope at 45 latitude,
yeah,
what's going on there?
What do you mean what's going on there?
I mean, you say it's not at 45 latitude.
No, the Polaris is at 45 latitude in the celestial sphere. And then we say you're at 45 latitude because it's at 45 latitude.
Yeah. If you're in
The
San
actual
Francisco.
coordinates is the ecliptic, and 45 latitude is where Polaris would be, right, in the sky. Now we're talking about the celestial sphere, just so no one's confused. Ecliptic is 0 degrees, right? What's Polaris in this reference frame, right? From under the ecliptic, I'm at 0 degrees. We decided that by convention.
Right.
If I move north, right, north in the coordinate sphere of the celestial sphere, right? So you have a bunch of different coordinate systems. We have the magnetic coordinate system, and we have the solar coordinate system, and we have east, north, south, east, west, and are actually all different, but nobody knows that shit, right? So this is what I was trying to tell you, dude. It's way more complicated than people think. It's not just a couple balls orbiting the sun. It's way more complicated than that shit.
No, well, let's simplify it. Let's take the pieces individually.
Simplify because it won't work. These are all band-aids to observations. That's what you. They're band-aids. They're ad hoc hypothesis to observations when the observation doesn't match the idea that the Earth's a globe. So we need a band-aid.
When you say it's complicated, can you describe why it's complicated?
Because the Earth is not a sphere.
That's why it's complicated. That's why you can't.
That's why it's overly complicated.
So
I'm describing the globe model. I'm not describing flat Earth, dude. Like I'm describing the globe model.
So you can't describe it because the.
I can't. I am actively describing it in excruciating detail.
Because it's too complicated.
No, I'm describing the globe model in excruciating detail. Unnecessary detail, as a matter of fact.
All right. Do we have the next question or the next reason why the Earth is flat?
It sure as hell isn't the sky. Okay, why is the Earth flat? Is the majority of the surface of the Earth water? Yes. Is water flat? Yes. That's why the Earth's flat.
So you're going about like the Polaris in the Indio, but like it works in the south as well, man. The stars decline in the south, just as they would in the north.
Yeah. So what?
So like, is there a celestial sphere on the flat Earth? That's my question in the last couple of days. Is it a celestial sphere? Is it like a dome or is it a flat sky? What's the deal?
A couple of hypotheses about this. The main one being called personal dome theory, and there's actually people that have made this work.
Yeah, the whole Walter.
So he's actually made all this shit work mathematically.
So it's just lenses bending light from a celestial sphere onto the Earth.
Or just sprinkles it on ice cream, bro.
It's two planes, right? You have two planes, but because of the way we perceive the world and the composition of the air, right? We perceive it as there's this great dome rotating about us. Okay, now, and I'll give you a reason. Like, I don't just say stuff because, yeah, I want it to be flat, so I'm just making this shit up. So, have you heard of something called Snell's window?
No.
Okay. Something called Snell's window. When you're underneath the water, right?
Is that
window.
related to Snell's law?
Yes, exactly. Yes, it's related to Snell's law. Okay, you can be underwater, right? And there'll be a window, right? If you look straight up, there's a window from which you can see the sky. Okay. You can actually see the horizon from underwater because the light gets refracted at the boundary of the mediums, and each angle, right, that refraction angle increases. And you can actually see the horizon from underwater. So if you looked at this window, right, if you were a fish looking up, you'd be like, hey, man, the sky's this weird hyperbolic dome. And if fish had telescopes, they would do all these observations and say, hey, man, the sky is hyperbolic. right? And they reach all these weird conclusions because the medium they're looking in, right, projects the sky on this window a certain way. Now we're looking through a refracting medium all around us. And our contention is that because of this and other reasons, so there's other reasons, the ability, we don't have visual distance cues with stars like we do with terrestrial objects. Like when I say visual distance cues, like we know from experience that trees a certain size, and if it's a certain size in our vision, it must be so far away, right? So we have these visual distance cues, but when we look at the sky, there's actually no distance cues. All the stars are they all look the same distance. You can't go at one star. That star looks farther away than that star, right? No one can actually say that. You can just say that one might look bigger than that one, right? So it's like a visual perception. I don't know if anyone's ever looked down like
What
have you ever got vertigo from looking off like the side of a building or looking up at like the underside of a giant bridge or something?
Yeah.
What do you
so
make
you get, like,
of
these weird? So you get these weird like visual perception things in our head because we're looking at something that is like kind of like unnatural. So naturally we run around, we look at like the stuff in our houses, the stuff in our yard or whatever. But in this situation, right, it doesn't, like the geometric proportions aren't the same as like, you know.
what do you make of what are called standard candles in physics? And I'll explain that. Like
well, yeah, I know what it is. Talking about Cepheid variables and all that shit.
Well,
big distance ladder, but you need a radius for the cosmic distance ladder, so that's gonna be a problem.
Should I do the service of like giving it for the audience? Like a standard candle.
Yeah. I actually have shit to do. I can't like continue. I might be able to come back in like a couple minutes, but I have something I have to go do.
All right. Well, when you come back in a couple of minutes, like
I mean, Jedi could take over if you're game or anybody else.
Like, does Jedi want to like talk about standard candles?
Oh, I'm sure he'd love to talk about.
If not, we can talk about another subject. Like, I'm not gonna like cornerhole you.
I'm at work, guys, so I can't really have a long depth conversation with anyone. I'll probably get called out in 2 minutes.
No problem. I'll let it drop.
No, I want to keep it going. I've got a topic that I want to discuss with you, Cargo.
Oh, you want to talk about standard candles?
Well, I was going to carry on with the celestial sphere kind of thing, unless it's related.
Maybe it's related. I mean, you can ask me a question. I cannot guarantee that I have an answer for you.
No, just like a speculation. I guess doing it a day early, or few days early. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll give it a shot.
So, they're going about this celestial dome, or this perspective dome, and they explain it with Polaris all the time. Polaris this, the angle to Polaris that. But then there's a definite difference in the south, and they kind of stay away from that on the flatlanders side, and the way that was always an issue, and the reason why I'm no longer a flatlander was there's a lot of twisting and bending you have to do in the south to make it all work, with the sky especially, in navigation. And one of the things is that.
Do you think that I'm a flat? Do you think I'm a flat earther?
No. No flat earther stepped up, and Jedi's working right now, so I'm just gonna have a talk. You know, if anyone wants to step up and give them answers, we're kind of getting along the way of the whole distance of the tropics. They agree upon a distance on the equator, for example.
Okay.
On the globe, for example.
I'll step back.
So yeah. Oh, well, feel free. You're the only person with an open mic right now, so. Essentially, there's a known distance, or like the globe would say, the equator is a known distance, and that's the circumference of the Earth, right? And then the flatlanders would say, we don't really know, just like everything else, and we don't have a map to tell you this and verify this. But we agree it's a circle, and you can circumnavigate it just by going around in a circle, right? We're in this northern pole. Same with the Tropic of Capricorn and Tropic of Cancer. You can map them onto the Earth on maps, and we can, verify this with the path of the sun through the year. And then, is that distance on the land a larger circle or a greater circle? Which tropic is the greater circle? Because on the globe, they're the same size circle, the same distance on the ground. So it's something maybe we could test, or maybe they'd have an answer for with maps. Because that's where I got stuck. Like the AE map's like the best representation of the flat Earth, but it's very one-sided with like the northern hemisphere, right? It just doesn't work in the south. And even the distance from the pole to the equator is a different measurement. There's a lot of different measurements, and it's not really good representation. And if there's no map for the flat Earth, it just seems to me that it's not a flat Earth. If there's not one map that's longitude and latitude accurate. I mean, you can always get one that's accurate longitude, and that's the AE map, but it's all equidistant, right?
Is there any correct map?
Yeah, well, it's a 3D, but yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you're going to stick it on this 2D plane, then you're going to have issues if it's a 3D surface. It's like the non-Euclidean debate, right?
Not really.
What's a straight line?
But is there any map that claims to be 100% correct with its proportion, size, and projection?
Not when you put it on a flat surface, no.
So you have now changed to thinking that the Earth is a hollow, concave. What is it?
The spherical maps still work. The latitude's getting larger towards the equator and then shrinking down to a southerly pole still kind of works accurately, and that's where we're getting at with the tropics, essentially, like the Tropic of Capricorn.
I really like this kind of talk because I really try to get in the mindset of people that want to have this solved. Question is, how do you verify it at the end? How do you verify anything that you have mentioned to be true? Like, have you been there, measured it yourself, or do you just believe that whoever is accepting that to be true is true?
Well, buy me a plane ticket, I'll go around mapping all this, but essentially all we've got is all the maps we've been passed down, right? And the celestial sphere, and the fact we've mapped the sky hundreds and hundreds of years ago and then overlaid that on the Earth. Even if the land wasn't discovered yet, we still overlaid them longitude and latitude lines over the maps. So it's all to do with that, really. Those longitude and latitude lines are concentric circles, right, on the AE map, for example. But they shouldn't, anywhere past the south, they should be getting smaller and smaller, because that's how the world works, and that's why no flat map would work with orientation anyway.
Well, I
if I may interject
biblical cosmology, so for me everything works fine. Like, there's no confusion at all. I think the sky, the firmament, within my belief system, if I'm gonna go into my beliefs, or the things I trust in, is a wonderful clock piece made by the creator, and I think I don't see any problems. But I also don't buy into a lot of the stuff that supposedly people have measured that I can't verify myself. I can't go to the distinctive points and reaffirm what they have been concluding is the truth in the first place. So even what they say about longitude, meridian lines, and so forth, I can't 100% verify. I can only say that all the ancient civilizations, all the major civilizations before us, seem to just navigate it and use this place just as it is described in biblical cosmology. So I personally would never take even anything spherical into consideration. as a surface. The surface is clearly what water adheres to, and that will never change for me.
That's a very solid point, Clay Undersealed. Sorry, I was just going to say quickly, that's a solid point, and I don't know how many of you have navigated across water or navigated cross country, but you got your northings, which are your horizontal lines. You got your eastings, which are your vertical lines. They work out on the map that you're working off of. The maps are only about 80% maximum accurate, but you can accurately navigate off of them if you know what you're doing with practice, and it takes a lot of training. But yeah, like the whole idea of a flat Earth world map, flat Earth model, this, that, and the other, or even the globe model, like it's not accurate at all. And none of the maps that we have on Earth are actually they're not really accurate anyway. Even the ones that are brought in. So, but you can still use them though to navigate. You can use them to navigate.
On the continents, we are allowed to move, basically. So we do not know if the further of the southern hemisphere, which is basically restricted to us, is still explorable to someone who has more access, like military and such. They probably know more than we do and have seen more than we do. So since they cannot talk about this, yeah.
And the other thing is the Earth truly navigated or used 100%ly, or at least to the extent where we have been taught about the lands and so forth that we are known of? Because as far as I have last checked, it's like everything has been put into certain categories of routings, especially for aircrafts or boats. It's just always going to follow certain specific regions that are marked, and as soon as you go over a certain border or you pass somewhere through you shouldn't be passing through, you're gonna have an issue real quick. So
yeah, 100%.
Yeah, sorry.
100%. I was just going to say, just to back both of you up with what you're saying, because both of you are 100% on point with that. So even like East Timor, when I was deployed there, 5 maps in a very small geographical area. It took a long time to marry them up where they were kind of accurately married up to each other. Navigation, cross-country navigation is not easy at all. It's not something that you can learn in a couple of days and be able to do it. Like, it takes years of practice to get good at it, and you're working off of, again, magnetic north does change, and grid north doesn't change, but magnetic north does, and that's the issue. Yeah. So, but everything, or I guess at the end of the day, what I'm trying to interject here with, and sorry, I'm not going to take up much more of your time. Everything that we do is based off of flat. Everything, including that. Everything. There is no getting around that. Anyway, sorry guys.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, let me quote, especially from Jeremiah, the prophet, in 31:33. This is what the Lord says: only if the heavens above can be measured and the foundations of the earth below searched out, I will reject all descendants of Israel because of all they have done, declares the Lord. So basically, if it would be possible, he would deny his whole descendants. So
Yeah,
since nobody has been found out anything, this is still going on, what is going on in the world right now,
Yep.
This is why his prophecies come to fruition anyways, because he knows.
There's a great mystery about many things the Lord has made, and I think it's something he also wants to keep, especially when you read Job and you look at how he talks to Job directly and about how he has laid the foundations, how he has made the stars and so forth, and he literally asked Job, answer me if you have understanding, answer me if you can answer how I did it, and he does it in a way where you understand, okay, little man, you have been created by the potter, and there's just certain things you will not understand, and that's okay, because his ways are not your ways, and the way he has made certain things maybe should be kept a secret for a certain period, whatever. You know, it is his decision. It's
And this was the way where he got humbled again. You know, it's like. But either way, he was still put above, let's say, above his friends, which basically put him in his place by saying, "Oh, this is why God is punishing you," and this and that. No, actually, they got punished afterwards. You know, it's like those people who actually seem to know better in terms of guiding the person through who is going through severe suffering were actually wrong.
And the thing is this, right? It says the firmament sheweth his handiwork, right? And it gives glory to his. One second. The firmament.
Yes, you're right.
His handiwork. Yeah, David. Okay, 1 second. In Psalms 19 it says, "The heavens declare, the firmament declares the glory." No, 1 second. The heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament showed his handiwork. So it's glory. It's his glory, the firmament, or that declares his glory. And I would say, what is more? What has more glory? Something that you inherently know from its tail to its mouth, and you 100% can describe how it's made, how it was established, how it was measured, and so forth? Or do you actually think something has more glory if there is it's just so mesmerizing you can't really explain it, how it came to existence in the first place? I think it's the same with when you go into Old City or somewhere on this plane, and you look at something wonderful that some other man has created, and sometimes you still marvel yourself, like, how did he do that? How did he do that? You know, how was this established, or how did he paint it, this wonderful realistic painting, whatever, you know? And I think it's the same thing with the creator. There's just certain things he done, or he reflects his glory, and I think us knowing everything about creation would just take the glory away. So that's why I say I'm a simple man. I don't need to know everything. I can just be assured that what the Bible says is true.
Humbleness is the key.
Yeah. Like, why do I need a map or like an instruction page that says, okay, he laid out the firmament by doing so and so, and then he made the stars by you know, maybe it's so complex we can't even, no matter how much we would study it, even if you would give us a paper with like 5,000 sides that explains it in detail, we wouldn't get it. You know, maybe it's just not for our minds to understand or perceive how the heavens have been established.
Yeah, the only way he would establish or reveal it to us if it comes to the end, at the very end, where we have been resurrected, given a new body, etc. And then we get to know everything that has been going on, everything that is going to be new, etc., etc.
Well, for me, it's just like, you know, who knows? Maybe to his glory, if I'm gonna well, I know because of the Messiah, I'm gonna live with him eternally within the new established kingdom on earth. But you know, maybe there's just certain things that are that I want to find out later. If it's by his will, I don't need to know. Even if I be in eternity and it's just too complex, I don't need to know. But if he would, you know, make it known to me, that would be wonderful. But it's not like that. It's but one thing he made known to me, and I think it's very similar, is, have you ever seen the rockets that go up and then sometimes it happens that it looks like it's like riding waters above, and it's like very illuminated waters, and they say it's just, you know, it's just in space, and it's just fumes reflecting sunlight or whatever. But the thing is, there's events or there's even waters on Earth that you can put your hand through and it starts self-illuminating in the same bluish color like the rocket did when it, was, in my words, hitting this water above, this liquid above. And that's the only thing you revealed to me, and I personally think that's a revelation that because of the things I found on Earth as a representation of that is very good. Like there's indeed waters above, and they like the brine pools because they have been going into the deepest ocean and found these brine pools. They can't ascend into them, no matter which robot they use, or to ascend into these brine pools. It doesn't work. It's like a layer where they bounce off automatically. So they ascend into it a little bit, just like the rocket that you see in the sky. It will go scrape it, and then it will bounce off, like it did with the SpaceX rocket. And this is what the Lord has shown me. You don't need to believe me. You can look it up yourself. But at least this is the only revelation I have about the sky, that indeed there have been separations of waters. That's it. I don't know no more. That's the only confirmation I have for myself. I believe, still need to believe because I can't go up there and touch it and verify it for myself. But there is the separation of liquids. It's for me personally. I think it's not the same water as the water you touch in the ocean, for example. But you will still find certain ocean water that is self-illuminating, or sometimes there's an event where it is self-illuminating, and the bluish color is very similar. I'm just gonna post something real quick so people understand what I'm talking about, and then they can look it up hopefully for themselves, because it's very interesting. It's not like it's very similar. And then I also looked at these what they call Milky Way or stardust or whatnot, and they really remind me of brine pools. It's very interesting, the shape of them. Where's the picture? Did I move the files? Oh, I have a backup. There we go. I found it. Okay. So first picture I'm going to post is a photo of the so-called Hard Nebula. And the picture next to it is a brine pool, which is the pools or the water underwater lakes, which there's a separation of waters underwater as we can find in the oceans. And I find it's very interesting that the one thing is up in the heavens where there was a separation of waters. It kind of, if I wouldn't have told you, I could have changed the colors a bit on the Hard Nebula and said this is a brine pool underwater, would be, very equal. Anyways, what is more interesting is if you look at this video and you look at this video, so the first video is the SpaceX rocket hitting the separations of waters above, the liquid above. And the second video is this phenomena of self-illuminating water, In this case, it looks a bit greenish, but there's also videos where you have surfers surfing on the self-illuminating water. And it's exactly the same blue, so let me post that video as a reference. It's literally the same bluish color.
Yeah, all I can say is I've also posted something like this where scientists found that 11,500 kilometers above the Earth there is a electromagnetic field that basically fry satellites. I saw it would correlate with what you're saying when they are launching those rockets, you know. So there's something to it.
Look at the surfer serving on the self-illuminating water.
Mm.
And then look at the SpaceX rocket hitting the liquid above. It's literally liquid, man. It's an impenetrable liquid. It's the same with the brine pools. If you study the brine pools, which is the separation of water underwater, you see that you can't go deep into these brine pools because they're so dense that it's like a barrier. You can't pass that barrier. They just go in a little bit, they dip in, and then they just bounce off, right? It's the same with the rocket. It's just inverted, so to say. Okay, I don't want to use the word as below as above, whatever. This.
Yeah, I know why. I know why.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it makes sense in terms of elements.
Yes. And you also sometimes get different colors of the water, just as with the oh, that's some great GIF. Yeah, for me there is no doubt that they're hitting the brine pools above. Like, look at the GIFs that Concave is posting. I'm 100% saving that.
Yeah, the last picture that has been just posted, it's just the rocket is grinding basically upon the firmament.
Yeah. And then when you look
I believe they've already broke through the first layer at the Kármán line, so.
Well, I personally think that the ISS might be a scuba diving station, but because that's just a theory of mine. Maybe there's no one in it, or maybe there's someone in it. It's just like a submarine in that liquid.
I think it's above it even.
You think so? I don't know what they
I
can
think
do with
they
the
broke
liquid.
through it in the 60s. Basically, it started off. The whole space thing started off after Fishbowl in the 60s, right? And then soon after that, there was a whole rush up there to try and get to the next layer or whatever their imagination would give. You know what I mean? So I'm concluding. Seems to be a big rush after they started nuking the sky, and then they all started rushing up there for some reason.
Yeah, but they do not know what the waters above are composed of. We do not know if it's super salted water, which would be ridiculous even to contemplate. But even if it were so, it would be a different kind of penetration that has to be going on. You know, it's like this would be basically the first layer we already seen. If it's salted water, but we do not know what else is upholding the element of that water that is above, contrary to the water that have been down here.
It kind of goes down to like the flood, right? It goes back to the flood and where did the salt water come from? And I think it's the waters above that came down in that flood. And this, like you said, the saline or salt water that's still up there.
I mean, okay,
that makes sense.
Yeah.
Very super salty water. Very super salty water that is so salty that it even petrifies certain structures like trees or Nephilims that died, and then you find these petrified organs. I mean, something is there about this liquid. The liquid that was used with the flood is not compared to water we find now. You know, that stuff must have been very deadly. You know, if something is very, very salty, there's literally, even if you swim in that water for a long time, there is no hope for you.
Yeah, you would be so dried out if you drink one drop of it or something. I mean, if you drink salt water, you're basically thirst to your death, unless you find something else.
Did you actually know that you can cool very pure water well below 0 degrees Celsius without freezing?
Yeah,
it's called supercooled. Pure water can be supercooled to as low as about minus 40 degrees Celsius.
Well, I'd explain the ice in the sky and more biblical stuff about the ice falling before the fire and such. Yeah. And the reasons, in my opinion, for the whole geoengineering scheme is literally a greenhouse effect, and they're trying to reduce the heat rising to this sky, melting the fragile ice or whatever.
Well, the thing is this: that scheme is just
interesting thought.
That scheme is just very much obsolete in the views of that the creator has established volcanoes on this earth, and just 2 or 3 volcanoes will bring back the balance of the CO2. So it's actually, no matter how you look at, even if you think the earth has been created by coincidence of the Big Bang Theory or whatnot, it is just stupid to lower CO2 for any greenhouse effect, because first of all, greenhouses use CO2 for more flowers for better yield of harvest. Anyways,
just that's the Dutch. They pump it in the greenhouses, right? They get the best plants.
Exactly. They pump in CO2 gas by burning. They get CO2 by burning erdgas. I don't know what the English term is. Anyways, some kind of gas. But the thing is this: even if we would go completely green, the Messiah, you know, it just needs to be some major volcano to erupt, and everything will be back in balance. You know, there's a reason why volcanoes exist. They are the equivalent to what the people do in the Netherlands for the greenhouses, in order to have a balance regarding the growth of plants. That's why we live in a greenhouse and we have volcanoes. The volcanoes have a very important role because they keep the balance.
Well, in a spiritual sense, if someone is talking about the rock or the mountain basically being a foundation, which would be spiritual representative as belief and substitute to truth, you know, then if something of this mountain is going to erupt in flames and liquid and such, it would be a kind of expression of anger, would it be not?
Sure, yeah. It says in the scriptures that he speaks to the mountain, and it will one second.
I'll take your time.
Yeah, Psalm 104:32. Who looks on the earth and it trembles, who touches the mountains and they smoke. Micah 1:4, and the mountains will melt under him, and the valleys will split open like wax before the fire, like waters poured down a steep place.
Yeah, there you have it. This speaks for itself, you know. It's like it just takes scripture and it explains itself.
Yep. And Exodus 19:18. Now Mount Sinai was wrapped in smoke because the Lord had descended on it on fire. You know what's funny? You literally can find Mount Sinai today, obviously. And what who would have thought, coincidentally, the very mountain that he descended to, and there was fire around it and smoke around it, is the half top of it is literally black, as some and with melted rock, blackish color, as something as if there has been a fire on it. Because the Bible is true. Literally everything you wanna look up, if it's Sodom and Gomorrah, the sulfur boards, if it's the split rock, it's so many things.
What did they find around those mountains? Sulfur rocks, which are still present there. You can mine them, you can gather them. There's sulfur over the place.
It's crazy. Wait, let me post a picture. You can literally see that the top, like it says in the scripture, it has a different color because of the fire that is described. It's actually wonderful. There you go. You can see it. There is no excuse. Everything is like he has given enough evidence for that his word is true. Or at least you want to believe that, coincidentally,
and especially said Moses has seen the face of God. It doesn't say anything about God is touching the earth or something like that. That says above everything that if he would touch the earth, everything would melt, basically. It would go to the ground. If this is black, if this is already burning, just by seeing him in heaven and seeing his face, bro.
Well, the second cleaning of this earth is gonna be by fire, right? And I had a vision about that, and it was very peaceful. And that is the crazy thing about it. He gave me a vision. I was surrounded by destroyed houses, people burned down to the bones. But the peace I felt was unlike any other peace I've ever felt. It was like when you have dived deep and you came back to the surface in the water, and then you take a deep breath because you were almost out of air. It was this relief, as if the earth is finally free.
Wickedness has been purged.
Exactly. It was very weird, but I do know that I do believe that the vision is there is just certain visions I have that are lining with biblical scripture, also with the rapture, that I can replay in my head. This is something I can't do with anything else. In fact, I don't remember my dreams, right? But with these visions, I can replay the very pictures. Still, I can replay what I've seen. It's very weird. It's like as if there's an SD card with a video clip that you can replay. It's only with these visions that align with scripture. It's a wonderful thing. I mean, actually, it's a wonderful thing that I would have actually had the penalty of death because of my transgressions, but, because of the Messiah, we have the grace still. Still grace is abiding, but not forever. It's not unlimited grace. There is a point where he's gonna come back and judge.
Well, when it's talking about the thing that withholds the evil right now, is basically that which you're talking about, which is His grace, which is basically still abiding until the time when the Antichrist comes and then takes away peace, and everyone who is taking the mark of the beast is basically unsavable. This is where the cut is made. Everyone who makes a decision to take the mark is basically unsavable anymore. and we have to be chopped off our heads by guillotine.
And the great thing about his patience is this, that even in the days of Noah, before the flood, they had over 1,000 years of repentance granted. Okay, he was so patient that he waited over 1,000 years. And at the end, it was only Noah.
No, it wasn't 1,000 years. It was Noah came to knowledge that what was his plan. So he got instructions by 100 years, but by 120 years he then executed the judgment.
1 second.
So he had over 120 years to tell the people to repent, basically.
We have I might be wrong. I appreciate the correction. I don't know why I have this 1,000 years in my head.
That's fine.
Maybe I was mixing something up. I was mixing something up. Before Noah's flood, some genetics of people have lived up to nearly 1,000 years.
Yes, this was basically speaking of the Nephilim that were born by the angels and.
Well, I think Moses, age of death.
He lived 920 years.
Adam, age of death.
He lived
930 years.
Yes.
930 years, almost 1,000 years is what Adam lived. What is actually Eve's age of death? Also about to be 930 years. Well, then, there's a point where it says in Genesis that he changed the genetics to a point where people will no longer live this long, so they will die.
Basically because corruption has already abided, and it wasn't all pure, because Noah himself was pure, but his descendants and his people and the wives of them, they were not pure, basically, but they got, because they were family right now, they got married and such, and by his decree he declared by 70 years, and everything else is by strength.
There's actually a lot of nice videos about people examining the rocks at Mount Sinai. There's a lot of carvings, ancient carvings, and so it's very interesting, actually. It's very interesting how our history channels that tell us you have the ball don't really talk about. At least when I was young, I have never seen any mainstream documentaries saying, "Here's Mount Sinai."
Me neither. I mean, we grew up with the same. We grew up with the same stuff, We are both.
Yeah, I was always taught the Bible is a fairy tale, like there's no proof, like Sodom and Gomorrah.
Yeah, I mean, of course. I mean, by me, it came by heart, to know the Lord.
Yeah, I was granted understanding by grace. I didn't do anything for it at all.
Yep.
Up to this day, I'm not doing anything. It's not by my own strength.
Matrix. This ridiculous this picture.
Crazy thing is, I actually want to travel there, which I'm gonna probably do soon. Is to Sodom and Gomorrah. I just want to look at that place and find some sulfur bowls. And I've never been in that part of the earth, you know, down there where there's
Yeah, I've seen multiple Discovery channels and such who have been traveled to there and actually discovered and hold these sulfur balls in their hands, you know, and it's still pure sulfur, absolute 100% pure sulfur. There's
it is in fact so pure that that it's very hard to reconstruct it within a chemical laboratorium.
Yeah, that's why I said it's pure.
You know what the official excuse story is? That obviously comes to the heliocentric paradigm. That coincidentally, Sodom and Gomorrah, I mean, I need to have an excuse story, right? Is that there was a meteorite strike.
Yeah, of course.
That brought
what else? What else?
Yeah. So sad, man. And then people just take that as an answer than just the overwhelming evidence that it's like the sulfur balls that have been described are there. You know, the city is at the exact same location. It's just the diameter of the both of the cities that have been completely destroyed and melted. You see the melted buildings and so forth. But yeah, it's just coincidence. It's just that it was some meteorite. And the funny thing is, you can't find any supposed meteorite strike that is anywhere equal to this. Sodom and Gomorrah and the sulfur ball site is the only site in the world that is this way. You can't find anything else to compare it to. It's so funny, man. See, that's why people love the lies. They love the comfortable lies because it's just way easier.
Yeah, well, but they don't know better, you know.
That's true, yes. It's by His grace that we get understanding. You can only understand Scripture through the Spirit of truth. Otherwise, it's veiled unto those who, I guess, don't have this access yet.
Yeah.
Scripture must be spiritually discerned, but the natural man does not understand the spiritual things. Therefore, it's a mystery to him what Scripture says. It says here, 1 Corinthians 2:14, but the natural man receiveth not the things of the Spirit of God, for they are foolishness unto him, neither can he know them, because they are spiritually discerned. So they're literally blind to it.
This is a problem. You have to want in the know yourself, unless he cannot do anything to you. They cannot provide you with knowledge if you don't want to have knowledge. If you want to live in the world, you can live with the world, you can learn everything from the world, but he will not reach you unless you reach out to him. And then your life will change.
You can't have both. You can't serve the world and its temporary desires and have the other ear listening to the truth, which is, you know, the word, the living word, the Messiah, the word, truth, the way, and the life. You can only understand the word if you choose who you serve. And it has to do with faith, right? Everywhere when you read, no matter which gospel you read, Messiah was always talking about your faith saved you. You know, when people, when the woman that had the sickness with blood, I don't know what it's called again, but she just touched his garment.
Her period,
and,
she had a constant period.
Yeah, exactly, and she was healed. And he says, you know, by your faith. Now, every time he says by your faith, not because of.
Which is why he couldn't heal anyone who didn't believe in his healing, you know. He went to everyone, basically, also in his own hometown. But the people who saw him and knew him beforehand didn't believe in him. So therefore they had no faith. They didn't believe and they wasn't healed. So he moved on. But others believed in him who didn't know him.
The requirement of faith is that you go against your carnal mind. Faith is something that comes from the spiritual. It's not something the natural man can through a construct or a pre-finished manual or something inherit. Faith is something spiritual. It needs to be. Faith only works if there is no basis of what is it called, of proving that faith. We have blind faith in the one that is our doctor, you know, and the one that is our savior.
Yeah,
it is a blind faith, and that's the mystery to the world. The world can only, the natural man only works according to what he can see, feel, touch, and experience. It's a foolish thing to the sophisticated man to have faith, because it's based on blind belief. You know, you just put your trust and faith into someone you have actually never seen in the first place, right?
Wait, can you say that again? It's blind faith for the sophisticated man. Sorry, I'm just trying to wrap my mind around it.
Okay, so we live in a world where we live around very sophisticated people. At least that's what they think of themselves, right? We live in sophisticated times. So when then there's someone like me that says the best thing you can do is give your life to the truth, the way, and the life, which is the Messiah. You put your faith and trust into someone you have never seen. And you have blind faith. Blind faith is nothing more than believing something without, you know, having any physical evidence for the sophisticated natural man. And the sophisticated natural man would never consider this, because for him it's foolishness to put his energy towards spiritual things such as having faith into something, you know.
Who was the unfaithful servant again? Was it Peter?
You're arguing against the faith?
Let's try to get for the faith.
Let's try to get back on topic.
What's the topic?
Flat Earth. It's kind of good with the banter back and forth between with you and Ripcord, but now with questions and religious questions on the table, it's sort of like, yeah, it's not going to work out.
Yeah,
because he'll come away. Well, no, he'll come away saying flat earthers said this in the context of religion. That's kind of a no-go, okay? Because flat earthers aren't a homogenous group. Lots of people, lots of different ideas about religion, lots of different ideas about the creator. So that's why I just don't want it to be represented here. You know, like if you guys want to talk religious, just drop down to another channel and
that's fine.
Talk about faith and stuff. But so in the context of this channel, it could create problems in the future.
I mean, nobody has left in the last 25 minutes. So
yeah, that's what I'm saying. I've just been letting you guys go back and forth because you were both talking about one thing. But now with questions on the table and framed in the flat Earth context, this dude could walk away saying flat earthers said this about faith, and then come up with an anti-flat earth argument using that framework.
It's okay.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know if this was Berg, actually.
Yeah.
Hey, Crit, this is your room, right? This is your room.
I agree with Crit. This is a moderate. This is 24/7's room.
Yeah,
so I agree with
it's
Crit.
flat Earth.
In
Let's talk about that.
yeah. 1 second, dude. In his assessment, I agree with him. So, yeah, just always be situationally aware. Wait. Sorry. Can I finish? Always be situationally aware when you're in this room that it's not just you and someone else having a conversation, but you're inviting everybody else into it. So because of that, like, always be aware of that, guys.
Okay, so I have a question. Like, I'm a retard. I don't really know a lot, but I'm on a Starlink. I'm on a Starlink.
Yeah, don't. Yeah, let's not say that, but like you're not that. So.
Well, I don't know.
It's a very humble statement.
Yeah, I'm willing to entertain ideas because I don't know. I don't know a lot. I don't know a lot, you know. But I know I'm on a Starlink now because like I don't have internet where I'm at, and there's no cable, there's no DSL here, and so I got a Starlink, and I set it up. But can y'all tell me how it works? Like,
well, you got it. How about you see how it works?
Dude, I don't know. I don't fucking know. I mean, I set it up.
Well, how about you read? Hold on. You bust out the paperwork you signed. Give whatever manual they gave you, whatever stuff they gave you, and read the motherfucker.
It says that there's satellites orbiting the.
Yeah, it also says that. I got this, Alpha. It also says in there that you recognize Musk as the God Emperor of Mars.
I'm just talking about like why my internet connection works.
I'm wondering why you think you would sign documents saying that you affirm and agree that Musk is the God Emperor of Mars.
Wait, so you agree that there's nonsensical statements in the documentation? Then why would you refer to it as like a guide
Hold on.
as how it works?
1 second, Dakabai. I would just answer to the gentleman who asked the question. Why didn't you ask your cable installer?
There ain't no
that
cable.
question is specific.
I live in rural Eastern Washington. There ain't no internet out here. There ain't no cable. There ain't no DSL. And so
whoever gave you the satellite, that satellite internet, why didn't you ask them or contact those guys, those professionals who do that? Why don't you ask those guys the question that you want to ask? This Discord chat is reserved for flat Earth conversations, not conversations about installing internet.
No,
but he's not asking how to install it. He's asking how it works, right?
Yeah,
so you would have an explanation for it, right?
Yeah,
what's related to the shape of the Earth? No?
Right here, this is how it works. Okay, Chapter 9 in the TOS for Starlink. For purposes provided to or on to orbit the planet Earth, Moon, here are the terms that distribute between us rising out of related of these terms. Okay, so basically,
are you quoting?
Yeah, right here it says.
No, I'm
Mars.
listening. I wanna know,
We reckon
like I've seen a lot of
parties.
Controlling.
Yeah, all parties here recognize Mars as a free planet and no Earth-based government or authority or sovereignty over Martian activities. Accordingly, disputes will be settled through self-governed principles established in good faith at the time of the Martian settlement. So, are you a Mars citizen?
Wow.
I mean, I'm all I'm asking because I've seen a lot of.
Yeah, dude. Did you read? Okay, this is what you should do.
Videos.
Read the motherfucker. Okay, bust out the book.
I don't think it explains how.
Read the motherfucker. Read that shit. Okay, read it. If you still got questions,
Mars has to do with it.
Yeah. Well, it's in the book. It's in the book they give you. The pamphlet, the handouts.
Just as a general point to Corona Beard, technology can exist in the sky and it not be a floating box going around a ball.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. I just want to understand it. I want to wrap my mind around it because I've seen a lot of videos. Like I said, I live out here in Eastern Washington, and there ain't no internet, ain't no DSL, we ain't got no cable, and the only way I could get this internet connection was to get this fucking Starlink thing.
Okay.
We set it up and it
have you
works.
ever heard of something called?
Right now, but
have you ever heard of? Have you ever heard of Satelloons?
Yeah, maybe. Tell me about it, man. I don't understand.
So Satelloons, you can look them up. This is something that NASA and some other agencies put up to, well, basically, it's a satellite. What we see as a satellite in the images that were shown, but on a giant balloon. And they float these things around different areas, use it for weather monitoring and stuff like that. So they've had high altitude technology like this since like probably the 40s, maybe 50s, around that time, and they use them for a whole load of things, communications in remote areas, this kind of thing. When it comes to something like Starlink, possible that that's the kind of thing they're using, but really us speculating about what technology they're using, it's just speculation.
Yeah,
The Earth
I don't know.
measures
I was
flat,
hoping you guys
so
help me out.
Yeah, Cyclone. So 1 second. So I think it was, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong. I think Starlink bought out Google Loon Project because Google Loon was discontinued. So Google Loon has something called Google Loon has something called Project X. So I think they were bought out by Starlink. And if you want to find out, what that was, type in Google right now, Project X. It's going to take you to the Loon Project. And you're going to see that Satelloons are what is being deployed by Starlink. So they were using Project.
Okay, can you send me that link?
Hold 1 second, guys. Hold on. Just relax. So they bought out Project X, and when you go to the website, it's going to detail how they operate. So the question the gentleman's asking can go right into the website of Project X, which was discontinued by Google Loon, and then you can find out all the information. It shows images, and it tells you what they do. So it's not just us saying it. You can look at the website, and it'll detail it to you right now.
Which is why Elon Musk is so obsessed with X in general. He's naming his Sun X, Twitter X. I mean, if Google Loon is X, then
but either way, the point is,
or not.
Either way, the point is this could be the technology being used, as Miggy's pointing out. Google Loon was bought up, and you can look into Google Loon, same kind of idea.
Loon,
but we usually stick to the surface of Earth, right? Because I mean, since Earth measures flat and is observed flat, doesn't really matter what they claim the technology in the sky is doing. It's doing it above a flat, motionless Earth.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I've been watching them these Michael Sargent videos, and I'm really it seems compelling, right? The evidence looks. I mean, there's definitely an argument to be made here.
100%. I mean, it measures flat. That's a pretty good argument.
Yeah, and I've watched these experiments he's done, and it seems like, and that's why I want to know, because we signed up for this, but I just don't understand it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Continue in your way of thinking. You're on the right path. Just work on it.
Yeah, don't forget to go to that website too. It's gonna tell you how it operates.
I mean, I got the browsers up. Can you send me a link?
Yeah, just type in Project X in the Google search bar. Project X.
I don't like to use Google, man. I heard it's not good.
I don't know about that. Just this is gonna give you the information you require for this answer.
Yeah, Project X, Google Loon. I'm sure that'll bring something up. Also, since you're interested, are you on the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server?
I'm not. I don't know about it.
Right, I'm going to send you the link because there's an additional information section which has gigabytes of stuff.
These are on balloons they're launching.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right, so I've just DM'd you.
Oh, all right, thank you.
And just check out, when you join the server, scroll about 3/4 of the way down and you'll see an additional information section, and it's all alphabetized. So it's got like Antarctica, gravity, curvature, motion. There's also a channel for satellites under S, which will have a bunch of that information in there.
Okay, I'm gonna check it out. Because I don't understand how it works. I mean, it works because I'm talking to you on it right now, but I want to understand.
Yeah, I know you want to say that, sir. You want to say that over and over, but the website's going to detail to you how it operates.
Yeah.
So we could tell you, but it's better if you get it from the website so you won't say that a flat earther gave it to you. You know what I mean?
I will check out these links. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Because, like I said, I've been looking into these things. I've been watching these. I've been watching the Michael Sargent videos, and it's compelling, right?
Yeah, well, that's it. You just need to keep an open mind and research, and then weigh up the evidence on both sides.
I'm a farmer, man. I don't think I'm that good at research.
No, it's easy. It's easy. You're a farmer, so you should understand the world. That's all it's about.
I do, yeah.
Yeah. If you're a farmer, you should be the most. You should be the most intellectual person around because you do a little bit of everything.
Oh man, I mean, how John Deere tractor work. I don't know how much else works.
Well, I mean, but it's look, man. You deal with soil, you deal with temperature, you deal with
man. We got.
You listen, man. You sold yourself short when you came into this room, and now that you said you're a farmer, I think you're probably one of the smartest guys. I'm serious.
I don't feel smart. I don't think I'm a smart man.
Well, by the world,
I'm a third generation farmer.
Well, yeah, by the world standards, I would say what they think of intellectual is probably not what I would say intellectual is. What you have is probably a wealth of knowledge of how to
all them thinkers and fucking
Yeah.
I know what you mean.
That's what I'm saying. You're not a philosopher, but you deal with the world in a very real way.
Yeah, we plow the
So you know how things work.
Day.
Yeah.
Right now we're just getting started. Like it's coming into spring. We're getting the soil ready. I just got about 1,000 pounds of manure on order.
Yeah, and for thousands of years, people have used the luminaries, the star, the sun, and the moon to guide them like a clock as to when they should be planting and when they should be harvesting.
Right.
So.
You probably know more than the average baller.
Man, my grandpa used to use the old almanac.
Farmer's almanacs, exactly. Those old almanacs. They're based on the movement of the luminaries.
He swore by it. I swear, man. And
that's old knowledge.
I still got a couple paper copies of that thing around. They ain't accurate on dates anymore because it's all been shifted. But
yeah, see, that's the thing, sir. Now that you said you're a farmer, that's a game changer. Anybody who deals with the earth in a very real way, like you interact with it every single day, there isn't any way that somebody could convince you that the earth is spinning, wobbling, tilting. That's a massive ball that's flying through space. For you, that would seem the most absurd thing possible because you see the earth as what it is, not for what they tell you it is.
I don't even. I ain't even paid that much attention to it. Right? We got 2 John Deere 5000 series tractors. Man, I got a Mitsubishi, little tiny Mitsubishi. This one could fit through a doorway if you wanted to. I mean, a big doorway.
It's probably a workhorse.
Yeah, well, that's it.
Yeah, that thing's a diesel. I mean, it just runs and it runs. That thing don't break down.
Well, that's what Miggy's saying. You use the earth in a practical.
It don't break down.
I mean, you're used to thinking about the world in a practical way, so it wouldn't even cross your mind that the earth is a spinning ball because nothing tells you when you're outside that the ground is curved or spinning.
Man, I never even thought about it. You know what I mean?
I give more praise to any farmer than the whole space community or NASA in itself. Just for one farmer, because these people are actually doing real work.
Listen, man, it's a thankless job that nobody tells you thank you, but I will. Thank you for what you do. Look, I'm serious. If you say, I don't know who you are on the internet from Adam, but I can tell you this: if you are serious of who you say you are, then I will say thank you for what you do because you put food on our tables, man.
Man, we grow.
You know what I'm saying?
We grow a crop every year out here in Eastern Washington. That's all I can do, and I gotta say, like, the rest of the state be fucked, but we're trying to do what we can.
Yeah, good for you, man.
Well, Corona, do you believe in gravity?
I mean, I think things fall when I throw them up when they hit the ground. Is that what you mean?
It's not just because of density, though, right? Like there's gravity.
What do you mean density? I don't know what you mean.
He's trying to confuse you because he's upset that the Earth isn't a spinning ball.
Yeah.
I mean, like I know that every time I throw something up, it falls to the ground, and that's what they tell me gravity means. So I think I believe in it.
See, you're already smarter than these ballers.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking. You can't see. This is the thing, man. With people that are
John Deere tractor can't fly.
No, like listen. With the practical, the people that are using the Earth practically, like the way you are, you're not gonna get like these guys that are like these shyster types that are gonna make you think that the Earth is something that it's not. So no matter how hard they try, they try to like make. Come on, you could think about it like a ball, right? Like that's not gonna work. Not on you. Like maybe somebody else who doesn't deal with the Earth in the way that you do, but like. They kind of get upset about it because they want you to think about it like they do.
Well, I
Yeah.
mean,
And you know,
he's going to try and
here ever
convince.
attached a tiller or a disc tiller to the back of their John Deere, right?
Well, this guy's going to try and convince you that the ball is falling back down because something called space-time is bending and warping, and you're a fool if you don't believe that and instead just observe that the ball is falling because it's more dense than the air around it.
Well, I don't even know what that means. I mean, I know I throw something. Everything I throw up in the air just falls down the ground.
Yeah, well,
that's the same with
get
our
into
seeds,
that
right?
eventually.
We put our seeds in the spreader, and they just they don't float up.
Yeah.
Gas does though.
Like I said, I'm a retard, man. I don't know about this stuff. So.
Oh yeah, let's do gas pressure.
My wife convinced me to sign up for this Starlink internet, and it worked.
Hold on.
You're not. You're not. So
we should do the gas pressure with. We should do the gas pressure with Corona. I feel like he'll get that.
Can we do a?
Yeah.
Can we do a little prayer?
No, we don't.
You don't do the religion thing. That's fine. I understand.
Yeah, we got a lot of people different.
Different.
We got different religions in here, man. So
I get you. I get you.
And listen, it's not that we're anti-religious by any means. We're definitely not anti-religious, but you know how it is on Discord. So
yeah.
We go with the flow.
Hey, Jedi was bringing up something about gas and gas pressure. I feel like as a practical person, you might get something out of that. I don't know if Jedi wants to speak about it.
Gas pressure. I mean, I know about. You're not talking about like gasoline. You're talking about like natural gas.
Yeah, like vape, like gas, the substance. Sorry, Jedi, go for it.
Like compressed gas. Like I know you can compress propane down; it becomes a liquid in the cylinders.
It's just there you have some kind of intuition.
It's just because you said everything that you let go goes down to the floor. If you let go of gas, that goes everywhere, doesn't it?
Yeah, it goes up. It just floats out. It goes away.
Yeah. So not everything goes down to the floor when you let it go.
When I shoot a gun, my bullet goes straight for a while, then it dips down and falls to the ground.
Yes. No one's denying that.
When I'm trying to shoot a hog out in the distance, I gotta arm it.
My friend, no one's denying that. But you're talking about solid objects, and when you let go of a solid object, or like you said, you shoot a gun, the bullet's going to eventually end up on the floor or wherever you drop. But apart from gas, so not everything falls down to the floor when you let it go.
And also to the wider point, right? So.
What do you mean, like a helium balloon, like I get for my kids on their birthday?
Yeah.
Well, inside that helium balloon, which way is the gas going?
What do you mean, which way? I don't know.
Yeah,
it's going out towards the outside of the balloon, I guess.
The helium is contained. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. So the gas inside the balloon is pressing on the inside of the balloon in all directions, isn't it? It's pushing outwards, it's pushing downwards, it's pushing upwards, right?
I don't know if I'm smart enough to understand what you're saying. Gas inside. So we got a balloon.
Mm-hmm.
It floats up because it's filled with helium, right?
Whatever the balloon is, I'm asking about the gas inside the balloon, which way it's going. And I've pointed out that it's going in all directions, pressing against the limitation of its container, the balloon. It's pressing outwards, downwards, and upwards, isn't it?
I I would say it's mostly pressing upwards because that balloon
Well,
floats.
we're not talking, like I said, it doesn't matter about helium. It's any gas that you put inside any container. That gas is pushing in any and all directions, upwards, downwards, and outwards. Correct?
I don't. I mean, you're gonna have to ask a
Yeah,
scientist.
you have to make it simpler. Can I
You're
try?
gonna ask a scientist or something. You say
So
upwards, outwards, downwards. Like I don't know what that means. Like from when I go to the store, we go to grocery store, and I get a helium balloon for my kids. It floats up, so I'm thinking mostly it's pushing upward.
I was more thinking about like moving towards the gas pressure discussion, right? So, Corona, would you agree that the definition of gas pressure is the force that the gas exerts on the walls of its container?
Too complicated still for him.
No, I don't think so. Right?
Can
You
I
got
try?
like a balloon,
Okay, so
right? The gas presses.
pressure pushes outwards. That's what you're saying.
Yeah. So it presses on the walls of its container, whether that's a balloon, a tire.
Yeah. Just
right?
like a propane cylinder. It's
Like a cylinder.
It's trying to push itself out.
Right, exactly. And that's how we have gas pressure, because the gas particles are colliding with this barrier, right?
Maybe a
And they're
propane
pressing
cylinder would
against it.
float if it wasn't so heavy.
Right. So if let's say we've got a propane cylinder and the gas is pressurized because it's pressing against this container, this cylinder. If we remove the container, will we still have pressure?
I mean, I don't think so, because like if you take the balloon away, like when you pop the balloon, you prick it with a we usually do it with a knife, but like a
it'll all
pinprick or
expand out
something.
everywhere. Yeah.
You pinprick or something, like it just pops, and then all the gas flows
Yeah,
away.
it all goes everywhere. So if I asked you to provide me gas pressure, pressurized gas, but with no container, could you do that?
Well, I mean, I can't provide pressurized gas with no container. You can't pressurize something with no container.
Bingo.
Right. So on the Earth, we breathe air, which is a pressurized gas, right? We have air pressure.
Is it? Oh yeah, because atmospheric pressure. I learned about that.
They call it atmospheric pressure, right? So,
like 1 bar.
So we're breathing
1 bar.
Yeah. So we're breathing a pressurized gas as we walk on the surface of Earth. Yeah.
Oh damn. Okay. Yeah, I remember that lesson from school. Yep. 1 bar pressure is atmospheric.
And in order for us to have this gas pressure, the gas must be in a container.
Right. So that's the atmosphere you're saying?
Well, that's the gas. That's the pressurized gas.
The gas is inside the atmosphere. The atmosphere is the propane cylinder.
No. The atmosphere is the gas. Right. This is what we're saying. So on the globe model, there is no container. There is gas pressure. But what we're saying is you cannot have gas pressure to begin with without a physical container, meaning we are in a physically contained environment.
Right. So we're contained.
We are contained.
Yes. That makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah. So think about like a terrarium. You ever heard of a terrarium?
Yeah, it's when you put like a bunch of different plants and a reptile.
Yeah, right. And it's a sealed container. It's a sealed container, but it generates its own gas and water cycle and can perpetuate growth. Yeah, within the sealed container.
Yeah, you put like them plants, and other stuff, and you get a fucking capture a lizard and you put it in there.
Well, I don't know if you put a lizard in a sealed container like that, but yeah, it's like that. It's a sealed off container. You put in the dirt, you put in the seeds, and the plants will grow and fill this totally sealed container. And the gas and water cycle will occur within the container, just like it does on Earth.
Oh, like if you put a cap on it and stuff.
Yeah, you cap it, you seal it completely.
Wouldn't they die?
No, they grow. Look up a terrarium. So you can Google it. Terra, terra, like the earth, rium, riun, terrarium.
Wouldn't they? Eventually, they just die, though, right? Because there ain't no oxygen there.
They can go for. Folk have had them going for decades.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Because them plants produce oxygen.
Yeah, they produce their own gas. It goes up, it condenses, it comes down as vapor. The gas and water cycle, it creates its own miniature biosystem, right, with gas and water. This is like what we've got here on Earth, right? Because we're contained. You say you're a religious man, right?
Mm-hmm.
You heard about the firmament that's spoken about in the Bible?
Of course.
Right, that's the container.
Okay, so
you understand what I'm saying?
I'm trying to wrap my mind around it a little bit.
Yeah, no, it might take some time, but I just thought you'd understand gas pressure. You can understand the concept. You said I couldn't give you gas pressure without a container.
So it's
well,
like
we breathe gas pressure.
Aquarium's like a propane bottle, but you put a cap on it, you put plants in it, and maybe some bugs and a lizard.
Yeah, you would more do it with like a clear glass container, so that light can get in.
That's like a analogy to the Earth.
Yeah, that's analogous. I would say that's a very small scale example of what is occurring here. A closed system that's created its own gas and water cycle.
Got it. Yeah, I understand that. I get it. Yeah. Okay. We're on the same page.
Okay, so there you go. That's just like a macro level way to think about this place for you to consider. I mean, I'm not saying you have to believe whatever I'm saying, but you can look this all up yourself.
So again, the reason why the balloon is rising, because it's filled with helium, it's still a contained pressurized system which contains the helium, but the air, which is denser, which is surrounded by the balloon, causes the helium balloon to rise up unless it reaches its equilibrium to the same pressure it's contained with to the outside. Make sense?
I don't. Sure. So but the helium is lighter than air, right? That's what we learned in school. So the helium's always going to go up.
Yes.
And when the helium's in the balloon, it's going to go up.
Yes.
But when the helium leaves the balloon,
it still goes up, but it is freely to move. But it is freely to move, just like any other gas.
But it can go down too?
No.
Okay, no. That's why
because
I
it's
think
not.
so.
It's not denser. It's lighter.
Right. We'll go up. Yeah. Everything. So helium goes up because it's lighter. But when I throw like dirt, it goes down because it's heavier.
It's denser. Yes, denser than the air. So it seeks its equilibrium unless it cannot go any further.
Right, but that's only them gases like helium and propane.
For example,
well, no, think about it. I mean, it works. It applies across the board, really. So, say you've got a ping pong ball or an apple; those will fall through air because they're more dense than air. But if they land on water, they're going to float because they're less dense than water. Right. So, if it's more dense than the medium,
I get all this. Yeah, that makes sense. Right. It's solid.
Yeah, Archimedes' principles.
Solid versus a gas.
Not just a solid, but like the density. But yeah.
Are there gases that are denser than?
Yeah, you get things like, what is it, sulfur hexafluoride or something like that, which when you pour it out into air, it's more dense than air, so it will sink. Eventually, it will dissipate, but you can pour it out almost like a liquid.
Okay.
But yeah, it's the relationship in the mediums, right, or the density versus the medium. Archimedes' principles. So no gravity required, no bending and warping of space-time. They only needed gravity because they told this story about the Earth being a giant spinning ball, and you need people to somehow think they stick to the side and the bottom of a giant spinning ball. But if everything is just level, we've all got the same up and down, we're on a big level surface, then we just have up and down orienting and things finding their equilibrium based on their density.
Oh, sorry, man. You lost me.
That's all right. Just think. I mean, we're throwing a lot of stuff at you, so feel free to say I'm going to have a think about this, or I've got a question.
I just want. I mean, yeah, exactly. I don't even know right now.
Yeah. Did you join that server that I sent you a link to?
I have not. I saw the messages. I'm just not that
Okay.
good.
Well, when you do, I mean, that's a place that you can do your own research in your own time, read the resources.
Okay.
That'd be helpful for you, I think.
Yeah, no, I appreciate.
But hey,
so
you've been very cool and chill, so thank you.
I've been watching them light experiments. You know what I mean? You seen them,
Sargent? Like laser tests, long distance observations.
Yeah, the Mark Sargent stuff.
Well, yeah, there's loads of long distance observations and laser tests where people are testing their line of sight and finding that they can see further than the globe would allow.
Yeah, so I mean, this guy lives up here. I think I'm in Washington State. I'm in Eastern Washington, but he lives up here. I think in Washington. And I was like hoping to go see him talk because Mark Sargent got a
well, they do meetups. If you like, I'm sure if you join a Facebook group or something, they do like meetups in public places. So you could reasonably go and meet him, I'm sure.
Yeah, I saw he got a talk coming up because I've been watching him videos. I've been watching these things, and I'm just not. I ain't convinced.
No, you shouldn't be. You should go and try and test it yourself.
The modern flat Earth belief that, is correct. I think, but the sphere thing they sold us was maybe a bunch of bullshit. Like I don't know, because like I said, I ain't that smart. I'm kind of a retard.
No, you're not. Honestly, listen. We speak to so many people a day, and you are already head and shoulders above most of them.
Yeah,
so you're not done.
By
Don't
far.
sell yourself short.
So
because you're not emotionally attached. You're not biased. Like you are actually open-minded. Which
yeah, I mean, I'm just honestly, I don't. I mean, I care a little bit, but I just want to make sure.
Well, listen. I mean. Yeah,
like my kids get the best education that they can. They understand that, like, I think a lot of people lie to us in life.
Yes,
and
correct.
In our education and what's going on in the world.
100%. So this is why we would say we recommend that, like these line of sight tests. This is what you need to do. You need to test your line of sight, and it's very simple to do. You can go on Google and you can type in curve calculator.
Oh man, I don't need to do that.
Get the globe
out here in Eastern Washington. I could look as far as the eye can see, and it's flat as fuck.
Well, this is it. But you need to be rigorous about it. I believe you. But to be rigorous about it, you want to know what distance you're actually looking. Get some distance markers for reference, so you can know. And then you can put in your observer height, and it will tell you how much you should be able to see based on your observer height and the curve of the surface. And when you see much further than that, you can know, okay, there is no curve. And if there is no curve, there is no ball. So that's what you should do.
I can see as far as the eye can see, and it ain't nothing. It's flat.
Yeah, well, so you already know. I mean, this is how the Earth presents itself. We actually all know that this is the case. We've just been told this crazy story as children.
I mean, like, I can see as far as it gets blurry because I can't see far.
It doesn't matter. But either way, you're definitely not delusional in your observation skills.
Yeah, it's flat and motionless, just like you experience.
You all can look up Eastern Washington. There ain't nothing going on out here. It's flat as fuck. And I mean, I can see the mountains off in the background on a good day. I see Mount Rainier. You know that one?
Yeah. Well, you could figure out how far away those mountains are, and you can see if you should be able to see them.
Yeah, it's a long ass way away, but it's I still see it, which means the fucking Earth was curved. I wouldn't be able to see it, right?
Well, it depends how far away it is and how big the mountain is. That's why you need to get specific with the curve calculators, the distances, the numbers.
Well, I should be able to see everything.
Yeah.
I think. I mean,
you can't see everything. There's always a limit to your vision, but you can see further than you should if Earth was a ball.
Yeah. No, I mean, I see the top of that mountain, man. It's fucking hundreds of miles.
Well, could be then. Yeah, that could be.
Yeah, well, you should. If you can see that, you should definitely pay attention in the summer times, in what difference it makes. So, my recommendation is you should take a picture right now, where you have somewhat of the most distance you can see on, and compare it within the summer times, and compare those pictures besides each other, because you will see that the difference between temperature does make a difference between how far you can see.
For sure.
As farmers,
well, something you can do. Yeah. Something you can do, I would say, is, I mean, if you're not totally sure on the numbers, you can take the pictures and come in here, and we can talk about them. If you can give us rough distances involved, we can go through the math with you, and we can see if this is something that we should or shouldn't see according to the globe model.
I mean, I understand on a foggy day I can't see the mountains. That makes sense, right? Because they just they fog around and stuff. But on a clear day,
there's a load of things going on with our vision.
Mountains. I can see the mountains on either side, honestly.
Well, this is the thing, that we're in school, for the most part, we're not really told about all the factors that affect how far we can see. Not just the fog or the moisture in the air or the temperature, but things like perspective, like the vanishing point, how everything converges into a single point on the horizon.
Well, I don't know about
that. So when you're getting into this topic, you really need to start understanding how optics work and why we see the world the way we see it.
You say
there's a lot to get into. Like eyes, cameras.
Oh, you mean like not like the
vision,
political?
No, vision, like how we see, right? Like, so when you're in a hotel corridor, if you're in a long corridor,
use that word, like talking about they don't want to appear bad.
Yeah, it's bad optics and something like that. Yeah. We mean it's in like visual optics, like the effect of, if you're in a long corridor, you see the walls kind of compress and then the wall coming down, and the ground seems to come up, and they all seem to meet at a point in the distance. Or train tracks over a distance come towards each other, they converge.
As you see it right now, as
where I live,
neutral,
you go outside, you can see everywhere in every direction.
Yeah, just like you see it right now as a neutral observant, so does objective measurement by optics you use in terms of seeing into the distance by the objects you use,
Yeah, it was just an example, convergence, right? Like perspective drawing in art, right? They draw these lines that converge at the horizon, which is the vanishing point. That's just another factor that you have to consider when you're thinking about why we see.
We did that shit in art class.
Yeah.
I try to draw something that draws your eye in to it.
Yeah. You draw all the lines towards the central point, and all the buildings and that kind of follow that perspective
I remember
line.
That from art class.
Yeah. So that's how we see. It all compresses in a distance. So these are the different things.
To me, though. It don't look like that to me when I go.
No, it does though. So if you go in this is the thing. When you go outside, if you're just looking over a flat piece of ground, it's not going to be as apparent to you. But if you're in a long corridor of a hotel, for example, right, everything appears to converge together at the end of the corridor.
I know what you mean, right? An old lady and I went to a Holiday Inn once, and it was like really long hallway, and I could barely. At the end, it looked like
the walls
it could barely
come together.
Like somebody the guy walking at the end of it looked like an ant, until he started walking towards us.
And the walls on either side look like they're coming in together and meeting at a point, but in reality, they're not, right? But it's just how our eyes observe over a distance. So you have to think, when you're looking over a flat piece of land or the ocean, you have to imagine like a hotel corridor stretching out in front of you. That's kind of how the vision is working.
Trying to figure out how the Starlink works. All right, boys. I got about 1,000 pounds of manure to spread tomorrow, so.
Yeah, good luck. Thanks for stopping by. Anytime.
No, I appreciate it. Thank you for the links. This is good. This is good.
Yeah, come back, bro. Enjoy.
Y'all have a good evening. God bless.
Bless.
Yeah, baby.
Good lad.
Just tell me how it works. Just tell me how it
works.
Oh,
Corona, you're still on. You need to disconnect. I'll just put you on mute. Like someone in the background, like, what are you doing? I'm trying to figure out how the Starlink works. Funny stuff. Nice guy.
Yeah, I read that conversation totally wrong. I came in, I was thinking he's some sort of Musk fanboy.
Yeah.
So
he seems quite honest.
Oh yeah, that's why I kind of went the direction like, hey, you're a Musk fanboy. This guy's a fucking idiot. But then one thing you guys,
we've been jaded, I think, Crit. I think for a long time, man. So it's kind of hard to see the one few gems that come in here, like like thousands that don't.
Yeah. To be fair, it's rare to get someone talking about Starlink who's not like an ardent glober. You know what I mean? Like the actual one rural farmer type who does actually use Starlink and is just confused.
That's why having the wisdom to know, hey, I need to step back because our first impression probably wasn't going to be fruitful.
Yeah, no, it's good to adjust when you kind of think, oh, maybe I misjudged where this guy was coming from.
The best part of this, though, was watching Duncan Darth just spiral in text chat.
He must have been spiraling.
What was he saying?
Why does something that floats on water, because it's less dense, does some of the objects go below the water, like wood, branch, or stick?
So he's like, oh, this guy's listening. I better just try and confuse him at all costs.
Because I asked one question.
Were we even talking about gravity when he brought it up? He's like, well, do you believe in gravity? Like, were we even talking about gravity?
No.
Yeah, just weird.
You know what they have to do whenever somebody like that comes in? Is sit there and listen. They can't even interrupt. When we have a new interaction, and if they start sandbagging, we mute them right away. Because they're here all the time. They don't have to speak. We can mute them and keep them muted until we're done with our interaction. Afterwards, then we can.
That's true.
That's my policy. If it's a new person like that guy, we mute every sandbagger that comes in here.
100%.
Then after the interaction, we can unmute them.
Yeah, I'll unmute Duncan. There you go, Duncan.
So wait, only you guys are allowed to talk to new people?
Yep. This is our channel.
Start up your own room, bro. They didn't come to talk to Globers. Fuck it up.
This is our channel, not yours.
Why are you so
fragile?
fragile?
You think folk are lining up to talk to speak to someone about the cartoons they were already shown as a child?
Nope.
I still don't understand why you're so fragile that they can't speak to someone else too.
It's not about being fragile. We're talking about people come here to hear the counter to the fairy tale religion that you preach, Duncan. So it wouldn't make much sense for us to say, oh, hey, guy looking to question the fairy tale globe religion, please speak to one of our most ardent globe heads. Obviously.
The reason why we talked to him like we talked to him was because we saw the same resemblance in us when we first questioned the things that he questioned. So we could relate to him.
Yeah, with the Agent Smith effect, or crabs in a bucket. You have like crabs in a bucket. We just shut that shit down. He wants to climb out of the bucket. We're not gonna let some crab try to pull him down.
Nope.
Yeah, exactly.
Not on my watch, right?
Yeah, or mine. Duncan
crabs.
That guy's interaction is done, and only till then. Not anything before.
Especially when Duncan, you were only offering scientifically illiterate questions. You weren't talking. You weren't answering his questions. He came in here with questions that he wanted answers to. You weren't even offering answers. You're offering even more questions he didn't have. Sit down.
Duncan, I don't get it.
Shut up.
I don't get how you guys don't understand it by now. You used globe salesmen are here for us like in the downtime. So when we're bored and there's no genuine new people around, we get you guys to dance around and tie yourself in pretzel knots trying to argue for the globe. But when we've got new people in, obviously we're not going to be speaking to you guys. Use it like a comedy relief.
Imagine walking into a piano bar and demand a heavy metal concert.
Yeah, a guy's coming in with his electric guitar and starts jamming out, and then he's told, "Oh no, this is a piano jazz bar." He's like, "Well, why can't I play my Pantera cover?" Because they didn't come for that. They didn't come for the spinning spaceball religion. That's what they're trying to escape. You mad acolyte.
Then accuse everyone. Like, walk into a piano bar, bust out your electrical guitar, start playing it. People tell you, dude, shut up. And say, what, you scared of metal music? No, dumbass.
Perfect.
Go into a piano bar and ask them to play November Rain and then take out your guitar and play the guitar part too? Like, what do you mean?
It's all right, Duncan. You're all right, Duncan. You're by no means the worst pairhead that we have here. You're all right.
Yeah, you're all right. Allowed to speak before we got an interaction. That's all.
Yeah.
Nothing personal. Nothing personal, man. Don't take it personal. Just relax.
Oh, I'm relaxed. I think it's hysterical that you're scared to let me talk to him.
Oh, come on, bro. Scared? You're really going to try and pull that one? Like you've got anything that would remotely scare anyone here? You don't have anything for the globe, bro. Come on. But if you do want to preach your gravity religion to the guy, DM him, see if he's interested. Or start your own room. Gravity by Duncan. See who joins.
No one.
There'd be nobody in there at all.
Yeah, I would assume so. Anyway, Duncan, you know how it goes. We speak to the new people. It's no big deal.
They hate us because they ain't us. You know what I mean?
I just watched that movie again. It's a good movie. It's just weird that, you guys like want to stop me from talking, like censorship. It's just seems weird.
How many times has got to be explained to you? I'll try one more time, okay? They didn't come in here to talk to you. They came in here to talk to flat earthers. You were not a flat earther. Number two, you weren't offering answers. He had questions. He was looking for answers, not more questions. You were offering questions, not answers. Do you get that yet? Or do I gotta start taking words away? Okay? Because right there, that's the baseline. Do you understand? If you don't understand that, I start dialing it back. 5th grade, 4th grade, 3rd grade. Start dialing the conversation back until you understand something.
Do you believe in gravity?
Can you go down to 2nd grade? Thank you.
So since you guys brought up density and things, like I raised a question in the chat, like if something is floating on water because it's less dense, why does any part of it go below the water?
That's dumb. You know that, right? That's pretty dumb.
I mean, it's dumb to think it's just density, I would say. I mean, if you're just going to call me dumb, obviously, if it's just density, the whole thing would float on top of the water.
So what, gravity's pulling like a bit of it down? Come on, bro.
Like I said, if it's strictly density, the whole thing, because it's less dense than the water, the whole thing would be above it. It's just density.
If it's a solid, then parts of it can be poking through the liquid. I mean, this isn't that complex.
Yeah, we didn't make the laws, man. We're just telling you what we see. You know what I mean?
And I still don't see how that would disprove what we're observing, the directionality or general equilibrium of them is being ordered by their density relative to the medium.
It would show that density is not the only factor.
Well, I wouldn't necessarily say one way or another. I wouldn't necessarily say to an exclusion. I'm not really saying that's the cause, quote unquote, of up and down, but that is how things appear to order themselves based on their density relative to whatever medium they're in, like a density tower. That's how things order themselves.
That was an honest response. You're saying that it's not density and buoyancy isn't the only thing in it potentially happening.
Well, no one really makes the claim as to a cause of the directionality, I don't think. I mean, even the mainstream, like Neil deGrasse Tyson and that, when they're asked what's gravity, they basically say, I don't know. So, I mean, it's a real question, like why the whole up and down thing occurs. But what we can say is that we observe equilibrium and order to be established based on density versus the medium. That's how things are observed to order themselves, like in a density tower in science.
Have you heard Dell's explanation?
What, when he's saying that the Earth is moving upwards?
Yeah,
or something like that. I mean, I've not really listened to him in depth go into it because
that's pretty stupid.
But I know generally of some people making that claim, but I certainly wouldn't go along with that.
What's the evidence for that?
He's saying that antecedent to motion is motion. So, for example, when people ask why do things go down, you say, well, why does a rock fall down to the earth? You picked it up and it fell down, but you didn't give it any energy, potentially. You know what I mean? So
that does not answering the question, though. How do we know that we're in an upwards moving Earth?
I don't know. I don't know his full explanation, but he just said something about the antecedent to motion is motion. That's what I heard him say.
That's stupid. That's just words.
Isn't that kind of what Einstein was saying as well? Isn't Einstein kind of talking about an upwards moving Earth or something like that, or the Earth coming towards the object as opposed to the object falling towards the Earth? Or
it sounds like general relativity, bro. Same thing.
Yeah.
I need to look into it more to explain it properly, but yeah. I was just curious if this guy knew about it.
No, it's a bunch of just dumb things that people are saying. They want to find a niche argument because they can't think of something creative, so they want to stand out.
Isn't that a little bit closed-minded? You don't even know the argument.
It's stupid. I know the argument. It's the same thing.
What is the argument?
It's the same thing that Flat Earth Society is posing. The same thing.
I don't think you fully understand his argument.
Okay, dude. Yeah, you're the all-knowing person, and then you know everything, right?
You're dismissing it before you even looking into it.
I think he said he doesn't understand the argument. He doesn't know what Dell's actually saying, which is reasonable. I don't really know exactly what Dell's saying, but yeah, the Flat Earth Society
I know parts of it. I just think it's a little bit close-minded.
The Flat Earth Society troll is kind of saying, well, things appear to fall because the Earth is rising upwards, which everyone who reads that is just going to think, well, that's a troll. That's ridiculous. I'm sure Dell is not just saying that because Dell is not.
No, he's saying more than that.
Thought. Yeah. I'm sure he is, but I personally haven't listened to what he's saying, and I don't really see the validity of claiming any motion to the Earth because no one's ever detected any motion of the Earth. So to make a claim of motion of the Earth based on dropping objects on it, I just think is fallacious. But I've seen Dell speak about Flat Earth generally to some to members of the public and other things, and he does actually a pretty good job outside of this upwards moving Earth thing, which I've not really heard him speak too much about. So I wouldn't. I actually live in the same city and stuff, but I'm not met him. So
you should go on his. You should go on his stream and talk to him about it.
Nobody needs to talk to somebody.
It doesn't really interest me, to be honest.
We don't need to.
You
want to stick to your stationary Earth cult?
Yeah, we don't need to go to the globe side and go talk to them about how the Earth. They come.
Is reality? How is observable reality a cult?
I'm just kidding, but I think the other guy's being a little bit close-minded, but yeah,
it's not being.
Listen, I would speak to Dell.
What evidence?
I would speak to Dell about it, and I wouldn't care. But I'm just saying.
Let me ask him a question. What evidence do we have that the Earth is upwards moving? If I'm closed-minded, give me something that I'm going to be not closed-minded about. What evidence do we have that the Earth is upwards moving? Go ahead, lay it on me. Go ahead.
There has to be some kind of motion to.
There has to be. No, I'm sorry. Oh, wait.
Or acceleration. Yeah.
No. It's not. There has.
I'm not an engineer or anything. So.
Is there any motion of upwards moving Earth that I know of, or that you can detect?
Well, it's kind of in the same ball game as when you say gas pressure with no container. You've never actually seen the container.
No, it's not.
But you know that there has to be some kind of containment of the pressurized air.
There's no antecedent. There's no antecedent relationship that we're talking.
That's the same thing.
No, it's not. There's no antecedent relationship that we're talking about. Now, in the case of gas pressure, there is an antecedent relationship, meaning that if I have gas pressure, the antecedent for that would be a container. Now, if you're saying upwards moving Earth is an antecedent to something, what is it an antecedent to?
What causes motion?
Well, you tell me.
Some kind of force. Push.
Okay. Now, what
motion causes motion.
What force are you talking about?
So the antecedent to motion is motion. That's his argument. I'm not exactly I don't know the whole thing.
Yeah, but what force are you talking about?
What container are you talking about?
You're not giving me the antecedent, sir.
You're not giving me the container either. Where is it?
I don't need to. Their antecedent relationship.
You don't need to, exactly. So motion, antecedent to motion is motion. I don't need to give you
Who's closed-minded now? Who's closed-minded? You are.
I'm not closed-minded.
Yes, you are. Then you would understand that it's an antecedent relationship. You did not give me an antecedent relationship. I did.
I think from an outside, Beta Veritas is the one who's close-minded.
I'm not talking to you.
I'm telling you the antecedent. Like I asked you what causes motion. You asked me what does. I said some kind of force, motion.
What
motion?
Force?
Antecedent to motion is motion.
Force.
For example, you push something, right? That's a force.
Yeah. So what's happening that we see this antecedent relationship? Tell me.
Some kind of force is acting on an object.
What force? What force?
What container? It's an antecedent. You can't.
Yeah, I'm telling you that gas.
Logical deduction, right?
Yeah, no, you can't work with something that's imaginary.
You can't show me the container.
Yeah, we're not talking about showing you the container. We're talking about when we have gas pressure, we can work with gas pressure here on Earth, right? Not some imaginary place that you want to take us to.
Yes, I can find the video. I can show you what I'm talking about.
I want to see a video because I'm telling you to tell me what I need to be looking into this for. There's no reason I need to look into something that doesn't have any evidence, no antecedent relationship. There isn't anything I need to look into for. So therefore,
I just told you, the antecedent to motion is some kind of force.
What motion of what?
So, for example, let's say we're talking about why things go up and down, right? So if you have a rock, you let it go. You say, "Oh, it's density." Yes, but the energy. There has to be some kind of force acting on the object.
There doesn't.
It doesn't move by itself. It doesn't move by itself, right?
It does
so
because
that's the antecedent relation.
Whenever it traverses through the medium that it's in, right? So it's getting displaced by the medium. So the medium and object relationship that are occurring, you're seeing the interactions between them.
So what happens in a bottle with different liquids when it's in free fall? Does it do the same thing? Where's density and buoyancy in that?
You can't be dropping things. Things have to listen. When things naturally are happening on the Earth, we observe them as such. So you can't put a special case for something that you can't. You can't put a special case for something that you can't see on Earth naturally. So naturally,
I explained my case. Thank you.
No, you didn't. You just said when we get a bottle and mix things up. No, we're not mixing anything. We're looking at nature, observing what nature does. What is the reason why we would say there's any cause for anything? So you need to tell me.
I'll post you a video and you can see what I mean. Because I explained myself. Thank you.
Well, don't.
Well, see, this is why I think the whole gravity discussion.
Your inability to articulate the argument is the reason why people won't go and see that video. If they do want to see
I did start out saying that I don't know the whole thing properly. Well, I was just curious what Cyclone thought about it.
You know what? Because of that, something so simple.
He sounded Scottish. So.
Something so simple could have been explained that you couldn't. So it's this is your fault that you didn't get it right. You should have paid more attention and at least got the argument. Because here,
you pushed me into this little thing. I just wanted to ask Cyclone about something. That's it.
Well, yeah, but it's not an upwards moving Earth, so we can move on from that.
Well, yeah, well, we will move on because this is what I'm saying. Like for me, I don't really put too much time and effort. I know a lot of people in the community and out are really focused on why things go up and down. But for me, it's kind of like when we're still quite young in this discovery, in this discussion, I don't really see as much utility in arguing why things are going up and down when the majority of people still think they're on a giant spinning ball in a vacuum. Like maybe once we're kind of all mostly on the same page, then that work would get more of my interest. But at the moment, I feel like it's more useful to kind of get into the more broader, accessible topics that actually, point us one way or the other, which is like curvature, motion, things like that. I'm curious because I've not seen your name before. You've been in this for a while. You're listening to Dell, so presumably you've been listening to the discussion. Was it Cal or Call or something? What was his name?
Keen.
It's Karsten.
Karsten.
And he clammed up.
I talked to one of Dell's, I guess, people or whatever, someone who follows Dell, and he had said something about how trees grow. Like they grow 360, like above, so as above, so below the ground. And I'm like, well, not all trees do that. And they were like, yeah, all of them exactly mirror underground as above. So I started just posting like, let's look at some trees. And once he saw that not all trees do that, each tree has kind of unique root system based on its own species, the guy was like, fuck. Because I guess that was somehow a talking point they had that proves upward movement. The tree is kind of suspended in the ground like a seed or something, or it was hard to follow. It just made it seem like there's like a drop of plant life inside this like balanced equilibrium Earth.
Yeah, they get tied
I've
up.
not heard that one before.
They get tied up in these arguments. I'm with Cyclone on this one, man. There's no reason why we need to be looking at these little tiny niche arguments. They blow them up into this like huge thing, like horizontal, being level like that. It's stupid, dude. Upwards moving Earth, like it's the dumbest thing ever. It's like they're so laser focused on something that's like not even in the framework. It's not even in the ballpark. I mean, people are being deceived every day by the Earth being a globe, and they're here talking about these little niche arguments, and then coming at flat earthers sideways with a stupid topic like that. Like, it's dumb, bro.
It's like on the globe side when they say, well, why do things not fall sideways? It's like, come on, bro. Yeah, I just don't really see the utility in it at this point. I'd say it's not interesting to some degree, but...
And then you're going to have other people think of other creative things. Well, I know why things fall down. We got invisible, unicorns pulling everything down. And now my whole unicorns pulling everything down is going to be, I'm going to make my own lore and everything. It's really stupid. Nobody, at the end of the conversation, nobody's going to know if that's true or not. It's all inference.
Yeah, we spend hours on it.
Yeah. It's a road to nowhere. And we're just like caught up in this like stupid arguments, these guys bring in here. Is level really level? Like, I mean, when you say flat, what do you mean flat? Like, it's flat? Like, it's like, oh my God, like, why are we, and it's like, it's so weird, right? Because with the guys who say that it's not flat, but it's not flat, that argument, it's like, okay, you can level a floor, right? In your house or whatever, and then you could put carpet on it. That floor is level and it's flat, right? You could say that the carpet is lying on a flat floor, but the carpet itself is on the flat floor. You could say, yeah, my carpet's flat, but not really because it's got, frills in that. So it's not going to be flat because it's on the flat floor. So the flat plane that the carpet's on, it's got little bumps in that. You couldn't say pedantically that it's flat because you'd have to describe that the carpet has got little frills and bumps and whatever. But obviously it's flat. You know what I mean? It's description. It's describing you know, the horizontal plane that the carpet's on, which is a flat. I mean, my God.
It's like some people, they're using their resources and time after figuring out that the Earth isn't a globe to then pivot towards arguing with the flat earthers again. It's like, wouldn't you use that effort to kind of combat the mainstream narrative that you already readily agree isn't true and that millions and billions of people and children are being brainwashed into, instead of arguing with like 20 guys online about the word and the meaning of flat?
Yeah, I don't know. I hear that sometimes when Elder Bear and Bev come in here, and I'm just shaking my head. I'm like, dudes, we're wasting our time on this. Like everybody knows what flat means. It does not mean that you have to be pedantic about it and say, like, well, look at the mountains and valleys, and we know that. Like, my God, like we're already talking about the horizontal plane of reference. That's what everything's on. Everything's on that horizontal plane. That's how you know from where mean sea level is to where the person is on land that the elevation is going to be higher, because they go from mean sea level, which is the average, and they draw that horizontal plane of reference all the way to the person's feet and then upwards to where they are. And they'll say the person is 1,000 feet above sea level. Well, how did they know that? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they also know, they all agree with this. I mean, they're always talking about horizontal. I just don't understand why their focus has become like, let's argue with the flat earthers instead of trying to wake up people who still think they live on a ball. Just seems like a waste of energy to me.
It's a really sort of emotional driven position. If you find out, if you ever get a chance to talk to them, and they lower shields, they'll cancel red alert and actually have a real conversation with you. He's upset at being labeled a flat earther. He like this concept of no labels, which is hilarious though, because all he does is label people. Like, dude, if you're gonna throw shit, oh, go ahead.
All right, go on. No, continue.
I was gonna say, like, he's really upset by labels, but all he does all day is label people. Like, you're getting back with the energy you're putting out there. If you don't like labels, stop labeling.
They were in a knockdown slugfest with Skinny for like 30 minutes to an hour about he said, she said bullshit. I'm like, dude, this is stupid, man. I hate this. I hate listening to, well, Skinny, remember that one time you said that one thing? And Skinny's all like, well, I didn't say that, but you did. And no, you are, but what am I? Like, oh, like, my God, stop already. Wouldn't you hear that drama bullshit? Like, nobody cares about that. And then it seems like it's all about drama. It's like, our channel's not supposed to be about that. I mean, mainly that's why I'm kind of like, it's rubbing me the wrong way. I'm tired of hearing it in this channel when people need to be coming in here and having those good conversations like the one we just had. Like, I enjoyed listening to it. Like, Cyclone was talking to the guy. We heard good information. Like, the guys were receptive. But we can't have that if these guys are having this slugfest. You know, imagine if the guy came in when they were doing that. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's like, what Globers is that kind of convincing to be like, oh, this is interesting? You're just like autistically arguing about level and horizontal abstractly. Like, no Glober is going to be like, oh, yeah, that's true. Maybe, well, I don't know. Maybe I won't speak for all of them, but the majority of them are just going to be like, what the fuck is that? And they're just going to bounce. And I mean, I get the point about the label. I mean, I'll bring it up too and say, it's kind of like a media tag that's been given. It's obviously not a perfectly smooth surface and all this thing. But they've taken it to a whole new level.
Can I just add something quickly? Like, I don't speak that often in here. For the last 2 days, like 5 of these guys at once have just like turned up, come after me for daring to call out Bev because I think he's a liar. And like that beef with Bev, it spilled over to like 5 different guys. Like for the last 2 days, just constantly, if they see me in a room, they just come out and like I'm going to defend myself in the chat. But then it just leads to this, as Alpha just put it, this like tit for tat nonsense. Like, I don't want to speak to these people.
Yeah,
I think they really are in a cult, like, and they act like cult members.
Yeah, that's why I just wouldn't really even engage it on that level. It's like, this isn't what I'm here to talk about. I'm here to talk to people who believe they live on a spinning ball. So I wouldn't bother getting invested in what they're doing or. But yeah, I mean, it's shit if they're following you about. But that's on them.
One of them's a mod in here. So I come in the room and the mod for this in this room's like Super Monkey Ball, you're here. You said this about Bev, like, and it's just like, how can I escape it? If you've got someone who's one of Bev's crew who's actually a mod in this room as well.
Who's that?
He's like,
well, if I
Fusely Jerry.
Jerry's not part of Bev, dude.
He is. He's 100%. He's got a link.
Well, if you're gonna tell me,
he's got a link in his bio to Bev's server. He's probably in there right now.
That means what? That means someone. Yeah, I think you're jumping to conclusions there. That's
well, he's called me out the last 2 times for saying something about Bev.
If that's the case, no, we'll talk about that. Because I agree with you. I mean, I don't want some guys from any server to be following people in here and giving them shit.
Yeah, that's
like.
I'm gonna say this. I did witness that. I did witness that.
I have Bev blocked because I told him I can't associate myself with liars and manipulators, and I've been in his group. I've chilled out with him for since 2021, and they never call him out.
Yeah,
and the moment I called him out, that was it. They all turned on me. So
what?
So yeah. I don't want anything to do with it.
Here's the thing that I've witnessed, that they Bev and who is it, Elder Bear, and the lady that comes in that's in their group came in here the other day, and they were pouncing on Skinny, I think, or whatever, and then Skinny was saying something back, then he said some wrong things, and I'm like, oh my god, like this is just, I don't need to hear this drama bullshit, like it's turning to be something that it shouldn't be, and you know what I mean, like the channel's not designed for that. It's designed for shellacking the globe. So
they come here and it's like a raid. It's like a clan going on a raid. They come here and then they find clippable segments that they can use for Bev's content or whatever, and they'll sit in their room discussing each and every one of us all day. Come here and pick on someone.
Here's another problem. I was gonna talk to the mods about it, but it's happening in the room, so it doesn't really matter. But if something's being said about Flatzoid in some video that he made or something, misrepresenting Flat Earth, and somebody why is Flatzoid doing that or something, and Nathan Oakley, and I don't care. Those people are doing their thing. I'm concerned about this room and what we're doing here. I'm not focused on any other drama shit. But I just I don't need it to continue, and it's going to stop. That's all I'm saying. It's going to stop. It's not gonna. This isn't a place for anybody else's content except for ours. We created this place. All of us who put a lot of hours into making all the content that we did. They have their own content. That's fine. They can go talk trash on their platform and whatever. We don't even have to go over there or listen or whatever. There's another video that came out. Who cares? We're concerned.
That's my bad. I'll hold my hand up there. That's my bad. I posted that because I had 4 of them going, prove to me he's a liar, prove he's a liar. And I was like, look, here's a video. It's 2 hours long. It's just Bev getting caught lying over and over and over again. Watch it.
Yeah,
I just wanted to end it.
Yeah, I know, Monkey, but I would say this: just disengage. Don't feed. Don't give into giving some more information. Just stop it. If it starts to be, you said, you know what, I said stop, and I'm not going to deal with it, and they come in and harass you, that's something different. But if you're tit for tatting back and forth, then that's your engagement. That's you actually want that, I guess. I don't know, that drama.
Yeah, well, you're right. You're right. Yesterday, I just ran away. It sits in the morning. Bev was in here. They're all calling me out. My wife's asleep. I'm not getting on the mic and starting an argument with who I think's a cult leader. And today, same thing happened again, but I got involved and I started talking to him in the text chat. And it was Fusely Jerry calling me out. He started it both times. And he's a mod in this room.
Let us know if that's happened. DM one of us, whoever's online, and we'll take a look at it. But yeah, in general, I mean, I'm not really worried about them making a YouTube video that 12 people are going to watch if they're just sitting there talking smack about people. That's more a reflection on their lack of time management and wasting their time. So.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that because I know there was some ongoings about that, but I don't like people disrespecting what we've worked so hard to build in here, the community and everything. That's the only thing I'm concerned about. This room and 24/7 Discord. That's it. I don't care about what other guys making a video and making someone look bad. I don't care about that. If it comes into this room, then it's my business. That's all I'm saying. Like, but if you're engaging, just drop it. Don't engage anymore.
Yeah, that's what I tried to do at the end today. I said, look, you guys, I wish you the best of luck. I've no ill feelings towards you guys. I just can't associate with Bev, and I tried to leave it at that. But I mean, God knows what else they still wrote in the thing.
All right. Well, I'm saying this. Just drop it. Don't chase it anymore. If I see you start, because that's what we moderate. We moderate if we start seeing activity on both sides. Because that, like Crit, he's not gonna be like, well, we're with the flat earthers, so we're gonna let the flat earthers do whatever they want. No, he'll shut that shit down on both sides. Like, that's the way I am. It doesn't matter about flat earth or globe earth or concave earth. If you're acting a fool, you're gonna get shut down.
I 100% agree. 100% agree with you. It should be completely, objective. If you're committing the crime, you should do the time. You know, on both sides.
Yeah, Monkey, think about it like this. That someone's out in the public and they're trying to provoke a fight with you, like over a parking spot. Walk away, right? Just because someone's asking for a flame war doesn't mean you have to deliver.
Yep.
I know. I just wanted to... I come here, chill out. I like to hang around with... I don't get involved in the debate much, but I like to hang around other flat earthers because they're thinking the same thing I'm thinking. And I ignored it yesterday, and I got involved today because, I can't have it every day. 5 guys just turn up and start calling me out. It's hard to chill out when that's happening. I know it's silly because it's just some people calling your names online or whatever. But I mean, kind of feels like you need to fight back a little bit.
Yeah, but that's what moderation is supposed to be. We're the ones that's supposed to prevent any. But at the same time, when we see you engaging, then you're going to be caught up in it, and that's going to be discipline for everyone. So,
all right, cool. In future, I'm ignoring him, and that includes usually Jerry.
There's tons of moderators in here. Myself, Crit, Cyclone, and we all are just looking out for the integrity of this room. So, that's the only thing that we care about. We care about what we're doing, and
Well, I think all I'm going to say is one of your mods who was calling me out. He represents them both times.
Well,
one of the mods on this server.
It's fine because there's really no big harm, no foul kind of thing, right? But if you say, look, I'm disengaged, I'm not going to be involved or whatever, then we can respect that. We'll know that you said, you know what, I don't care anymore. So however, if the mod pursues you and continuously tries to, say, hey, you know what, you're just a coward, then we'll act on that. We can't do that if you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, I get it. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Cool. Yeah, I'm quite happy I cleared the air actually, because normally I don't speak that much.
I had a good conversation with Skinny Vet where I said, think of it this way, like a rugby. I tried to explain in basketball, but he didn't know basketball, so I think it was like rugby. Like a guy might throw an elbow, like throw a foul, and the ref then gets his attention, looks over there, then he sees the retaliation.
Yeah, that's a good example.
Yep. So that's what don't retaliate, because the ref might see, well, what's going on over there, and then focus his attention or her attention, and then see the retaliation, then call the retaliation as a unsportsmanlike conduct or foul.
That's a hell of a good example.
Yeah, that's why it worked with Skinny Vet too, so I thought that was going to be a good analogy.
Yeah, he was kind of he gets excited. He was like, well, not Duncan, what's his name? Cortigo. He was like, well, Cortigo, you're a pretty cool dude, man. So yeah, I've seen you here do nothing but good. So go ahead and talk, man. You've been all right. So yeah, just go ahead and talk. I'm like, he's acting like he's giving him permission. It's like, they're freaking like, Cortigo sometimes acts up and he has to be like moderated, so like, I don't know, it was weird. Yeah, but there's no bones about what we do in here, man. Everything is above board. It's out in the open. We want to make sure that everybody's welcome here. You know what I mean? It gets heated. That's what it's just the nature of the beast, man. Like this conversation, everything, it's just the way it is. But also, people know they're entering this room that we